I was Floyd and he was me,
Yeah.
he would never have to fight again because that exhibition shit,
Yeah.
as me being his little brother, hey, little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get 100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Right.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do Boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. "4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the fam. How y'all feeling on this good Thursday, man? We back to build on this good boxing and give it its just due, how we always do. Y'all already know if you catch this on the playback, smash the like button, sub to the channel, turn your notifications on. And don't be shy. Say what's up to the dopest chat in the land, man. How y'all feeling? Let's get to it. Russell Casey, my guy in the building, my queen, Miss Just Do. Salute to the baby girl. Ace, what's good with the family? How you feeling? All love, Melanin Queen. Peace to the queen. How you feeling? Real Prison Talk with Tommy, my guy. What's good, Tommy? How you feeling? Lonnie Lee, my guy. What's good, bro? Dodge J in the building. Lisa Smith, peace to the queen. How you feeling? Thrill Hill, what's good with it, bro? Al Booger, my guy. Millen Films. Hannibal, what's good, man? How y'all feeling, Sammy? What it do? Another day, another build, man. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all got to talk to me. I want to hear from the people today, too, again, man. I'm feeling like a panel discussion is necessary for this one, man. It's a lot of like so news coming out, right? It's one of those dry spots in boxing. I've been looking around, seeing what's going on, and there's still a lot of speculation as to who Tank gonna fight, and for the right reasons, right? He a big deal, man. He must see TV. He always give you money's worth. He's entertaining to watch, right? You know what I'm saying? People even found a huge liking for his coaches, you know what I'm saying, and their personalities and what they bring to the table. So anytime you got a talent like that in the sport and a team that's that good of a team, man, people gonna be interested. They're gonna want to know what's up. Like I said, I keep hearing a bunch of different mixed rumors and stuff, but a lot of these different fights and matchups and stuff that they throwing out there, although some of them would be intriguing and good to watch, but I just don't think they're likely. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy Upper Echelon. I see him over there cooking. He was talking a little bit about Tank possibly fighting a guy like Lamont Roach. And I just think that's like next to impossible, because you got to think, man, it does matter. Why it's more difficult, I believe, for Tank Davis to find an opponent as opposed to everybody else. the obvious reasons. Him being a big draw, a big ticket seller. You get what I'm saying? A pay-per-view guy. He's on pay-per-view. So they're gonna need some kind of name, so to speak, to resonate with the people on pay-per-view. And I think that's what the holdup is. I could be all wrong, but just using some logic and some basic reasoning, man, I think that's what the ultimate holdup is, right? And making sure they get him the kind of fight that he's interested as well. Because I don't think he wants no run-of-the-mill guy. I don't think, you get what I'm saying? I think he want to make these fights. And I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt until I see otherwise. So I feel like he want to make these fights, man. And, they going to have to figure it out. They always very vocal about having the best team in boxing. And listen, I agree. He got a great team. You know what I'm saying? He got a great team. So now it's time for them to put their heads together and figure out the best next option for this powerhouse that is Tank Davis. Because the rumors are not going to cut it. The rumors coming out are not going to cut it. The rumor mill is a little draining, and it could get repetitive too. You know what I mean? Pitbull losing messed up PVC plans for Tank. In a way, I think they would have revisited that fight for money reasons, and it's a storyline there, right? He survived Tank the first time, didn't get knocked out. Now and then say he goes out there and he stops Rolly the way he stops him, right? And then he went in there and beat Ryo. It's a little storyline. He's a champion, worked his way up. But I do think that throw a monkey wrench in their program. You know what I'm saying? Cash Sports, the box story, and my guy was good with it, bro. And Shakur alone at 135. I'll take De Los Santos. I get it. And the problem there, Hannibal is the De Los Santos is still injured. His shoulder is injured. He's still nursing a shoulder injury, and the issue with it, from what I'm being told, is it didn't heal properly, which was just leading to him to be out even longer. That's why he had to pull out the Tank and Frank card. Remember, he was going to really be on the Tank and Frank card. He had to pull off that card because of the injury. You know what I'm saying? And that's the same injury that's still causing him a problem now, and it's keeping him out even longer on the sidelines. Crush the legend, my guy. What's good with it, Crush? Thanks, my guy. What's good, Brody? How you feeling? What's good with you, man? So again, y'all, a lot of the speculation is killing me. Yeah, it sucked, yo, and it's not Tank's fault. So I'm just here to have a legit conversation. We gotta build to that because we don't know who his next opponent is. Like I said, a lot of guys are no for different reasons, right? And the confusion is, them trying to salvage, I believe, the November date. If that's something they trying to do, I think that puts a kind of rush on things for them to hurry up and try to figure out somebody that makes sense to be on pay-per-view. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a lot that goes with that, right? And I could imagine it just being a difficult decision for these dudes to make because, your choices are, are limited. You don't have everybody at your disposal that way, right? For one reason or another. Motown 909s was good with it, man. Said I think Ryo gonna fight Tank next. I mean, look, it's not out the realm of possibility because he is the guy that beat Pitbull. You know what I'm saying? Vaughn, what it do, my guy? How you feeling? Rude exposure in the building. What's good with it, Brody? How you feeling? So, Ryo, if this is the thing, right? If they're still fighting in November or they planning on fighting in November, then I know Ryo is out because his trainer said he won't be ready till next year. You know what I mean? He wouldn't be ready that fast. So he said next year for sure. He said, and then they got a rematch clause too. So this is another thing I believe. I think it's a rematch clause with the Pitbull fight. So they were Robert Garcia was also saying he want to see what Pitbull Cruz decide to do, and then he gonna go from there, right? So nobody turns down the Tank fight. Nobody in their right mind anyway. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only issue, Motown. Like if it's this year, it won't be Ryo, right? For that reason, because he just won't be ready in time. And they feel like, he just won a belt. They want to give him some time off. They said he was in camp for about 4 months or a little longer. And he gonna take a good break. He ain't gonna fight for the rest of the year. Understandably so. You want to enjoy some of that. You just got the belt. You want to sit around. You want to enjoy it a little bit, man. You want to enjoy it a little bit. You know what I mean? And I understand. I get it. I most certainly do. I mean, yeah, Alan Johnson. What to do, Alan? How you feeling, man? I wonder why they not with the smoke. Yeah, man. I'm gonna drop the link though, Crush, because I want to talk to the people today, man. Lonnie Lee, my guy, my brother, always putting that color in the chat. Appreciate you for the 10-piece, always supporting the grind. Just some color, bro. That's love, man. I appreciate you as always, my guy.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to my brother Lonnie Lee, man. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, my guy. Man, so let's get to it. We're going to keep having this conversation, man. We're going to keep building. We're going to keep building on it. Man, shout out to my guy, Banks, man. Hold on, man. That's love right there, man. That's love, man. I don't take my support for granted. I appreciate everybody, whether it's a like, a view, a comment, rocking with your boy. I appreciate you. Oh, man. Shout out to my guy, Banks, man, with the 50-piece, man. Shout out to you, Brody. Appreciate you, man. I hope y'all can see that, man. Y'all can see that. I might have to turn the brightness down on my screen for that, bro. Hold on. Give me a second, man. Got to give my boys just due. I mean, shout out to Banks, man. Much love for that 50-piece. Got to give you your.
If I was Floyd and he was me, he wouldn't never have to fight again because that exhibition shit.
Yeah.
As me being his little brother, hey, little bro, we finna do 10 rounds, and we both gonna get $100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Right.
Shout out to my guy, Banks, man. Much love, much appreciation, bro. We gonna keep it rolling. Bless just do. Alan, what it do, my guy? Much love to you, man. Shout out to my guy, Banks. That's love. Appreciate all y'all continued support, man. We just gonna keep on building. But like I said, man, I think us as boxing fans, we deserve better, right? We deserve better when it comes to the news and getting it out. I truly believe that all this speculation sometimes it kills us. And I know, the business got to go and work how the business work. But I do think they can be more consistent as a whole. Boxing can be more consistent as a whole in delivering us news that we can bring to the people. That's why I say over here, I don't really care to break news because it's tough to do it. You mess around and break some news and then it changed. And now you breaking this news all over. It's like, I hate the hamster wheel. So I just try to do my best to talk about what's really out there and what I'm hearing. You know what I'm saying? Boxing matchup. D Free, what it do, my guy? Shout out to my guy D Free. They casual sports podcast. I like that, man. Is that my guy? Salute to my guy. Much love to you, man. So we got to talk about this because I want to know what the people think. If y'all want to come up, feel free. If not, we just gonna keep on building. Like I said, shout out to Upper. I know he be getting some of the same whispers I be getting, and I just don't think Lamont Roach is a realistic option for him. Lamont Roach is champion at 30. I think he still got business down there. Now, again, if he gets offered that type of fight, I think that could be a potential life-changing situation, possibly. So, or career changing, however you want to look at it, right? So, you definitely want to explore it. But I just think this whole notion of, bringing him up. I know he's a champion. It'll be very similar to the Hector Garcia situation when he brought up. Bringing up Hector Garcia, who was a champion in the previous weight class, and fighting him. I just don't think that's something they're trying to do at this point. So I don't see that one happening at all. You know what I'm saying? I hear the whispers about Manny Pacquiao and the possibilities of them fighting. And again, I mean, shit, if you tank, you got an opportunity to fight a legend. That's no matter what, it's going to always look good on your resume. So it wouldn't be a bad look, but again, that's more speculation. And that's us trying to put the pieces to the puzzle together. I just want something that we can really take as concrete and, and build on it, because we just don't know where he's going and which direction is going in. Ray Davis, my guy, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? That little baby Duke, shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you, man. So again, Lamont Roach, I think, is off the table, and I think he's in a position to really do some great things at 130. So I don't see him, you know what I'm saying? He in a good spot. But again, that's a tank fight is a tank fight. But I just haven't heard enough from any sources to believe that would be up next, right? I just don't think that I know the pickings are slim, but I don't think it's gotten to the point where they have to reach down in another division and bring them up, right? Because all people are going to do is complain. You know what I'm saying? And especially you know, with the way this day and age, the way boxing is, you can't even lose. You get what I'm saying? You ain't even allowed to lose, or you know what I mean? So it's tough, man. I just don't know. I don't see it though. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it. Like the Roach fight, let Lamont collect this big career paycheck. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at Mike Ryan. What's good with it, bro? How you feeling? I wouldn't be mad at Lamont Roach, but look, I wouldn't be mad at Tank either, because as a fighter, like I said, he say you don't pick him. There's no order, but I'm wondering at this point, you know, should he do anything differently to get these fights? Because a lot of times we put a lot of pressure on fighters that do things, and we actually know, at least with him, he got a team that seems to be able to make things shake for him. So I'm not saying go on this spree of calling people out, because that's not something he ever has to do, right? That's something I don't think he'll ever have to do in his career. But you know, from a boxing fan standpoint, it would be entertaining. It would be fun, you know, refreshing to see him put pressure on who it is that he wants to fight next. You get what I'm saying? Because a lot of times we talk about it, all these other fighters and, you know, who they want to fight next and how they should do this. And when it comes to Tank Davis, people kind of get quiet. It kind of turn into mute. And I'm like, we got to keep the same energy. No fighter is supposed to just sit there and just, you know, not do anything at all. Like, you know, so I feel like, you know, and I ain't saying it's an issue with him. I just feel like I would love to see it. Like, I think it would be entertaining. I would love to know who he want to fight, right? A lot of times we always sit up and talk about, you know, who we would like to see him fight and X, Y, and Z, and cool. We the fight fans, we gonna pay for it, so we gonna have that conversation. But it would be interesting to hear him point out somebody that he potentially think he should fight, or you know what I mean, or anybody that he might have an eye on. But I just don't think he wired like that, right? To call people out because he feels like his team is gonna get him them fights for him, right? Pardon me, y'all. Let me get this together over here. Girl, pardon the light show, y'all. Pardon the light show. Pardon the light show. All right. My bad, y'all. I was looking a little dark back here. Gertz, what it do, my guy? How you feeling? Tommy said I would love to see Tevin Farmer in it with Tank. Listen, I'm not against anything at this point because the pickings are slim, right? But I believe you know, Tevin Farmer should be fighting Williams Zepeda next. And I believe if they're standing on what they business, that fight in some ways can prepare him for maybe a Shakur Stevenson. I think that's the best they could do at this point, right? But yeah, he's supposed to be fighting Tank versus Mortai. Just unproven. They'll just do a lot of complaining. My bad, y'all. I had my ring light, my joint change all these different colors and stuff like that. So I had to, you know, siphon through them. But Mortai, they'll complain, right? I feel like he make too many mistakes. He'll really get hurt. Again, these fights are not bad fights, but you talk about now, it's a plan B or possibly C. Who knows where they at? You know, plan A was Loma, right? And like I said, people are not realistic with them having that business squared away. Boxing circles are small. People be knowing what's going on, so they were doing what they were doing. Corwin did what he was doing. That also removed him immediately off the table as an option. So now you left with, you know, who's there now. And you got guys that are injured, guys that are not in a weight class, dudes that are not in position. It's not a lot of guys, it's not a lot of places he can go. That's why I think you start hearing things like Pacquiao. Right, Rude. That's why I heard the little whispers. I don't know how solid it is, but if you would Tank Davis, of course you don't turn down the opportunity to fight Manny. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta see, man. Tevin should have fought Keyshawn. That's not a bad fight. That's a good fight. But I like the Lemos fight for Keyshawn, Fate November 8th. I love it. I love it. The homecoming fight. I love it. I need huge fights every time. Just good matchups for sure. For sure. Tommy, and again, now he's working with a shorter deck, right? He's not working with the full deck like everybody or a full roster to pick from because everybody's not available. You get what I'm saying? So you just hearing all these different things coming out there. And like, I even hear people suggest Teofimo. You know what I mean? Teofimo kind of quiet. You know, could he be fighting him? Yeah, I think he fighting Teo. I'm like, no, but that is a great fight. That is one of the fights that make. You get what I'm saying? That is the fight. That is one of the fights that make. I ain't gonna lie. That's a fight I definitely want to see, but I not if it's November, and that's where the confusion is coming in, right? We still trying to really figure out if he's truly coming back in that November date. Are they dead set on that? Because if so, like I said, that's gonna have a huge impact on who he actually steps in the ring with. That matters. So time is everything, man, and it's not on his side in this situation in terms of, you know, trying to salvage a date when somebody, you know, yanked the rug from up under his feet. So yeah, we gonna see, man. Mike Biggs Boxing, my guy, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Y'all smash the like button for you, bro. We just gonna keep talking about it, man. Like I said, if y'all click that link, y'all want to come up because I really want to know, you know, what people thinking. Like, simply put, Teofimo would be an amazing fight to have, right? I just hate to speak in a hypothetical, but that's where we at right now because ain't nothing solid. And you know, athleticism, just a good all around fighter, right? Solid guy, good fighter. It'd be a great fight, but I don't envision Teo getting in there with him. You know what I'm saying? I don't envision that. It's so tough. It's frustrating. Like it's at this point, like, you know, people say, is he one of the most avoided fighters, or is this just a matter of business and timing for Tank, right? Because all the way up until this point, the only person I've ever heard, you know, or turned him down, or, you know, said no or not right now is Loma. You know what I'm saying? Because I think guys are smart enough to understand if you one of those guys that get picked and have an opportunity to fight that dude, you take it, whether you feel like you're ready for it or not. You just, that's not a situation that you walk away from. So I think it surprised many for obvious reasons when Loma was like, not right now, I ain't in the mood. But my question is today, man, who is in the mood? Fate, what's good with it, my guy? Who is in the mood? You know what I'm saying? Who's actually in the mood to fight this man? Because I know it ain't a matter of just everybody being scared. I don't believe that because, you know, these guys are fighters and it's too much good that, you know, could come from that, especially if you believe in yourself. You get what I'm saying? Especially you believe in yourself. So I don't know. I just feel like the timing of things is just not on his side, right? The order of events, right? The Lomachenko negotiations kind of stalling and falling out. Now by the time you look up, you know, Shakur done made a decision and signed on for 2 fights. He's not a realistic option. They weren't pursuing him at all anyway. You know what I'm saying? So that takes him off the board, and then you left with a few guys. And it's like I honestly can say this is the first time that I feel like I'm out of answers. I'm out of answers, bro. And you don't want to get to the point where he's finding himself inactive again, right? Because he just came off like a 13-month layoff. You know what I'm saying? Not fighting that for the rest of the year wouldn't kill him. But I think it would be ideal for him to get another fight in before this year out. I think that's their whole reasoning for staying set on the November date. So listen, I just hope they can make some shaking that amount of time that's worth everybody's time. You know what I'm saying? Cop aren't fighting each other at 47. Aren't staying. Yo, I'm telling you, it's frustrating. And then that's another thing. Because and I'm glad you said that. So it's like, this is what I mean about boxing, and the news that comes out is so spotty and inconsistent. On one end, they were saying Barrios was supposed to have an opportunity to fight Manny Pacquiao. Then on a flip side, now they're saying, you know, it could possibly be Tank. Truth be told, I don't think Manny finds his way in the ring with neither one of these guys. I'll be surprised. You know what I'm saying? He just, after seeing that exhibition and how rough that looked for him, I just think competing against these younger, fresher, hungry guys is going to put him in a bad situation. Thank you, Dave. Going to put him in a bad situation, you know what I mean, that he don't need to be in. Big Dre, what up, family? How you feeling? Yeah, they are inactive. Miami Kid J, what it do, my guy? Riley, the only problem with that is his trainers say he won't be ready till next year. So I wonder, are they going to scrap the date, or are they still trying to salvage the date? You know what I'm saying? And just chalk it up and say, hey, man, see y'all next year. You know what I mean? Japanese dude, Cook Barroso. I think he could present issues for other people, Fate. I had to go look that up. I wasn't able to catch that live. he did Barroso filthy too, man. He did my big watch Barroso filthy, man. Won't be a formidable opponent for Tank. Absolutely. And again, from what I understand, that was something that they still would be looking to revisit for the first quarter of next year. But I think the problem is, you know, not worried of not so much next year is how they're gonna finish out the remainder of this year, because there's still months left. There's still opportunity for him to fight. November was his date, right? So I hate that for him. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him back in the ring, and I want to see who it's gonna be, because I think from here on out, and I think this is also part of the problem. From here on out, you're going to see those type of matchups that you want to see from Tank. This is what I feel like in my mind. You get what I'm saying? He fought another black fighter, as they say. You don't fight an athletic guy with power, good footwork, defense, pretty good polished guy, just unproven, right? And some inexperience on his side of Frank Martin, but nonetheless, still a very credible, solid opponent, right? So I just think he's trending in the right direction. And then right after that, he was chasing down Loma. While letting us know, look, Corey, you in the deal too. You get what I'm saying? So I just want to see him have the opportunity to execute on this deal, right? It's unfortunate that Loma said no. I really think that threw some people off. I don't think, especially on his side, they were anticipating this dude saying, nah, not right now. I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they anticipated that. I'm backing out Shakur going his way. We just gonna have to sit back and wait. I'm glad Shakur fighting. Yeah, and the thing is, Motown 909s, I'm always transparent and honest with y'all. If I hear anything else, or if I'm hear that the information I give you is inaccurate, I'll definitely come correct it. My thing is, I think when Loma backed out, people felt like like I always said, Shakur was just the next logical option. Like all sites pointed to him. That never was the case. They never reached out to him to try to make no fight. And if you listen to what Leonard Ellerby said, and everybody knows he pretty much somewhat of a spokesperson for Tank, right? So you don't send him shit. He'll send it to you. You don't send him nothing. Like he sent it, he picked you, he sent you. He said that, right? So that's the thing. That opportunity wasn't presented to him, and it wasn't offered, or none of that. And that's not on either fighter, because they don't make their own fights. You know what I'm saying? But the powers that be just didn't look to try to secure that fight right now. And even hearing from my guy, he said that's something that they should have did. You know what I'm saying? That's something that they should have did. So we gonna see, man. We gonna see. Henry LeBron, another guy, 35 top rank that people be sleeping on. He's good. Henry LeBron is good. Man, you're gonna mess around and get. I'm telling you, gonna get hurt by Barrios. The average something would it do, my guy? What's the word with a potential Tank fight? Still more, just like spotty news, bro. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of spotty news. I'm not hearing nothing solid. You know what I mean? I'm trying to ask and find out anything, even a potential, focus, or I just don't know. And I just think the timing couldn't be worse for them, especially if you're trying to save a specific date in mind. And then, the best players at the division are out of the mix for one reason or another, or tied up. You get what I'm saying? And that just leaves you trying to sift the who's left. You just don't know who's left right now. They say, hope it's not Colbert. I doubt it. I doubt it. He definitely don't fit the criteria. Pardon me, y'all. Aisha, peace and blessings. Peace, Queen. How you feeling? 140 is getting stacked. It is. Wait, who won in the Chris versus Albright fight? Oh, that fight didn't happen. You talking about Chris Colbert? Albright got a fight coming up, I believe, and one of them been in camp with Core. One of the Albrights. Not Air Albright, I believe, been in there. I think it was. Oh, no, Quadir. Is it Quadir Albright? I know it's a couple of brothers though, but I don't think they didn't fight. Yeah, Chris Colbert ain't fought. He hasn't fought since obviously Rayo sparked him, and I seen him posting something. Look like he getting back in the gym, ready to, start getting. Yeah, Nair. Right. Pardon me. Appreciate you, Fate. Rogelio was good with it. Shout out to Los Angeles in the building. What's good, fam? So yeah, man. Like I said, it's unfortunate, y'all. I just try to pardon me. My bad. I just hate when my phone do that. I wasn't even trying to press no buttons. Just be doing that. All right, we back to it though, man. Yeah, the date and everything. Right. Yeah, it's supposed to fight. People take these boxing too serious. We just want to see the best fights possible. Absolutely. We just want to enjoy it. So like I said, I hate all the spotty news. I think they still searching for the next logical opponent. And a lot of the guys obviously are off the table. One fight I would love to see, but I know it ain't happening because it'd be too much like right. Man, Teofimo need to run it with Tank. Teofimo and Tank need to fight. That's a fight that need to happen, but I just know he's strange, so he's just liable to mess, not even want to fight, bro. Shelton was good with it, fam. Think Bad News will accept the little ball offer. It better be right. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to that because it's some rumors surrounding that, and I had got word before this point that was something that was in the rumblings, but I think it was turned down. I gotta go back in my messages, man. But I'm hearing it. I'm hearing this stuff resurfacing again, and I even reached out to Charles Conwell, so hopefully he hit me back. But I just want to know. I want to know what's good with that situation, and is it really legit or not? Yeah, Dean the Great is wild. I told Corey to get a real belt is crazy work, man. They've been saying it could be Ryo or Roach for Tank. Yeah, I've been hearing the newest one for me, Aisha, is Roach, but I just. It's tough, man. It's like, do they really want to pull him up from 130? You get what I'm saying? And have him fight him right now? Do they really want him to be a part of that 6 or 7 fight deal, Lamont Roach, right? I'm not saying he's a very good fighter. Champion at his weight class. He's a very good fighter. I've seen him at the Boots fight, as a matter of fact, too. And then the thing with Ryo, see, what would make more sense to me, will help me be able to narrow it down more, is if I understood what date was they looking to secure. Are they trying to target and are they dead set on November, right? If so, then by what his coach said, it probably won't be Ryo till next year, right? But that does leave room for other people, right? So like you said, maybe a Lamont Roach squeaks in through the back door. And again, I'm all about context and perspective. I just can't blame the fighter for who he's fighting when he's not, the guy turning down smoke. Now, although, one of the top guys didn't receive an offer, right? I just don't think they were there yet. He showed you what his intent was, or their team Tank showed you what their intent was when they went straight after Loma after, you know what I'm saying? After Frank Martin, they went straight for the Loma. You get what I'm saying? Straight for that Loma smoke. So I ain't blaming him. My mind is still stuck there. So who he fights as a replacement, it will be no. I just won't complain, bro, because this is what boxing is right now. Guys are not either tied up or out the mix for one reason or another. And then the ones that, like Loma, he took himself out the mix. So that leaves him with slim pickings. So it's going to be tough to salvage any November date. You know what I'm saying? Price Boy, what it do, my guy? Tank versus Zany in November. Be wild, wasn't it? All breezy in the building. You feel me? I'm right there with you. LaMarcus, what it do, my guy? I said, forget Roach. Yeah, Roach might slide through the back door. Shout out to LaMarcus, Dragon Assassin Official. What up, family? How you feeling? Robert Garcia said 2 days ago that the Tank fight will not happen till next year. Facts, he did. He said Ryo won't be ready. He said he's going to take the rest of the time off. He's been in camp for at least about 4 months or more. Just became a champion. They're going to, take the rest of the year off and enjoy it, he said. But if that fight gets offered, they with it as long as, because I believe it's a rematch clause between Ryo and Pitbull. So if he can get Pitbull out the mix, I mean, if Pitbull will move out of the way, sometimes I don't think that's a good fight for him. Stylistic matchup, like I understand it'll be a title shot with the rematch clause thing. I get it, but I don't think that's a good matchup for him. I don't think it'll ever be a good matchup for him. I just don't think he'll beat Ryo. He can punch, but he's not some concussive one-punch knockout artist, right? He can clip you, though. You know what I'm saying? He definitely can clip you, but he don't have enough. He don't have enough, layers to his game. He don't have enough versatility. He's very one-dimensional, although that one dimension has been very successful and makes him very dangerous, right? As long as he upright, he's dangerous, but that Ryo rematch it's going to be all wrong for him. That will be a pride thing. That would be 100% a pride thing, and maybe they feel like in a rematch, maybe it's money in the championship fight, whatever the case, right? But that's not a good matchup for him. Based off how we seen the first fight, it was so clean that Pitbull can't say anything was wrong. That's how you fight, and that's how Ryo fight. It's just styles make fights, especially when you're able to implement said style, and he was able to do so. Teach what it do, my guy. Wait till 2025 for Loma. None of them names available are worthy of a pay-per-view are breezy. This is what I'm saying. But I also heard that they was looking to revisit that for the first quarter of next year. So, I mean, BJ 33 in the building. Was good, BJ. How you feeling? Yeah, Dean. I was liking him at first. He getting out of control. Everybody keeps saying that Shelton, he got the shoulder injury, De Los Santos. That's why he didn't fight on the Tank and Frank card because of the shoulder injury. And from what I hear, it didn't heal properly, so it still got him on the sideline. You know what I mean? Match Ryo still going. He is Motown. Yeah, shout out to DC and Lamont Roach. I rocks with him, man. I do. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Tank, man. I know it can be frustrating being in his shoes at this current point, but I don't think it's no sweat on him, off him, because he know his team gonna figure something out. They that's what they for. You know what I'm saying? He got a great team, and he always tell you got the best team in the game. They gonna figure something out. They gonna figure something out. It's just unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. Shit, man. I'll fill in for Loma. You know what I'm saying? November too. Y'all want that November date? Tank, come holla at a player. Let's get this money, Tank. You know what I'm saying? And after we get this money, I can introduce you. I can run a few ideas by you, like with the Tank quill, you know, some Tank gummies, you know, some pillows, the mattress. Like we can go far. We can make some money. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tank. You know what I'm saying? Tank quill could be a big thing in boxing. I'm trying to tell y'all. Teo versus Regis. Mad fun if you win. Man, Teo and Regis. So he said Roach was grinding to get where he at. Yeah, he lost his first title shot to Jamel Harris. I don't mind if he get that Tank check. Yeah, he got it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, you feel me, Lisa? It could be a big thing in boxing, man. That Tank quill could be a great thing in boxing. We go, you know, get some pillows, like, you know, mattress company, get Tank these endorsements, man. You know what I mean? Get Tank that extra bag. You know, Emmanuel, what it do, my guy? I mean, I think Tank quill could be a big thing in boxing. I ain't even lying. You get some gummies. He get his own strain. Now, I know he don't smoke, but he might as well get his own strain named after him. You know what I mean? Called, you know, I don't know, 8. You know what I'm saying? Something 8, because, you know, he do the 8 thing. Telling you. And then you say, you know, that joint, it got a knockout punch to it. Like, telling you. So many ways you could play off that. And people going to be with it because he's a winner. He's a winner through and through. They're going to support it. Tell me, somebody get Coach Calvin on the line. Let's get that money, man. Let's get that money, man. 2 cents boxing. Peace, Queen. How you feeling? I'm busy. What it do, my guy? Y'all know I almost ain't even make it here today. But I'm glad I'm here to talk to the family, man. We gonna keep chopping it up. Like I said, somebody want to come up and tell me y'all thoughts, man. What do y'all think is next for him? Y'all guess as good as mine. It's just an honest build right now. I don't have no bunch of news to break, but I do. We are going to build on this Charles Conwell thing. I'm not even about to cry about numbers and all that. I did reach out to him because I wanted to know from what I'm hearing, is there any validity to it? But there's some things to talk about, man. Like T.O. is quietly sitting in the wind. He out here working out with Canelo, running around at damn near 160. I don't know what he doing, but I know that ain't preparing for no Tank fight. I don't know what T.O. doing. Look like he preparing for another weight class, for real, for real. Shout out to my guy, B-Dog. Mark West, what it do, fam? Call Snoop Dogg for them gummies. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson got gummies, bro. Tank definitely got gummies, man. You take these Tank, you got to call them something. You know what I'm saying? Got to call them something. Got to call them joint something. And they got the crazy that knock you out. Melatonin. Like you get Tank, like you get what I'm saying? Melatonin. Like I'm telling you. 154. Who that, Faye? Who's that 54? All things, my guy. What's good with it? I was thinking. I was thinking that. So he got cut like 15 pounds. I was thinking that 2 cents. I was thinking he might be trying to, you know, beef himself up to the next weight class or so. Because why else would you post that? Or are you just being cryptic just to throw people off? Because he looked huge in that thing. I think I still got the video in here. Let me see if I still got it. And then he out here working with Canelo. Are you trying to prepare for a bigger guy or a bigger weight class? Like, what you doing? Hey, 156 is crazy. You know what I'm saying? T.O. out there, huge. You know what I'm saying? Punching with that. Doing what I'm saying? So he could fight Puyo. That's possible. The Butcher was good, but Tank was ducking everyone. Let the fans tell you. Yeah, nah, he don't. You know why that's always BS? The Butcher, because nobody can point to at any point in his career where he turned down an offer to fight somebody. You get what I'm saying? That a lot of that stuff make good conversation. It'll steer the room. It'll steer the pot really good and get a good conversation going. Right? Oftentimes an argument, but that man. Just name me a fighter that he actually ducked, and then that fighter asked the fighter themselves. Like nobody could say that. And up until this point, he hasn't been a ducked or avoided fighter either. Because fighting him is like hitting the lottery. So you'll be a damn fool to not want to fight him up until Loma. So I know people say he being ducked. I don't really think so. Right now, by Loma, he might just be being delayed because Loma thinking about how that probably could be his last fight for real. I'm telling you. Man, you take the wrong kind of knockout for Tank. How many times you want to get back in there after that? Loma pretty much toward the, you know what I mean? Toward the end of the career. Like, man, you take the right kind of nap from Tank, you probably ain't going to want to box no more. You know what I'm saying? You probably ain't going to want to fight too much more. Prize Fighter TV, what it do, my guy? Tank Melatonin. I'm telling you, Tank Melatonin is crazy, right? R Breezy. I'm serious about that because you really could get some money out here. Watch. I don't even know how people ain't suggested to him by now. I'll be like, man, get me on the phone with the companies, man. We about to get an extra bag. You know what I'm saying? You got to do. He put his stamp of approval on it. Boom, you got that bag. You know what I'm saying? Some Gervonta Tony. B-Dog, you feeling me? You know what I'm saying? Let's get this money. Ashley's Corner. Cuzzo, what's good with it, family? How you feeling? Always good to see family in the building. I think 147 is coming. I think so too. I think so. I was thinking that. So I'm like, 156. Are you saying that you could be at 54 right now? Is that a message to Crawford? Like a little cryptic message? I'm at 56 right now. I'm really in your weight class. Is it that? Or is it, you know what? I'm done with 40. I'm going to check out 47. Maybe you want to actually fight Brian Norman because that was a thing too. That was a thing too. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he looked like he 160, right? 150, close enough. You know what I'm saying? Night 135. I like that, Big Dre. I like that. You get what I'm saying? Bigger with him. I was good with Prize Fighter, man. How you feeling? Tank is the bar. People always hating on the bar. You can't, man. You gotta appreciate it. But he is at this point. It's so many, more like sabotage. You think so? Tank is the money fight. I see mine still messed up. Yeah, Tank is everybody's money fight. My life is like a movie. What's good with it, man? Frank Martin rolling big. Frank Martin might be done at 135 too. I was hearing something about him potentially moving up to 140. You know what I'm saying? Our pay-per-view in UK normally. I think they be. What is it? Yeah, what they do it in pounds? I think it'd be cheap though. I don't think it'd be a lot, 2 cents. I don't think it do. I heard T.O. bailed out on the Norman negotiations. I think he did, bro. I think he did. He ain't want that smoke. He ain't want that smoke. Did he 2 cents? Did he officially do it? I thought he did. I thought he was making an announcement or preparing to go to 140. I thought he was done. I thought he was done down there. You know what I'm saying? I thought he was definitely finito down there, man. I mean, look, call it what it is. His last couple fights should have told you that his stay at 135 wasn't going to be, so much longer. I'll tell you this: he damn sure capitalized big time by securing a tank bag before anything. So I appreciate Frank Martin. I rock with him. So, it's a loss. You could bounce back. You was doing well until you wasn't. Man, it's all good. That's how most tank fights go. But you did well. You started well. Put a nice little mark on Tank face. You made some oohs and ahs. You even woke him up and made him go to work. So it was a fun fight. People can't knock you for your performance. You did extremely well for the circumstances, right? To be the inexperienced guy, you did well. You know what I'm saying? You did well. I think Tank respects your fight game, but he just another level. That's all. Tank is another level, and sometimes I think it took for Frank Martin to actually really go in there to understand it. I think he knew it going into the fight, but he understood it. He understands it full well now after losing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Frank Martin. John BX, man, shout out to you, bro, putting the color in the chat. 5 piece, he said, according to Tank Top 10. If you don't sit around hoping that Tank sends you an offer, you are a duck. Yeah, I know how some people play that. I know some people be like that, but I feel like he has. I would like to hear from him. I can't tell him what he should do, right? But I would like to see him put pressure on people at this point. But it's just not something that he has to do. So I understand him not doing it, right? I don't look at him no different for not doing it. But it'll just be entertaining, right? To see him, like, press on some people and really want to, fight.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out to my guy John BX, man. Appreciate the support on Frank going to 140. That's what I was hearing, man. I was hearing that. Think Shakur should move up. I mean, shit. I want to see them fight each other before they move anywhere. Think you can do well on 140? Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. I do too, B-Dog. I do too. Night gummies. And babe, I'm trying to tell you, my life is like a movie. Turn your camera on 2 seconds, bro. Let me make sure I can see who's back there, man. All right. Shout out to you. Come talk to me. Let's build, bro. Let's build.
What up, bro?
What's good with you, fam? How you feeling?
Shit, I'm chilling it. Usually I like to sit back, take my nap, but I'm chilling right now.
Ah, that's my guy. I had to make sure it was you. You know what I mean? I had to make sure. I was a little nervous. Who that? But nah, what's good, man? Talk to me. What you think about this? Like, because we talking about this tank, man. What you think about that? The Lamont Roach stuff that's circulating and the rest of this 704.
I mean, if he has to fight him, he has to fight him, though.
Right.
He couldn't get the Shakur fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate the fact that Shakur's with Eddie because Eddie gonna steer him away from that fight. Eddie already told him it's a good idea not to fight him, so he's not gonna do that. Just like Eddie is steering Boots. And see, people don't understand Eddie Hearns.
Okay, Causey. Mm-hmm.
Eddie Hearns makes people fight the fights that he wants. He didn't want Devin Haney to fight his mandatory for the belt. He wanted him to drop it. He don't want Boots to fight. He want him to drop it. And he told Shakur not to fight Tank. Like Eddie Hearns, he likes to hold our fighters like pawns in his hand, and he moves people to do what he wants people to do. And I think it's wrong because it's messing up the good fights. So like Tank, he ain't gonna have access to nobody on Matchroom. Period.
Right. But the good thing up. The cool thing, he only over there for 2 fights. I know him being there, period, is like people kind of panic. Why you going there? He sound like, Eddie ain't going to try to make that fight, but it's only 2. And I feel like his hopes was to get that Zepeda fight, which I think is a good fight. Any experience before you get in there with Tank is always good, right? Yeah. So I feel like if he can get him that, I'm cool with them ending a relationship right there as far as like him promoting you. But I can't wait to see it because that'll dictate a lot. You get what I'm saying? If you can't secure that fight.
Just like I said, Boots should get the Conor Ben fight. That's why I thought he went over there for to get that name right there.
Hey, so you know what? Let me play something real quick. Because while we on it, we gonna talk about it, man. I almost ain't make it here, y'all, but we here and we gonna build. Want to Tank to fight Parrow? That's an interesting fight. Let's check this little clip out real quick from Brian Norman Jr. Senior. It was short, but
plot twist. Eddie Hearn used Boots to get Conor Ben in position to get that motherfucking title. He been mad at goddamn Boots for a long time, and he wanted Conor Ben to be the motherfucking champion. He gonna convince Boots to go up to 154, and Conor Ben gonna be the champion at 147. Watch what I tell you.
Hey,
what you think about that? Because look, it kind of fall in line with some of your thoughts with. He wants you to fight the fights he wants you to fight, and I gotta agree with you there. It kind of seems that way.
Tell you what's funny. Before you came over there, I had already went over that, right? Me and Keith was talking about it. Before you even came over there, because I see when you came in. Me and Keith was talking about it. We was talking about how it's funny how Conor Ben quietly moved up the IBF ranking, and then I said it's funny how Conor Ben has a lifetime contract with Eddie Hearns.
Talk about it. Who was going to bat for him when he tested positive? Still was going to bat trying to make him fights?
Exactly.
So you telling me he won't put him in position? You telling me why not?
I'm about to break it down for you now.
Talk to me.
Watch me cook. Now, Anthony Joshua has a lifetime contract with Eddie Hearns. Bruce Ennis, Shakur Stevenson, these are situational contracts. Demetrius Andre was a situational contract. 100%. What these people means is they got you over here to get you out the way for one of their bigger stars to push their bigger stars up.
I like that. I like that angle.
Eddie Hearns is trying to get Boots to drop his belt and move up to 154. And like I told people earlier today, it makes no sense. Why are you so upset about a Karen Kukadajian fight? It's a mandatory. People fight their mandatories. You act like it's the end of the world. Like, you don't even have to pay for the fight. Eddie, they won the bet. So why are you acting like it's the end of the world for Boots to fight this man? Let Boots fight this fight and then build the next fight. Why are you acting like this fight is like a bump in the fucking road? No. What people don't realize is Karen Kukadajian is number 2 in the IBF. Conor Benn is number 3 in the IBF.
Right.
If LeBron Ennis drops this belt, then Conor Benn fights Karen Kukadajian for the IBF title.
Man, and let me catch this super chat real quick. Hannibal, salute to you, fam. Tank gonna catch some of that heat for Lamont Roach. Just saying with Tank bringing up Hector Garcia from 130 to 135. You know, people gonna complain regardless, right?
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out to Rod Walker. What's good, Rod? You feeling? I'll say this. You have to put it in its proper context unless you're a person that want to push a narrative. Like, before you go into complaining, you got to highlight he's fresh off of stopping Frank Martin, and he immediately targeted the best available fight. Shakur wasn't the option that people thought he was. He was in free agency, still working some stuff out. This is why I told people they didn't reach out to him to make a fight just yet. And I feel like that shit that I knew it wasn't gonna come this early anyway. But with that being said,
the fight with Loma was already just signed.
You get what I'm saying? He went right after the best available guy. So don't give me this whole, he's bringing this guy up. I get it. If that's what happens, that's what happened. But you can't complain about it as if he didn't target the best available guy. Like I said, in Lomachenko, I truly believe that that's what he did. And anything after Loma is a plan B or potentially even C. You get what I'm saying? I can't be mad because their initial plans was Loma.
And you have a date that you can't get rid of. November in Vegas. Once you get that date, you have to fulfill it with something.
You get what I'm saying?
I said over there, like, he tried to make fights, people ain't come through. So whatever he sit there and make a fight with, the hell with it, bro. I'm not even complaining. I said I didn't like Shakur and Joe Codina.
Right.
But, hey, it's a fight. You can't have a super fight.
And it's like, even with him, we know his target was who? Zepeda. And what I don't like, because I try to get
through. And people don't realize when fights like that fall through, it's hard to have a backup plan because everybody else already be matched up.
Talk to him. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say it leaves people literally having to scramble to make the best available option. And when you specifically talk about Tank, you're talking about pay-per-view. That's much different than most people making a fight. So they got to really select the opponent that's going to suffice and really make people want to go in their pockets to pay for it. Like, yeah, you want to pay for Tank, but at this point, you want to get them the right dance partner, especially if you're talking about a 6 to 7 fight deal that could potentially lead to the end of him, like him retiring at the end of it. They want to put the right people in place with this dude. And I just, like I said, when I seen that he targeted Loma, that's cool for me. I can't be mad at whoever you end up in there with after he pulled the rug from up under y'all. How many people really say they don't want a Tank fight? That's crazy.
Like, I feel like Tank could have made a Shakur fight, but then I thought about it. If I'm a Shakur Stevenson, first I want to fight somebody before I fight Tank. I want to get the experience, because if you really sit back and look at it, Shakur hasn't been in the ring with anybody that fights anywhere like Tank.
No. Like,
people got to understand, as a boxer and you trying to build your career, you take certain types of fights to get you prepared for a fight right there.
True indeed.
Like, Shakur still, he's a couple years younger than Tank, but you got to realize Shakur, he's been with Top Rank, and Top Rank moves their fighters a lot slower than other places. Like PBC, they making you fight for it like you a Spartan. You fighting killers out the gate. So Shakur hasn't fought the different types of level. And like I said, Shakur needs about 3 fights before him and Tank will fight. And I feel like that fight will be better once he gets that in there. But right now, he's just not ready for a Tank. We know he's not. But it'll still be a good scrap if they do it. But
I mean, I hear you. Look, I get because I get what you're saying. More experience is always good, and I was saying that a little bit before you popped up. Especially if you're going in there with Tank. This is ego and bullshit aside. Yeah, you one of the absolute best fighters with or without another fight. If y'all was to fight each other next, y'all would be each other's, I think, toughest opponents. Realistically, now. Again, with the experience, you're not gonna find nobody that's gonna properly prepare you for Tank. But again, with a Shakur, like maybe you getting in front of a puncher like Zepeda somebody with volume.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Different style,
Yeah,
something, maybe certain looks.
before
You get what I'm saying?
More before that Frank Martin fight, though, it'd have been different. But Frank Martin, we seen a different wrinkle out of Tank, and we seen a man like Frank Martin. He did everything correct in that ring, and it still wasn't enough. You feel what I'm saying? So I feel like Shakur got to get in there with somebody that can put some stank on him, somebody that can hurt him. So he's used to, if you really think about it, Shakur hasn't really been in there with somebody that can really hurt him. So, you know, you just can't get in the ring and hop off the porch with somebody that can really hurt you like that, because you need to see how you can react to shit like that. Like, people don't understand.
Yeah, I get it. I just feel like I'm with you with the experience factor. Like I feel like nobody properly prepares you for Tank. You just gonna have to be ready. But more experience for a guy that's teachable, that's still able to learn and still looking to polish his craft. That's good for Shakur. More fights, more experience. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
affects you in that way, especially if you get in there with a puncher or two, it don't hurt, right? But I think with Tank, man, be honest. Him just being a complete fighter, you just got to be on your A++, and go.
Yeah.
It ain't no one person that's
before I hop off here, though, right? Before I hop off here, I just want to touch back to that thing one more time, though.
Talk to me.
Like, Eddie Hearns, he don't give a damn about. He don't give a darn about American fighters. You gotta realize Eddie Hearns will cross that water. He gonna take care of them people across that water first. And there's no way Conor Ben is going to ever be able to get no belt unless Eddie move and shake. And he think he's smart, and I hope Boots don't do it. But he's trying to convince that man to give up his dream of dropping that belt and trying to sweet talk him so Conor Ben can get that belt. That's all that is. Because Eddie know he ain't got Boots before a limited time. So realize, if you only got a person for a limited time and you got somebody with a lifetime contract, who you going to look out for?
Yeah, your guy with the lifetime contract.
So I'm gonna take what you got and give it to my guy. And Eddie, he's slick.
Right.
But that's what he's trying to do. If I say hell no.
Yeah, boxing hacker, you definitely got a point. Look, man, I think when we highlight, like, I just don't think that was their plan next. I do think that is their plan eventually, right? It's just a matter of when, not some more if, no more for me. I think they're gonna run it, but I think people just created this storyline that it was some type of offer made and he just walked away from. No, man. I'm telling you, I done talked to as closest to the sources you gonna get. They just didn't get there. You get what I'm saying at all, and that's okay. That's okay, because I know they got other plans. Like I said, ultimately, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up fighting a Lomachenko still. You know what I'm saying? That's not out the realm of possibility. Unless Loma really, ain't trying to fight at all.
I think Loma just said that he don't want the Tank fight, period. I think he just said that he's not interested in fighting Tank no more.
If he said that, then you know what it is. You just gotta call him for what he is. Like, that's a clear, you just didn't want no smoke. 3 heads was good with it, fam.
But I'm gonna holler at you, my brother.
Man,
I
appreciate you, bro.
And shout out to the chat. It's time for me to sit back and do my ritual every day.
Feet up, bro. You already know. You're gonna be here.
All right, peace and blessing to everybody, man. Right. And I'm and if y'all ain't subscribed to my new channel, My Life Like a Movie, it's the channel I'm on now. I'm gonna be talking about real street stuff and stuff that went down when I was in prison and everything. Because people told me my life is like a movie. I have to tell people about it. So I'm gonna go through and just tell them about
rock with you. I'm gonna sub to it. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna drop the link for you too.
All right, peace and blessings. I'll holler at y'all.
I already know. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Sean and my guy CJ. What's good, family? How y'all feeling?
Yo, I'm straight. I wish old boy could have hung out for a little bit longer because I had some questions for him, but it's all up. So he was talking about, I want to know his source where he heard that Loma said he just wasn't going to fight Tank because
Mm-hmm.
I find that hard to believe, man. He ain't my favorite fighter in the world, but I will give Loma this. He's been a warrior. He's been in there with everyone who called him out, in my opinion. So I would like to know his source on that. But he is getting up there, you know what I mean? And he did say that he was trying to spend time with the family so I could see it, but I would just want to be able to verify it. But hey, what's up, Just Do? Who's the other brother up
Rise
here?
podcast. Scene was good, my guy. How you feeling, bro? Marquis, what up, man? How you feeling?
And yo, the other day I did feel like KO was taking some shots at me, some subliminals, you know, like Biggie did Pac. I'm the type to come out and say Chino XL FU too, but it's all love, man.
Yeah,
I've been, like I said,
KO
I've been
be
on this
cooking.
panel before. I'm a subscriber, so it's you know, I ain't got no hard
Yeah,
feelings
he
for the
always
brother.
dropping a link and cooking, so you always could come up there and definitely build with him. He definitely be with it.
Yeah, you spot on, and I'm gonna have to do that more often because we do have some disagreements. I know he a big time Tank fan, me not so much. I respect the skill. I just wish he would more consistently challenge himself. You dig? Oh, one other thing that My Life is a Movie, My Life Like a Movie, that he was speaking on is Shakur and Tank, and let me build on that a little bit. I don't know, like you alluded to, Just Do. It's no one really that could get him ready for Tank, man. So I feel like he just need. Well, he's 27, Shakur now. He's 27, Tank 29, if I recollect right. And they just need to step in that ring and get at it, man. That's really the only viable option for Tank, unless he's gonna move up weight classes. Sad to say, more than likely he's gonna try to do something at a catch weight. I would have said a TO until you let me know he's walking around at 160. So maybe that's not viable. That would be a blockbuster. You dig? They both got that cachet. Both done pay-per-view numbers before, but shit, who else is at 140? I gotta say Arayo, man. I gotta say Arayo. I know that's not the one people are clamoring for, but if he was considering the rematch with Eastside Cruz, and then he got knocked off by Rayo, it just makes sense, man. It just lines up. So hopefully he can keep that November date. PBC needs more big pay-per-views. Trying to promote that new Amazon Prime deal. So I really do see Arayo, man. If I had to guess, not the fight I want to see most. Obviously, that'd be Shakur. But if I had to guess what's realistic, it's gonna be Arayo. I'm gonna let the other brother step up and speak on it.
Right, Sean, what up, man? Fam? How you feeling?
So I got a theory
about
the Shakur versus Cordina fight. My theory is, I believe that Eddie Hearn is setting Shakur up to get beat by Cordina. I say that because I've done some research, and that dude, he's not what everybody's trying to portray him as to be, as like some bullshit European fighter that can't fight.
Facts.
This dude is really a real fighter. He can fight his ass off. And on top of that, I looked at his box rec and I went all the way to the beginning. And this dude, he fought at like 145. Like this dude, most of his career, he's fought at higher weight classes. Like he just now started fighting at.
They don't know that. Most people don't know that. I read a whole article. They was like, he never had a fight at 135. I was like, BS. Go back and look. Yes, he has. He had more fights at 35 at this point than Core did.
Right. That's facts. Dude, I smell an upset, man. I think Eddie Hearn is set. I think he signed Shakur, and he's trying to set that boy up. He's trying to get his UK fighter. He's trying to get him that belt to bring that shit back to the UK or wherever the fuck they from.
I'll say this, right? He definitely giving him an opportunity for sure. I think that's a tough task, though. You know what I'm saying? But I think at the very least, he's definitely looking out for his guy. I think if you look at this setup and how how he took this loss, he was done at that weight class. He was supposed to move up to 35 before he took that last fight. Stayed here a little bit longer. Got clipped a little bit, never recovered, but he was already compensated from the weight cut, terrible weight cut. So he lost the fight. Now ain't coming off a knockout loss with the Eddie dude, throwing the alley off the backboard, man. Hey, you take this Shakur opportunity. So I get what you're saying, because some people just feel like he's a snake. So if that's the energy, you definitely feel like the setup is impossible. I'll say he giving his man a definite opportunity to be a champion again. and some will argue that he don't deserve it. Let me catch the super chat real quick. Big Dog Willie, my guy. Appreciate the 5 pieces always. He said Bill Haney said to Devin and being 6th division champ, ended up being 6th division champ. Bill Haney also said he trained CIA, MI6, and Secret Service agent how to fight. You a fool, Big Dog.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Oh my God, Big Dog Willie. But yeah, I think it's tough to try to, Shakur is one of them guys, difficult styles, tough to try to get him beat. But I definitely feel like it's one of those situations where he don't lose either way. Even though he just signed to Shakur, Cordina been his guy, right? And you know how he do. He look out for his people. So if he were to win, be upset, how would it be a loss for him? So that's the games that the promoters play. Not only do they look out for their people, but he made a situation where he could benefit regardless, however it go. But
I feel what y'all saying to a degree, but y'all can see I'm outside and it's all the glare on my phone. What's the other brother's name? I want to address you properly. What's your name, man?
That's Sean down there.
Sean. What's up, man? CJ Rich. I'll be tapping in on a semi-regular basis, especially lately. But let me ask you this. Long term, I know he's looking out for his people, and maybe he got that time contract like the other brother was speaking on, like Conor Ben. But long term, who you think is more viable, more marketable, I should say, Shakur or this Cordina dude?
He 0-8, Aisha. We 0-8 over there. I think Shakur, just a better fighter.
Yeah, so I don't think you're trying to set him up. I get the opportunity, but that's why I said I agree to a degree. Because
I get that's why I set it up. Like, if some people just don't trust Eddie Hearn and his moves. So when you see a play like this, especially a guy coming off a KO loss, you definitely trying to set his man up. But he's just giving him an opportunity for sure. That's just what comes with being on Eddie Hearn's side. He was able to make that play. And Williams Zepeda, I try to give him the breathing room. I almost forgot to bring this up. I try to respect it. I got 3 kids myself. I know how it is wanting to be around them, especially when you just had a newborn. And he said that was the reason he didn't want to fight. And you turn around and you fighting Tevin Farmer for what I'm hearing. Now, I get it that maybe that dude provides some looks to prepare you for Shakur, but you better fight him next. And Karen Chuckadazian also just had a kid, and he ain't pulling out of no smoke. So different strokes for different folks, man. I just think some people use convenient excuses. Just say you needed another fight before you fight him, and I would have respected that. Antonio, what's good with it, man? How you feeling?
Keep it a buck.
I think that dude can beat Shakur, y'all. I watched his fight, but I think he's faster than Shakur. He's tougher than Shakur. I think he can beat him. I think it's an upset coming. I think Eddie Hearn is setting him up because he knows that.
I love the diversity, man. I love it, man. I ain't mad at that. That's cool. For me, I just think Shakur is smarter than them. Again, he don't make the mistakes that any of those Cordina fighters make. And seeing how he got beat the last fight, I know he was compromised, but Shakur would have had fun with a dude like Kakachi. Just think he's just gonna be too smart. He's gonna do what he normally do. I like the fact that him and Bud is doing some work together. And specifically when I watched the clip a couple times, I had to look and see what they were working. Looked like he was working on cutting the ring and stuff like that. So I just like to see attention to detail. But I think he'll be fine. Look, Cordina is a former champion with a couple title defenses under his belt. He's been at 35. He ain't no trash fighter by any stretch. If you've seen the fight that he lost, you'll know he got clipped after the bell, never recovered, and got stopped. And was compromised because he belonged up a weight class, which is why I think Eddie Hearn threw him a bone. You sacrificed yourself to make another fight down here when you didn't have to. It's the same thing with Raymond Ford. Same situation. You stayed at 26, one fight too many, compromised at the weight, you took a loss. You know what I mean? Both guys look much different in that fight than they did at any other point in their career. You know what I mean? So, yeah, Cordina.
What's the date on that fight?
Good
test for Cordina.
Peace, Queen. How you feeling, Rain? What you said?
I said, what's the date on that fight? Just asking.
October 12th.
Oh, that's coming up. Just over a month. Okay.
Yeah, timing. Shakur got, I think, very good timing and eyes. So even if Buddy is a little bit faster, at which I don't really put too much into it. Cordina can fight, right? I know that, but I believe in Shakur's IQ, intelligence. He's a very smart dude. He's gonna figure it out. You know what I mean? And I think it's just gonna be a good fight for him. And how he beat this guy up is gonna say something, right? Because people expecting stoppage. Knockout artists are fighting a complete low-level guy. I don't have that type of thinking. I don't feel like just because somebody got knocked out in one fight means he got get knocked out in the next. That's silly to think. I think he'll be healthier here. I think he belonged at this weight class. People not even considering none of that. He already was up at this weight class early in his career, so he went down to 130, found a sweet spot, and was successful. Was able to be a champion. Stayed there too long and suffered. Up here, he might be a bit healthier. I know he's gonna be up for this task. This is a fight he want to win. He got an opportunity playing with house money. You coming off a loss. You know what I mean? You got nothing to worry about. People expecting you to lose, right? You know what I'm saying? So he gonna be confident. He not gonna lay down. He gonna try to fight. But I think Shakur is just smarter than him, and it's gonna show. He gonna show the levels. I don't think Cordina is gonna be moving as much as Artem, so it might be a lot more interesting.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, was it you that said that Shakur ain't fought nobody that could hurt him, or was that the other dude?
That was the other dude. But I agree with.
Okay.
I would have to disagree with that because he fought De Los Santos, and De Los Santos.
That was exactly going to be my point of reference. Yeah, there you go.
Lopez had power to hurt him if he could land. He's fought a few punches throughout his careers. People just, I guess, if the name doesn't, you don't recognize the name with it, you just dismiss it. But he's fought some guys that had high KO ratios that would be considered punchers.
But one thing that he
has in the pocket. You know what I'm saying? So he has. It's just there's no Tank Davis that outside of Tank Davis. There's no preparing for him. There's no specific fight that's getting you ready for that little 5'5" monster, bro. You got to be on your A game, bro, and you gotta know what you up against with him. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like Shakur do. So I get it. Experience is always important, especially whenever you're going into what could be your most difficult fight that you're going to be in. Because I do think that'll be Shakur's definitely his toughest test. That's the only fight that really makes me nervous for him at 35. There's no other fight that make me nervous. And that's respectable nervous, like, because I ain't no fool. I watch Tank very closely. That man is very, very intelligent as well. Yeah. And the way he take his time, that his patience is otherworldly, bro. And I think it's something that's kind of overlooked. People see it, but it's overlooked. They say it all the time when you say downloading data. To do that, you got to have patience, right? Just think about something that got to download. Got to have a little bit of patience, right? While something downloading. So that's what he is. And he utilizes every minute of whatever rounds that he's losing to figure you out. And then once he start to attack, that's phase 2. Can you deal with that? It was cool while he sitting there figuring it out, and there ain't that many punches being thrown. But once Buddy start picking it up and coming forward, and now the game plan is starting to be executed offensively on his side, how do you deal with that? So that's all it is, man. Like I said, man, you just gotta. I don't know no direct way to beat him, right? But every fighter can be beat. Nobody's unbeatable, but he's going to be very tough to beat. It's going to take a special fighter and a special performance. It's just no one way. I think you got to keep him all balanced. You got to keep him thinking. It's a lot. There's no one way. Moving.
I think this Cordina dude is a good preparation for the Tank fight.
Preparation is going to be key for a guy like that. And like I said, it's very tough to prepare for somebody that you just haven't seen. That there's nobody else that really, would emulate. Nobody emulates a Tank Davis, right? So you just gotta be on your A game, and that's the same for Tank. Bring that same A game that you always bring, because Shakur gonna make you think, and that's one thing he gonna make you do. He gonna make you figure it out. So that's why I think that fight is intriguing, because you got guys that are, the things that they do them very well, and if they're successful at it, it can get bad for you. Either way, it's pain. Tank start putting that pain on you, you already know it could be a short night, 7-8 round, whatever. It could be a bad night. Shakur start, making you overthink, getting in your head mentally. They just do it different ways. Tank handcuffs you with, boxing ability, the power, just making you think you don't really want to throw punches because you're worried about what's coming back. With Core, he has the ability to make you miss, counter you here or there, especially when the offense is clicking, and make you second guess. He'll handcuff you that way. So it's like a mental block. They both are able to do this to their opponents. They just do it different. So at any given time, if they're having success, they have the ability to make the other guy look bad. So that's what makes this fight intriguing. You're going to have to figure out, when Tank want to fight you, how do you deal with him? I'm just going to call the shit what it is. Because, of course, yeah, you can box. But the thing is, he can box with people. He can keep up with you. I don't care if you think you a better boxer. That's cool. But he still can do enough where he won't be like a fish out of water. It ain't going to be no, that gap ain't that significant. But the power gap is the most significant difference between the two. And that's the challenge for Shakur. Not getting hit by them bombs, not being there when he going to detonate one of them bombs. Because the hell, people keep saying, we don't know if he got a chin. It ain't about no damn chin with him. When you are a gifted puncher, your chin could be good. You get hit with the wrong shot. That is what it is. So I don't think the goal is to see how good his chin is. It's to not get hit by them shots that's going to put your lights out. It's simple and plain.
I don't even think it's going to take that for Tank though. I think he's just going to build up. Like I don't think Tank needs that one punch. All he got to do is just beat him up on the ropes like he did Frank Martin. Whether he land that big shot or not, all he got to do is just show aggression. When he get him to the ropes, pounding them, whether it's his shoulders, his back, or whatever. That's going to show. Shakur not going to do enough offense back to make him win the fight. So all Tank got to do is just pound that nigga when he on the ropes.
I feel like Frank was just a mental error on his part. That temporary lapse of judgment. That's what got him up. And I don't see Core doing that. I don't see himself backing himself into a corner. He gonna move, but he ain't gonna do that. Yeah. But hey, that was a great point you made, just about downloading the data. I figure you about as old as me. I'm 40 now. You probably 38. Late 30s, early 40s.
38.
You remember, to make an analogy, you remember Napster, nigga. It might take a whole day to download a song. But if you wanted that bitch,
I have a little bit of patience, especially back in the day. And Tank is of that. He like a throwback type of fighter, they say, right? That dude is very damn smart, yo. I'm telling you.
Yo,
there you go.
Can I respond to that that super chat that dude he just said? He was referring to me when he said, did this dude just say that Cordina is a good preparation for Shakur for Tank fight? The reason why I say that is because I think Cordina is Shakur's toughest fight as of yet. Because one, he's very fast, he's jittery, he can fight his ass off. I think he has more skills than De Los Santos. He might not have the same amount of power, but he has more skills and he's more experienced. And you know that Tank fight is coming up very soon. He's going to fight Zepeda. I don't think Zepeda is a good enough fight to prepare him for Tank. But I think the Cordina, he's quick. Tank is quick. Got fast hands. That's a more of a preparation than Zepeda. Zepeda just got power and he come forward. Like, that's not a good preparation. Like Cordina, he's quick. He's fast on his feet too. He kind of fight like similar to a lot of. He's kind of slick. If you really watch his fight, he's very slick. So I think if Shakur was a fight Tank within these next 3 fights, or whatever, Cordina, then Zepeda, and then Tank, that's a good preparation. Like who else is he gonna fight?
I mean, I get you. I just
that's all he got right now. If you think
ultimately, there's no look like a Tank Davis, man. He's complete as they get. I think, especially when you're talking about 35, it ain't really much you can do. Yeah, and he's very efficient. That's what makes him as dangerous as what he is. People always talk about that power. Nah, it's the efficiency with the power. It's the ability to set it up. It's how smart he is. How you take them rounds that guys win. It almost like it lulls you to sleep because by the time you done got a couple rounds and now you comfortable, you feel like you winning. And there you go. And now the second phase, like I say, phase 2 start, man. And it always go bad. It's like he rock you to sleep with a couple rounds and then literally damn near put you to sleep. He did. Frank was out laying there with his eyes open. You know what I mean? Roger Pater versus Giovanni, who Cruz really lost to. Right. That was a good performance by Zepeda. That was impressive for him to catch up to a guy that was able to move the way Cabrera was moving. Like, because he made a guy in Pitbull look very bad. And Zepeda ain't known for having no great feet, but he handled that challenge very well. And I hear that it was something with Zepeda. what's his name? Cabrera saying he didn't hear the count, which is why he stayed down that long or something like that. Whatever. But nonetheless, that was a hell of a performance. So, you know, Shakur have it. He's definitely a dangerous fighter because we got 30 fights or more. He's dangerous. He can punch, hell of a body puncher. He's a volume guy. You just can't give him the looks he wants. And I feel like Shakur's feet is good enough. I feel like one of the ways to neutralize a guy that has a high punch output is, you know, controlling distance and range and not being available when that guy wants to throw. I've seen, not saying he's Floyd, but I've seen Floyd do that to fighters. You've seen him do it with McDonough. You've seen, and you had 2 fights to really draw from. You've seen the first one when he decided to fight in the pocket, how much more competitive it was. And when he boxed and moved, it was just a totally different fight. And he was unable to get up to that 80, 100 punches that he was trying to get up to per round. Just couldn't do it. So I think the same had to be done with Shakur and Zepeda. You know what I mean? Like how you always do. Control distance and range, pick your shots, and be very mindful of the body shots. Because that dude gets back to the body. And he's a 2-handed fighter too, Zepeda is. So he brings a set of challenges. I just know that people, I don't know, it's like every challenge. I even hear some people dismiss that fight. Nah, it's just an easy fight. That's a waste. I'm like, damn, he must shit. Zepeda been beating the hell out these dudes on his way up. You know what I mean? So it's going to be a challenge, but I think it's one that he needs. That's all I want to see. You know what I mean? That's what's supposed to be in February. You know what I'm saying? And I think they slipped that Tevin Farmer fight in there because he's a slicker guy. I believe he's a southpaw, ain't he? Somebody give him not the same looks, but maybe some similar looks. I know he's an older guy, but
Tevin Farmer about to fight him? Zepeda?
Is going to be defensive on that night. So
Tevin Farmer
right.
about
you know what I'm saying? Right. Smart. That's what they use that fight for.
Who was Tevin Farmer about to fight?
Zepeda.
Oh shit! When that's happening?
Well, it was suggesting it was Kambosos, and then I did the reading, and it was like Kambosos is out, Tevin Farmer is in. So that's the fight. I'm looking at styles, and I'm looking at what Tevin could bring to make that fight difficult for Zepeda. Then you hear that February is supposed to be the targeted date for him and Core. I'm like, if they smart, they'll use that fight to prepare him for that. You know what I mean? Just, you know, because that's his code. You know, it gets somebody with some similar looks. You got over 30 fights, dude. If you ain't ready, you ain't never gonna be ready. Simple and plain.
Right.
Yo, I hate to say this, and I hope I'm wrong, but when we finally do, fingers crossed, when we do get the Tank Shakur fight, I think folks gonna be disappointed if it ain't a Ibuchi. Goddamn, what's the Hawaiian kid's name? Not kid, but you know what I'm talking about. That legendary punch output. And what was his name? I can't believe it's slipping my mind right now. You know, fill in the blank for me. Ibuchi and oh boy, you know, the mini Mike Tyson, the Samoan dude, the Hawaiian dude, and they had that record breaking CompuBox. Huh?
You talking about David Tua?
Yeah. God damn. My fault. I should know better than that. It's been a long day.
We be drawing a blank. I'm with you. That's what we gotta help you out. I was thinking as soon as you said Simone or why, I'm like David Tua.
Tua Ibuchi. I think they want to see him just go to war and have a crazy output, but I think it's going to be way more of a chess match. But I hope the public can really still appreciate what they're going to do in there, because it's going to be high level sweet science, man. And I really can't call it at this point. I'm gonna say 50-50. I lean slightly more towards Shakur because I think his IQ is just, I don't know, maybe 10% higher, and he can stay out the way. But I think that's what the public is, just bloodthirsty at this point, man. It's not really educated boxing fans that know what they're looking at, unfortunately. So, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong about that.
Right. I'm with you, man. And people like, I've literally heard a damn I don't know if you want to call him a journalist or whatever, sports guy. I heard him say he want to see him go in there and trade shots without worrying about what's coming back at him. I was like, you definitely been playing too many video games. Right. This ain't fight night, bro. What? This ain't Knockout Kings. What you on, bro? Like, nobody go in there and fight like that. The guys that's sleeping shit don't go in there fighting like that. Why would he do it? Like, what? He ain't got that type of punching power to be standing in there being foolish like that with just anybody. Like, you don't do that. That's how you get slapped. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all. It's like a dude pick up that PS2 controller. I ain't played video games in a while. Dude pick up that controller and want to throw Hail Marys all day on Madden. It ain't realistic. That ain't how you play the real game. That ain't. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So, man, it's gonna be interesting to see who Tank ends up fighting, man. Like I said, man, just for conversation purposes, I feel like Teo will be a great fight. Man, he claimed everybody was ducking him, and this is why he was fighting Claggett, because nobody wanted to fight. I couldn't believe he didn't got exposed that you had 4 options and chose this guy. Man. That's the only thing about that fight that makes me hesitate. A lot of people got faith in Teo. They really feel like he's really, really interested in getting in there with Tank. I don't get the vibe. It's the same feel. He talk a lot about him, but he don't sound like he really want to fight him. I remember him saying he's the only one that could beat him. Remember, he's saying he's the only one. He might have to step up because ain't nobody else. I would love that from Teo, man. I would love to see this fight between them. Don't care where they do it at. It's going to be a good fight regardless. But again, with that dude being 156, I think it's less than likely, man. I think he out the mix too. I mean, so I really don't know. I'm out of options. I'm down to Pacquiao and Lamont Roach, I think, at this point, bro. Still being impossible for next year early. Something like that. Boxing Hacker, shout out to my guy for the 10-piece. Appreciate you, fam. He said, it sounds crazy to me when people say Shakur isn't ready for Tank. Yeah, Shakur is a multi-division champion. He's not ready. No one is. Skill for skill. Shakur is just as good, if not better than Tank. I feel that. Yeah. I don't think saying ready is not the word, right? Ready is not the word, because again, with the accolades, that just sounds silly. At this point, you don't have a choice. You have to be ready. But I think, he say what he said, but I feel like ready is not the word, right? He put some context to it. He just feel like more experience would be helpful for a guy like Corey. Look, I can't knock it. I'm not against it, but I really want to see that fight sooner than later. Not gonna lie, but I'm past the decision. I don't care about that as much as I care about seeing a fight. I mean, I told y'all my boy lose. I'll be here to shed a couple tears with y'all. It'll be all right. But players cry too, you know what I mean? Shed a tear, but I think it's just gonna be great for boxing when it happened. That's all. Like, I mean, those are 2 of the best talents in boxing, especially at their respective weight classes. So, I mean, he got to be ready because he's more qualified than anybody else that stepping there with. And the only person outside of him that has an argument would have been Loma. You see what he did. So, like I said, if that situation is presented to Core and he pulls that Loma, all that duck talk could be validated. But until they negotiate anything, there's no way you could duck a fight that was never presented to you. It's just, that's not logical.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out to my guy, Dr. Boxing Talk. What's good with it, fam? How you feeling? Yeah, man, look, they both extremely talented, man. And you just always want to see, you know what I mean? It's not a lot that either guy can do in there in the ring, right? But everybody has flaws, right? Core has some things that you definitely need to sharpen up on. But even without that, that's still going to be a difficult fight for both of them. I truly believe that it doesn't matter at this point who's gonna win. I go back and forth in my mind, like, damn, man, Tank could do this, or it could be like this, it could be like that, and that's why we need to see. You know what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, it's not the fight right now, but I don't think it's the beginning of the end. I don't think it's the end of the world, right? They still in the same division, still winning, and for me, I don't think they're gonna lose until they get to each other. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. So the sooner the better, man. Shout out to him, but like I said, from a real source, that wasn't an option just yet. You know what I'm saying? And I think part of that was because of they already being tied up and having plans to get Lomas in the ring, and he had other plans to sit out for a while. So if he comes back and take a lesser fight, that's gonna be kind of weak. I can't really rock with that, and that's gonna be a clear duck, as people like to call it. You know what I'm saying? It's the competition you fought during those multi-division runs puts down on Shakur. I think I get it, bro, but it's tough, bro. It's tough. I just know, for him, it's much like Tank, right? they're not turning down nobody. They just fought the guys that were put in front of them. Knowing that he don't make his fights, I just think he done extremely well, in totality for the entirety of his career. With the 22 fights he had, he pretty much won them shits running away. You know what I mean? And he beat some quality guys on the way up. You know what I'm saying? Never faced the opponent with a losing record. Most guys can't even say that. So I know some of it is top ranked matchmaking, but everybody got their matchmakers, right? You could look at most guys' records and point out a lot of suspect fights, but not with his. So I just think he just made the most out of his opportunities, beating these guys, accomplishing 3 divisions, being unified in one. So I think he did pretty damn well for himself. But it's like, you only could fight who you can fight. Who says yes? And think about if Aloma would have never said no. That's a fight we could have seen from Pitbull to Cepeda, even to Frank Martin. If that situation, just think about some of them names that y'all would have liked, and none of the fights came to fruition, but it's not on him. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of them situations where you only could fight who wants to get in the ring with you. And if we need any more examples, you're pretty much seeing it right now with one of the biggest names in boxing with Tank. They wanted Loma. You see how it still take 2 sides, right? Because you can't force nobody to get in there. It's the same thing with Core. I mean, he's only been able to beat who they put him in front of. I think Shakur can beat Tank. All you have to do is stay with him that power shot. Gotta stay away from them kill shots. And shout out to my guy being boxing news. Gotta stay away from them kill shots. Them joints hit different. I say I went back and watched the Frank Martin fight closely, bro. When that man set his feet, he even can clip you, like, being up on the toes, like not having the feet planted. And them feet planted and them shots is coming, you don't want to be there. And anytime that Frank Martin was there, when his feet was planted and them shots landed, it was always bad for him. He really broke him down. Shout out to my guy, Dr. Boxing Talk. So it's tough because, I'm very straight down the middle. They each other's toughest test. There's no fighter that either guy really can fight that's going 100% prepared for the challenge that they're going to put in front of one another. You know what I'm saying? But we was talking about experience, and, Core probably fighting some guys that could possibly hurt him and doing well against them to prepare. And I can understand that way of thinking. But if you think about it, most people don't highlight because they feel like Tank don't need the experience. Everybody need experience. Look what he doing. If you're paying attention, look what their team is doing, which is very smart. It's not a bad thing, but look what they're doing. Not saying he need more experience with southpaws before you get in there with Core, but he obviously, you see how he knocking them off. Frank Martin, southpaw. I think Hector Garcia was a southpaw. You get what I'm saying? You got Lomachenko, southpaw. And he was trying to knock all those guys off. So whether people seeing it or not, that's experience for him as well against different, styles of southpaws and being successful against all of them. And then having that one left and then going to get him. You see what I'm saying? So that's not being scary. That's smart. That's why he's successful the way he is. People don't see that. I remember I ran that by the coach, saying I see that's with something that y'all doing. Y'all picking up that southpaw experience on the way to the last one. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's something they doing. And it's about crossing your T's and dotting your I's. And they smart. From my view, was good with it. Cordina knocked out the PG user Ogawa. He definitely did. Joe Cordina he had about a 4 or 5 fight stretch that was all quality fights. All of them. You know what I mean? Ogawa was one of them too. He had about 4 or 5 fights straight before he took that L. That was, you seen him have quality wins. He ain't just some UK bum or something like that, as people like to say. Lewis 45 Hundo, what it do, my guy? How you feeling, bro?
Hey yo, real quick. I know this ain't the main topic of conversation. It ain't the title of the live, but I do want to get your opinion on something way different. I've been hearing lately, maybe the past 2-3 days, that they think what's his name? Oh boy, Dubois went to Brazil, to cycle off the PEDs, so Vada couldn't catch him. You got any opinion on that?
I think people kind of reaching, right? I ain't gonna place that jacket on him. Daniel Dubois always been a pretty good puncher, bro. And I just think that's what he is. I don't think he got a cheat to do it. And I'm saying this until proven otherwise, but I don't think that's the case, and unless you stupid, right? Because it's the biggest opportunity of your career. Don't Jarrell Miller it. You know what I'm saying? Don't Jarrell Miller yourself. Win, lose, or draw, you stand to make a lot of money in this fight. And you have a very good chance at winning it because you're fighting a guy that's took L's, that's been stopped, that's been outboxed. His chin has been touched. He's been down. You know what I'm saying? He's been knocked down multiple times. So,
man, speak on it.
He's a live underdog.
Yeah, man. So what would you put the odds at? I know we still got to favor Joshua. Like I said, my head says Joshua, my heart says Dubois, but if you had to put a number on it, would it be 55-45, 60-40, something like that?
Something like that, 60-40ish, 55-45, something like that. Because I really believe that Daniel Dubois has a legit shot. I think he's learned and he's adjusted after losing, right? He's got a bit more. He showed a lot more heart than what people was giving him credit for. He's resilient, bro. The way he beat up Jarrell Miller, stopped him, and then the way he beat up Hrgovic, man, he beat these dudes up. People was thinking Hrgovic was gonna walk all over him. Man, he beat this dude up. Like he's a legit. But Joshua, the difference is out of all of them, he's the bigger puncher out of anybody he's faced, right? Joshua is very sharp. He's catching Joshua at a time where he's also tasted some defeats, but I think he's gotten a bit more polished since then, right? He went back to some of the basics. Derrick James was working with him. Then you seen how he looked going back with the guy Ben Davidson doing some work with him. Joshua looked like he somewhat, for me, found his identity that was missing. So that shit makes him very dangerous, man. I still lean towards him, but Daniel Dubois is live an underdog, as you will see, I believe. And you just can't get hit too early with them big shots from Joshua, right? You gotta find a way to, avoid that power early because, he can get clipped. I was saying, I think it was Hrgovic sniping him. I think it was the left hand. I was like, man, he kept eating them left hands. I was thinking he was going to drop him and knock him out, but he was taking him. But that's Joshua on the other end, bro. You're not still standing. So gotta tighten up on the defense. That's my biggest concern for Daniel Dubois. Other than that, this is a heavyweight scrap. You know what I'm saying? But his defense, you gotta for sure that up because Joshua is sharp. He's not really wasteful with punches. You know what I'm saying? He can punch. He got a hell of an uppercut. You know what I mean? Solid jab. He can bust you. He got a heavy jab. So he do some things well. He got a bit of his confidence back. He picks shots to the body. Like he's fighting with more of a purpose and identity. Like it's like he understanding who he need to be when he need to be that person. Like for example, you heard him after a Usyk fight say, he didn't want to hurt his opponent. He didn't want to knock him out and all this weird stuff. So you basically want to go the distance with this guy and you don't want to hurt him. Then you got on the mic talking about how you an 18-stone fighter. You're not 12 round. You can't, how big you are. You're not these other smaller heavyweights and all. I was like, at that point, I knew he was like, your identity was shaking up. And it started.
He was confused. He was in his head, and now he seemed to have his confidence back.
Right. You're not an outboxer. I'm just gonna be. That don't mean you can't win decisions, but you're gonna win decisions putting pain on somebody, not boxing with them. And the minute I seen him trying to play chess with the ultimate chess player and Usyk, I knew something was wrong. I was like, that is not the game to play. You just gotta you gotta find a way in there. You gotta be physically imposing, make the ring as small as you can, get to him and let your hands go. You out there trying to outthink it. And listen, you gotta think in a boxing ring, right? But you need to you got to use your God-given abilities. You big physical guy, be that way. Don't be in there trying to be cute with this dude. He touching you up. This one of the best fighters you ever gonna fight. Dude, rough his ass up, beat him up. If you ever seen any of it, you seen Usyk, like toughest challenges is when people were able to be physical with him, consistently physical. That's something that he needed to find a way to implement. You get what I'm saying? Don't let him be clean because he likes to be clean. Don't let him be clean. Same thing with Lomachenko. He like to be clean. He don't want to be super physical in there. You know what I'm saying? You start being all physical and rough. Now you disrupting their game plan, their timing because they can't sit in there and be cute. You know what I'm saying? So Joshua, after losing to Ruiz, he kind of tried to transition to a bit of an outboxer, right? And it worked for him in a rematch against Ruiz, a guy who ate himself out of rematch. But from that point, like, I think that's where he started to second guess himself too much and overthink, and you could see it in the performances. And as of late, you see less of that. He's fighting with more of a purpose, more intent, more intentional, you know what I'm saying, and more sure of himself. And I like it. That version of Joshua is going to be hard to beat. That guy, that focus like that guy could beat a guy like Fury. You know what I'm saying? But Usyk, maybe he can give him hell. I just don't know if he beat him, but I feel like that fighting that way gives him the absolute best chance to beat a guy like Usyk. Because if you look at the second fight, it was closer than the first one. You get what I'm saying? It was closer than the first one, and he did very well. It made me question that had he stayed with Robert or he had Robert Garcia for a longer period of time, how well would he had it done? Maybe you had him for the first fight and then had him for the second, probably would have been a different situation for you. So since then, I think he's found, you know, his identity a bit. He got his bit of his mojo back, right? So that's what I like, bro. I lean towards Joshua pulling that off, man. But
no, man, you spot on, man. I love being up on your panel, but sometimes I hate it because the points I be trying to make, you beat me to it. But hey, great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. I'm gonna say that. But yeah, man, you hit the nail on the head, man. He got that's why it's something called a sports psychologist. You know what I mean? When you too much in your head, then you can fuck yourself over.
Right.
When you just trying to brawl, you can fuck yourself over. But once the intellect meets the physical ability, and you're just doing what you best at, and that goes with any sport, man. Especially like a baseball player or a boxer.
Right.
Once the intellect meets the what your physical capabilities are, then that's when you perform at your highest level, man. And you do what's best for you. And you're right about that. After the Ruiz fight, he just started second guessing himself. Well, I went in there thinking overconfident, thought I was just going to smash him. So now I'm going to take 10 steps back and just try to outbox him, which, like you said, did work for him. But Ruiz wasn't ready for that fight. So maybe he was like, okay, well, I was successful with it this time. That's just going to work for me going forward. And it did. It got him beat again.
I got
why the fuck? Yeah, I don't understand in the second fight why he thought he could outbox him, man. He's just trying to prove, it's almost like a Michael Vick when he got mad at folks clowning, you ain't efficient. Do what you do, champ. If you run and throw, do that. Don't try to say, I'm fucking Peyton Manning, nigga. You ain't gotta be Peyton Manning.
That's the problem in those Usyk fights. He wasn't really doing him. He was trying to do his best version of keeping up with Usyk, and that always leaving him a step and a half or two behind. And even with that being said, he made the second fight a lot more competitive. It was very impressive. Shout out to the Queen Aisha and the Cash App, always supporting the grind. Much love, much.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Appreciate you, Queen. Shout out to you. Jose Diaz was good with it. IVS was good, fam. Yeah, man, that's gonna be a good fight, man. Former opponents are close. None of them that in the same way on both sides, boxing hacker, they haven't seen anything like each other. That's what makes that fight intriguing. You know what I mean? So I don't care who people think will win. Shit, I know how I've been watching Tank just like y'all. It ain't a fighter that he gonna step in front of that he ain't got a very good chance at beating. You know what I mean? I say in worst case scenario for him is a 50-50 fight. That's crazy. That's the worst case scenario. It's not too many situations where the scale gonna be tipped the other way. So I just want to see it. So hopefully they can find somebody, respectable with the time given if they trying to secure the November spot. So shout out to them. But we're gonna rock out. We're gonna move past it. So look, man, Tank, this point, like I said, he targeted the best available fighter that was there. That was Lomachenko, with Shakur not being a available option, especially with his situation being fresh over there. And Loma said, not right now, not in the mood, whatever the case. So whoever he fight, like I said, I'm not about to do a bunch of complaining because I seen his intent and what his team intent was, and that was to go after a unification that everybody kept saying, you 29 or you 30 years old, you ain't unified. Well, as soon as he went to try to do it, you see how Buddy yanked the floor right from up under him. So on to the next, whoever that next is, still waiting to see. Like, y'all guess as good as mine. Something tells me it ain't gonna be no Pacquiao. Pacquiao looked horrible in that last exhibition. I just don't see how you not to thinking you want to fight with Tank Davis, unless you chasing a bag or something. But I just don't think that's a realistic fight for him. Not that he can win. But man, something else I wanted to chop it up about, man. I heard two different things, right? This Charles Conwell situation with Boots, right? I'm gonna play something that I heard on the Boxing Voice, but I heard this before this point. This was my second or third time hearing it when I heard it over here. And it was something about a offer being made to Charles Conwell for Boots, but it being a 6-figure offer. Now, the price that bad. We just watched that Brian Norman situation just play out. So, I don't know if 6 figures is going to be enough to make the fight. But what I do have to say about this, whether it's rumor or fact, and I reached out to Charles Conwell. Maybe he'd give me some insight if he see it. I hope he do. This would be a damn good fight for Boots at 54. I think it's time for him to really start exploring the next weight class up, simply because that, your pickings is slim. At 47, things are just not working out there. You spent your entire career in this division trying to get the absolute best fighters in the world, and they continue to evade you or find their way not being in the ring with you for one reason or another. So I feel like on Boots' end as a fighter, he's done everything a fighter is supposed to do. He's passed every test with flying colors. He beat the hell out of all these guys. None of his fights are close, not even remotely close. You know what I mean? So I think he gave his best at 147. And what I'm saying is, if he was to vacate this belt, start getting smoked at 54, I'll be all on board with it, because I think that's, like I said yesterday, I think that's what makes the most sense. Don't mess with Texas. Was good with it, bro. So I just don't see the reasoning for staying put in a weight class that's not putting out what you putting out. Like, you giving everything to it. Like, you even sacrificing your body to continue to make this weight class, because I know you could easily be at 54, and it's starting to, like, you could see it a little bit. We was talking about that too. So I just feel like you owe it to yourself at this point to go get that smoke with people that will actually fight you. And listen, I don't know Charles Conwell personally, nothing like that. But just, knowing him as a fighter, he definitely don't pass me as a guy that's looking to avoid anything. I feel like he just like most fighters, right? As long as you take their money right and it makes sense, I think you could find them in the ring. But let me play this little quick clip, from Ness, man. And he heard the same thing that I heard before. But my first bit of news I got on this was that this fight was a possibility or a real thing, but Boots didn't want to go up to 54. But this is way before the Norman and all this stuff transpired. Yeah. Now you look like you're in a situation where you fight Karen, you're going to Germany. So you're not even pretty much, you like a challenger at that point, and you fighting for less money on enemy soil. That's a similar situation that Brian Norman would have been in. Now it's like tables flipped, and because they didn't bid on the fight or win the bid on the fight, they bid but just didn't win it. Now it's like it flip-flop the circumstances for you, so it almost don't seem worth it at 54. I can't tell him what's worth it to him, but just looking at it, the scope of things, I don't know what's going to change people's mind about wanting to fight you. If everybody was like, they cool now, or they're going to start offering more money. So I don't know if that's I doubt if that happens. So just feel like the next thing is 54. And Charles Conwell, I'm pretty sure if his money right here, welcome him to the division. But let me play this by Ness. Y'all. All
right. Hey, real quick before you start the clip, I just want to get this in. I just want to get this in real quick before you play that TBV clip.
Go ahead.
You think that that's a good, I don't want to say step up, because I still think Ennis is way more talented than Conwell, but that would give him some leverage at 154 to start demanding them championship fights. And not only that, I guess it's a two-part question. Yeah, you made a great point about going over to challenge Karen, who you already washed enemy territory in Germany, I want to say. Yeah, that's kind of like karma. You try to do that, you try to put oh boy behind the 8 ball, and now you got to travel, and you might get. What if he get fucked in Germany on the cards, man? That would be crazy.
Yeah. But true, real.
Yeah, but my main question: you think Conwell will give him enough leverage at 154 to start demanding the title fights?
I think, if he goes right to the division and fights a guy like that, I think that immediately opens everybody's eyes, and he there. I think Charles Conwell is as real as he get at 54. That's a real fighter. Dude really can scrap. He like to fight. He can box. Talented. I think that immediately opens people's eyes and let Boots know he's serious about being up there. That's what I think it does. And I think naturally with him just being the talent that he is, it already puts him in a position to be in a conversation with those guys, because anything less would just be wasting his time. What are you gonna move him to the division and start fighting run-of-the-mill guys there? Like, what the hell? We ain't playing. Boots era has begun. We not about to be playing with you, Eddie. We on your ass. You know what I mean? We some passionate fans. We love our boxing. We love to see these young dudes go out there and get their just due. We love it, especially over here. Get that man his just due. Hey, Boots, man. I think say bon voyage to how you say it, to 147, bro. The hell with it, bro. You done gave 147 everything you could. It ain't giving you nothing back but a belt that nobody trying to take from you. Real shit. Got a belt that nobody's trying to take from you, for real. Blair Cobb's talking crazy from the sideline again. I wouldn't be against that fight because he a fighter. He at least he is selling and talk some trash, right? I watched that before I would want to watch him fight Karen, but we talking about some people that really gonna go in there and try to win, and I feel like those people are up there at 54. I thought Barrios would have been entertaining this, would have been all on board with this fight, but it's just kind of quiet on that side too. So, man, Boots, shout out to Boots, man, and Bozy. Y'all gave everything to 47. Like I said, they ain't gave you nothing back but that IBF strap that's starting to seem like it's more headache than anything else. Nobody even wants to fight you for it. Damn, you thought, man, this man get a belt, fall in front of a nice crowd. You know what I mean? You would think somebody, that's a guy I want to beat. No, they don't. They want to get paid first, and I ain't mad at that. But damn it, ain't nothing else you could do. Your hands are literally tied. You far too talented, I guess. Too much of a risk for these guys to feel comfortable in there going in there trying to take your title. Simple and plain.
God damn, I wish they could have brought that Norman fight to Vegas, but you got it, man. Go ahead and let us peep this clip.
I wish they could have. I wish they could have. P Hunter was good with it. Eddie likes to have American fighters not reaching their full potential. And you know what? That's really a thought process that a lot of people share. I'm just watching them with a wishful eye. I know things ain't worked out the way they should have for some of these guys, but where I also think they both Boots and Core did themselves a favor is not signing on something that could potentially ruin them, right? In 3 fights, Boots already got a nice bag, I believe, for the Avanesian fight. I heard he got over $3 million for that fight. So, you know what I mean? You got 2 more fights with Eddie now, right? Corey, you about to fight on the 12th of October. You got 1. You get your other one out in February. If you can't secure the type of fight you need, now you had 2 examples to know, like, hey, man, that was cool. We appreciate you, and maybe you might need to go elsewhere. So as long as they, not doing anything long term, I think they still relatively can keep things in its proper perspective and keep those fights available for themselves. But again, for Boots, I think the issue is if you want to go up, because I think that's something that he obviously need. See everybody at 54 not wanting to fight. And one thing we know about 54 and why we like it is not only is it got its fullest talent, but they willing to fight each other. That's why 154 is what it was. So Boots, 154 brother. I don't, let me play this clip real quick. It ain't that long. It's only a minute long, so I ain't about to play the whole show or nothing. But just want to play it because sometimes when people hear it, maybe from a bigger channel, you probably, or maybe I just need to hear it twice, right? So
I'm trying to do my research to confirm this. I've reached out to Charles Conwell, no response. So I reached out to the manager, still waiting. But Lil Birdie told me they've offered Conwell 6-figure offer to face Jaron Boots Ennis at 54. So Treese, I was going to text you last night to see if you had somebody that could reach out to his ass because he didn't respond. Now the number, I don't think he's going to take it. The number is ridiculously low. That's why I'm trying to get it confirmed. I mean, especially when you consider the number that was rumored for Norman, right? Not rumored, the number that's public for Norman.
So what I found interesting about that, and I try to be very responsible with anything that I might speak on, especially when it's not confirmed. You know, I throw rumor in there because I heard this being swirled around a bit, but already I don't like the sound of it because with the offer being low, it starts to make me feel like, all right, Eddie, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you're gonna have to pay people to get in there with this man, or there's nothing else you could do. These run of the mill guys ain't gonna cut it. You get what I'm saying? So I would love to see that fight. Charles Conwell is a hell of a fighter, very entertaining dude. He can scrap, he can box. You know what I'm saying? Good defense, good body puncher, hell of a body puncher, man. He's a polished dude, and I like him. He can fight. Think that'd be a great fight for Boots. This is where we at right now. We forced to, you know, have these conversations about these better fights because at this point, shit, what you gonna do with Karen in Germany, bro? Ain't nobody, hell no, you deserve better than that. So that's why I said the belt is actually more of a headache for Boots than it's been a help, in my opinion. It's a headache, bro. It's not bringing you nothing but aggravation. Yeah, you got paid, cool. That's always great because I want to definitely see you get your money. You deserve it, but damn it, the headache that it comes with it. You would have thought that all right, this belt should make people want to fight me. No, it don't. It's not enough. Like they need a certain amount of money, and it seemed like it ain't gonna be offered. I don't see what will change. Somebody else suggested that too, and I'm with them. I don't know what will change. You gave 30 plus fights to 47, and they gave you an IBF belt that nobody wants to take off you. I'll fight Boots. Like I'm at damn man, shit, man. I'll say today, come get me from Jersey. What we fight?
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
don't
with
have
it.
no problem going back to the Wells Fargo Center. You know what I'm saying? I ain't taking now. I was wide awake the last time. I might go to sleep. But you know, listen, I just do it. Say the show. You know what I'm saying? I will say the show.
You're a fool, but yeah, man. Like I said, I'm 40, but I could cut to 147 for that bag. But shit, man. Hey, you reiterated one of the points I was making yesterday, man. If you lowball, well, I mean, people could define it however they want, but if nobody is accepting the offers, that tells
Right.
me you lowballing. I mean, that's evidence enough right
It's,
there.
it's, it's something that's gonna be out there because what else is it? Like it can't be no. And you hear Ness. Shout out to Ness. Shout out to the Boxing Voice for that clip. They throwing it out there. That offer, he said that shit sound low as hell, and I'm like, that's the part that's tricky for Boots. You know what I'm saying? So still a rumor. I'm not confirming it, but I did hear, you know, before this that this was a real option, but it was at the time where Boots was still set on being at 47. This was before the Brian Norman thing. This was even before the Avanesian fight. You know what I'm saying? So things do change. I see it all the time. And I'm starting, the more I see it and the more people throw these names out here, the more options I see for him at 54. And it's starting to look like that's where he needs to be building his nest at. I know. I mean, it's not on you. It's not on you why you wasn't able to fulfill what you wanted to fulfill down there. You've done everything you could as a fighter. I think you deserve to get your name out there. I think you deserve better fights. I think you deserve to be looked at as a guy that's far more than hype. I'm tired of hearing that. I don't want to never hear that for him because I don't believe that that's the case. So fighting guys like Charles Conwell or any of those quality dudes at 54 will rid you of that tag, you know, that unnecessary criticism that come with it. Ain't nothing about Boots hype to me.
Yeah, it's a stigma that's unfairly placed on him. I think it's more his management he didn't have thus far. But this just kind of came to me. This came to me in the vision just now. One person said something about you is gossip. 2 people say that same thing about you, it's rumor. 3 people say the same thing about you, that's damn near fact, man.
Right, IBS. It wasn't good.
Damn near fact. So I'm gonna have to go with that. If you said you heard this before, it's my first time hearing it, but yeah, man.
Yeah, I've heard it before. And that's
multiple
why I said,
sources probably ain't wrong.
Yeah, his willingness to his loyalty to 47 is just it might stagnate him even more. Like I said, you done what you could, bro. 147, 154, I think will welcome you with open arms and great challenges. Them dudes don't look like they ducks. Man, think about a Jesus Ramos fight. That you could just start throwing the names out there from Tim Zhu, you know, even a Fundora. You got all these people up there, 54, bro. Boots in there, this athletic talent, man. You know, this dude in here doing matrix moves and one mixtape moves on people. Dr. DJ would have. Like, I want to see him do this against these other guys because I know Boots, it could be one of them ones, man. So, I mean, at least you can say you was a champion. You know what I mean? You did.
Right,
Maybe you won a title defense. Do you care? Like, 147 ain't got nothing for you but a headache, bro. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Got nothing but a headache for you. Go be great, Boots. Go be great. We want to see it. Ann McQueen, what it do, my guy?
Chilling, and I agree.
Yeah. Man, what you feeling about it, man? You feel like this? It's time, man. It's time, Boots, man. And I ain't trying to be repetitive with the conversation, but that's why I say this extra, you know, possible challenge in Charles Conwell is great, man. That's a real fighter right there, and that'd be a damn good, entertaining fight. I don't care where they fight at.
What up, Ant?
What up, CJ? What up? What up?
That dude got
chilling, just chopping it up.
Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button for your boy, man. We gonna keep on this good Thursday. We ain't done just yet. Ocho Cinco. Think you care about the fans? Yes, he do. Hey. That's why he got the people, bro. Tank really got the people. He got the love, man. He really do. He got some fair amount of hate and criticism, just like any other fighter, right? And he got some unfair amount of hate too. But nah, that man literally tell you fight for the people. I know it's not the opponents all the time, but if people are just make peace with the fact that these guys don't run their careers and he ain't picking fights, but he handling business, that's why I respect it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I respect it. And I don't want to keep being repetitive, but you see what he doing. You see what the headache is, and it ain't him turning down fights. You get what I'm saying? That's why he ain't fighting, guys. We'll see.
That's fair.
You care about the fans, or you like Haney? Haney, I think Haney's care about the fans too. I think anybody that really wants to support the people cares, man. It's just, you know, you would be foolish not to. They care about the fans, but they just ain't in control of everything. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, Team versus Roach, I think. We're talking about it. Yeah, Adam was good with it. Yeah, he was talking about it. I mean, I think at this point, I ain't mad at, like I said, I ain't mad at Tank and Team Tank for who they end up picking on if they can't get the best guys in there. It's just not gonna be his fault. But Mon Roach is a damn good fighter. He's a champion now in his own right. He earned that. You know, good performances. He riding some momentum right now, looking good. But Tank is just a whole different beast. And that's another weight class. He'll have to take his ass up. It'll be rough for him. That's not going to be easy at all. It's not. It's going to be tough. And I just wonder would they want to try to put Lamont Roach on pay-per-view. At the end of the day, it's a fill-in fight at this point, though. But most people that's going to have a complaint ain't going to consider that. They're just going to complain. Like I said, ain't nothing you can do. Can't force guys to fight you. Forever G's with a do, man. So about 27, Shakur, Tank Teals. Multiple division champions, Boot got to catch up. Yeah, I think it's time for him to move. He got a championship now. You get what I'm saying? Forever G's. He can always call himself a champion at 47. It wasn't the ideal situation, but again, it's out of his hands. You know what I'm saying? And I think moving to a weight class where I think will offer you better challenges and probably easier to get these fights in there as long as your guys compare these other fighters. You know what I'm saying? You take more control of your career that way. It has more of an upside for you there now. But at the same token, it's tough when you right there to secure it. Like you just need people to say yes to fights. And there's nobody holding the title at 47 that could beat him. That's the frustrating part for him. I know it. When he think about it, like, bro, the flip side is I done gave him 30 fights or more, and I'm right here. Why do I want to go up here right now? And you heard what Brian Norman Sr. suggested in that clip. Irvin Mack, my guy, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Heard what he said. I'm going to play it again real quick just so anybody didn't hear it. He might be on to something. I'm just saying.
Plot twist. Eddie Hearn used Boots to get Conor Ben in position to get that motherfucking title. He been mad at goddamn Boots for a long time, and he wanted Conor Ben to be the motherfucking champion. He gonna convince Boots to go up to 154, and Conor Ben gonna be the champion at 147. Watch what I tell you.
Oh wow, finesse. Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy if he pulled that one. He pulled Connor Ben from out there. Dyke. Irvin Mack would it do? And somebody said something about him being recently entered in the IBF rankings too. I said that is a little suspicious. If you just look at it, it is something to think
I
about.
didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah. And then you got who's got that IBF strap, and all signs are pointing to him should move up. Like it's almost out of his hands again. So it's best that he just embrace it, because anything less is just wasting more time, I think. You know what I'm saying? So it's unfortunate that he there, but I hope Eddie Hearn ain't on it like that, bro.
No, I would hope it's something that corrupt and not self-interested. But this is boxing we talking about. Let me run a theory around by both of y'all real quick. I done heard, and granted, it's only one person I heard say it, but that Boots would be better served, since he is so goddamn big, by moving up to 160, because the playing field is open. It might not be the bags, but he could unify there way quicker than at 154, because it's just it's a dog's house, nigga. It's a lot of motherfuckers that could challenge you at 154. What would y'all think about a move to 160? Just skip that. I'm gonna do it old school, when it wasn't no in between weight classes. If I'm gonna leave welterweight, I'm gonna move to middleweight. I'm gonna be like Roberto Duran. Speak on it.
I mean, shit. It's not something that I don't think he can't do. It's just all how he do it. You know what I mean? Preparation is everything. And how he, if he gonna do something like that, he definitely want to consider making sure when he do get fights, he acclimate accordingly. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Especially
Okay.
when you skip in the weight class, you want to get the right couple fights and then go from there. So that's what I would want to see if he would skip a weight class. And I think he got the frame for it, height, reach, got the frame, and I think he got the talent to compete there for sure. So I mean,
no, his muscle mass is crazy. You look way bigger than Crawford fighting at 147 than Crawford fought at 154. So I definitely agree. When I first heard that little hypothesis, that theory, I thought it was crazy. But as time goes on, I'm like, damn, that might be the move. You could clean that shit up real quick, because that shit is empty.
I'm telling you. And I say, shout out to my guy Kello. He said Boots is with the wrong promoter to move to 54 and expect to get fights. Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, because who is the right promoter? And I know a lot of people gonna say PBC, but
kind of spread out. But yeah, I would say more PBC than anybody.
On that side, and
they got Pandora, Spence, probably a couple other cats.
So, but I get it when you as pertaining to 54. I get it. Maybe it could provide different opportunities for sure, but it's tough, man. It's tough because he came over there for a reason, right? Wanted to be active. He was about to start running into that inactive space, and you don't need that. So it's tough, man. It's frustrating, the politics of it, where these dudes just can't go wherever they want, and get the fights. It's like you really gotta navigate. This shit is a maze for real. Omar was good with it. It's a maze. But I think the thing is 54 guys at least fight each other.
Facts.
So unless that changes, like, I don't see why he can't get fights. You know what I'm saying? I don't see Eddie Hearn, man. He gotta make something shake. And again, if the whole consensus is gonna be that you're not paying nobody, then man, I don't even understand why you would get him. Why would you want to sign him? Yeah, he did physically for 4-7 for sure.
Last time when I was up here, niggas was hating on Turkey. I was being facetious. I ain't saying literally bow down and give thanks for this nigga. But imagine if he was as heavily invested in 154 as he is with the heavyweights. Then you would see all this shit. You would see real smoke. I mean, they already willing to fight each other. So getting the promoters to work with each other all that much more by dropping the bag, that couldn't be a bad thing, man. So y'all need to just take it all in, man. Take the good with the bad. Whatever negative you got to say about the boy, he's operating like a fan. Like if I had $1 billion, a few $1 billion to throw around, that's what I would do.
Right, Rob, man. It's like a labyrinth for real. It's difficult as hell to navigate. I say I don't we be well, he made his bed like he did something wrong by these dudes trying to figure it out. We just assuming they go into situations thinking, yeah, this dude ain't gonna be able to get me none of the fights. Nah, that the dudes is, this shit difficult because again, he was just on that side. He wasn't signed to PBC, but he was on that side pretty much. And 147 was the same story for him, but I guess 154 could change. Maybe different circumstances, but nothing is for sure. That's what I feel. So I could understand them trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? And go somewhere and get active. Because again, shit, even if you're able to get the fights, you still want to be active, man. It's just been too many inactive fighters on that side, and I think that's one of the things he was definitely trying to get away from. And you see it already. He already got one fight out of the way. He was damn near about to have another one at home again, quick. So you see, they're keeping him active. But it's just a matter of again navigating the landmine that is boxing. This shit is I can only imagine how difficult it is.
So, hey, who just said that comment you responded to? Just do. Who said that?
What's that?
You said something like I don't know, like Boots was failing. He didn't like make the right moves.
It was, no. That's how in general, right? People treating it like he made the wrong move. He went to Eddie Hearn, and I'm just like, there's no for sure anything for him. It's just him trying to figure it out. Different situation. And like I said, when you gave as many fights as you gave being on that side, don't hurt to try something different. But these dudes are supposed to be, doing more work with each other. So it got to be a way that these fights could be made. And again, money solves all this shit. So these dudes got to just make it shake for this young man, or it's going to be tough. He's going to be stuck. Low B dog, from what I'm hearing, low, which I don't like. That's why I say, man, that starts build consistency with Eddie Hearn, man. You can't be offering dudes nothing to fight this dude, man. And the people want to get paid. They prize fighters. A1 Hoops on. Appreciate my guy in the super chat for the 10 piece. My bad, change the topic. But speaking of heavyweights, dude, be your only person in history to eat 20 Popeyes biscuits by a single drop of water.
No, man.
Savage. Also, his ankles on life support. You a fool. A1 is
stupid as hell.
BVO, where you at? Call BVO to the front of the class.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
BVO, shout out to my brother A1, man. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Y'all keep hitting that like button for me. You had a plan for Boots at Showtime. It takes time to find someone that has the same vision for your career. Absolutely, it do. And I think things got difficult because, he was in that situation with Cameron Duncan, and then, see what happened with that. So it just, I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know what's the right place to be, because I don't know, man. It's tough, It's tough, man. Maybe something will work. Like I said, man, I could see things changing possibly at 54. 47, I definitely think we had more than enough examples to show us that these dudes really not gonna change nothing. They're not gonna budge. They stuck on what they stuck on. And I know it's gonna suck because the minute he move up, somebody undeserving gonna probably start being able to fight for titles. Or I don't even want to say undeserving, but him is gonna start fighting for those titles.
Hey, 147 gonna be trash if he leaves that division.
I might start cooking again. I think that Boots, man, he just came at the wrong damn time.
He was like in between generations, right?
Yeah, he's like that middle child, man, where the shit is kind of a little awkward. The rest of them guys that had names, all of them guys in their mid-30s, they've moved on now. So now it's time for the next crop of guys at 147. And man, it seems like the next crop of guys that are at 147, those guys right now, they're campaigning at 140. So you would assume the natural progression for those guys is to go up to 147, but it's just not quite time yet. Like you look at Dev, like he's still like what, 24?
Right.
T.O.'s around the same age. Ryan's around the same age. And then Boots is like 27, about to be 28. So that puts him in an odd spot. It's just weird.
Right.
I got you. One other point that and it wasn't my case, but I just wanted to relay it. The dude that made the case that Boots should move all the way up to 160, he said that by the time all the dudes cooking at 154, let's say a Zoo, a Fundora, eventually, 2 years, 3 years from now, they gonna move up to 160. So you already be ahead of the game. It made sense to me.
Right.
Salute, guys.
What's good with it, Boxing Hacker?
What up,
bro?
What up, channel?
Boots leads 147 till
I sort of feel like Boots should stay at 154. Well, go to 154. I think 160 is a little bit too far, but 154 has good fights for Boots. I don't think people are gonna duck him as much,
Yeah, right.
And then put him in line with Crawford if Crawford stays.
Yeah, 154 got more. I think more fights, more matchups.
Exactly.
And at least that division, like I was saying earlier, was known for mixing it up. So
exactly. Like I can see Boots versus Madrimov being like fire.
Boxing Hacker, what makes you say that 160 is a little bit too far for him though? Because had this had been several decades ago, that would have been the natural progression right there.
That was my point. No in between weight classes.
Yeah, there was no 154. He would have just had to go exactly, CJ. He would have had to just go straight to 160. There would be no pit stop at 154. So
the reason why I say is because Boots, I think besides last fight, seems to make 147 pretty easily. So I think he'll just be like a pretty small 160, pretty small 160. 154 seems like his perfect weight class, And plus he has, like I said, you have the Crawford fight, which, like I said, we don't know if Crawford's gonna retire if he doesn't get the Canelo fight. But if he doesn't retire and decides to go undisputed, they will be potentially head to head, That'll be like the new king versus the old guard, trying to face off against each other.
Yo, I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm gonna speak on it real quick.
Boxing talk. What's good with it, bro?
I think that talk from Eddie Hearn about Bud retiring if he doesn't get the Canelo fight, that's just trying to paint a narrative. He's trying to paint duck talk ahead of time. That's how I feel about it. Because Bud ain't gave no indication, to my knowledge, that he was retiring. I think if he can't get Canelo, he wants to go undisputed at 154 and go out like that. I think that's just painting a narrative. Y'all speak on it.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think Eddie has a point, because Bud sort of alluded to it after he beat Spence. Bud was like, he's not going for these titles. He's going for big fights that will give him the most money and the most spotlight. That's why he pointed out to Canelo. So if he doesn't get the Canelo fight, he's already done undisputed twice. When you really look at it, he's done everything but lose. So does he really, really want to become undisputed for a third time? It begs the question.
Yeah, because that would be not to cut you off, and you can respond right after this. Yes, I believe he does, because otherwise he wouldn't have moved up and challenged for a title immediately. And 3 times undisputed in the 4-belt era is unprecedented. So I do think it's either or. Either I'm going to get cashed out by Canelo, or I'm going to do this and go undisputed at a third weight class. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, Damon, what's good, bro?
It's interesting, but if he wanted 3 times undisputed, he could have just fought Boots, and then if he beats Boots,
what? No, okay. Oh, I'm so tired of that narrative. Fight for a belt that I never lost, that they gave to this motherfucker for free, and now
that's 3 points. 3 times undisputed, though.
No, I'm talking about it. Okay. Let me clarify.
Yeah,
3 times undisputed at 3 weight classes. Okay, because I wouldn't count that. I wouldn't give him no credit for that.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah, I think 3 for 3 is definitely a good move. Look, he pretty much positioned himself to do it, man.
It might put him over Floyd at that point.
Damon,
it would be a good argument. If nothing else,
about the Fundora fight potentially too, man.
That's 2 belts. That's 2 belts. Talk about it.
The whispers about Spence and Virgil Ortiz starting to surface now. So we don't know what the mix-up about to be, but I think 54 is it. I think that's the division to be in.
Yeah.
You add Boots, that's fuego. You know what I'm saying? Immediately, everything is make these fights, bro.
Who's over there where he's at though, Just? That's the question that I have. Who's over there on the Matchroom side of things, or maybe with another promotional company like Queensberry, where they could get something done?
The Boots versus Madrimov is better than Boots versus Brian Norman, in my opinion. Because Brian Norman, I think, is just like the whole, like, what's the word for it? Popularity of it all, you know. I feel like everybody is going to lean towards Boots if that fight gets made. But the Madrimov fight, you know, Madrimov did a really good showing against Crawford. The best we've seen in some years. I feel like it's the best we've seen against Crawford since Gamboa, you know. So like, it'll just be like I think it'll be like a very good fight. And honestly, I don't know, is Boots really that guy? I think if he beats Madrimov like beats everybody else off, I think that's a good argument to say he's that guy, you know.
Hey, I don't want to see him beat nobody off. Pause. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, my bad.
No. I get your point. He would have to.
Wrong wording.
He would have to beat him to get the clout he's looking for. He had to beat him better than Crawford did. A stoppage or more dominant.
I really just want to show the world how great I am, and that you have been doing. And I think one way to do that is to continue doing exactly what he started off doing, scalping heads at 54. You got one of them titles, keep going. The hell with Canelo, whatever with him, keep being great at 54. Go get Fundora, somebody next, snatch up another title, keep it moving, man. Like, think you can mess around and beat 3 for 3 undisputed. You really have showed everybody just how great you are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to see that for him because I believe he's that good. The dude is tough to beat, and I think he'll only look better as he continue to have fights there. It's the same shit with 47, man. So. I know he a bit older, but I think he'll settle in just fine, man. Them fights not supposed to be easy. That's what people don't get, man. When you fighting world-class fighters, and that's what Madrimov was, he ain't supposed to get ran over, especially when he trying to fight back. Like, we overreact. That's why I say boxing, please. More 50-50 fights, please.
Right.
More competitive fights, please. More world-level guys fighting world-level guys so people can stop overreacting when you see a competitive fight. Damn.
We got too many titles for that, though.
Oh my lord!
We have way too many titles for them.
Boxing hacker. I gotta disagree with that, man. It's not about having too many titles, man. I think just laid it out perfectly. We have to take into account that these guys, they've got their own skill sets, they've got their own attributes, and most importantly, they have their own aspirations. It's not one guy versus himself, and that's often how we look at these fights. Like, it's the marquee guy versus himself. Like, it's his fight to lose and not the other guy's fight to win. He's in there with a guy that he could change the fortune of his own life and his family's by beating a guy like Bud Crawford, or one of these other guys beating a guy like Boots, or beating a guy like Shakur. Like Joe Cordina, if he were to beat Shakur Stevenson, his life changes. We forget all about the Kakachi fight after that. Because Shakur Stevenson effectively would be a trophy for him. It's not just who you got the belt. It's not just getting the belt. It's also who you got it from. Because some of the criticism that we see sometimes with certain guys, I don't want to crap on my guy Devin Haney, but you got some people who still feel like, yeah, you were undisputed, but you got the belts over George Kambosos.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just people just trying to discredit fighters, right? You're always gonna have that. I mean, George Kambosos beat Teo, so people just like discrediting fighters. When I say there's too many belts, what I mean is that people can take paths to like avoid other fighters. If there were just like 1 or 2 belts, that means you have one or two champions at that division. And sooner or later, if I want to be a champion, I gotta take that one path to become that champion. Versus like there's 4 belts, and I can say, okay, I'll take it easier. Like, I'll give you an example, and this is not to like slight like EJ, because EJ collected almost all the belts. But one thing he told Crawford, he said, why would I go take your path first when I can take the easier paths? You see, because there's so many belts, you can take easier paths, and somebody can be like, I'm a champion. I don't need to be unified. I don't need to become undisputed. I'm a champion just like you're a champion.
Let me interject right there, though, Boxing Hacker.
Yeah.
When he said that, I think that the context is extremely important. When you look at the other guys who had the belts, they were on the same side of the street as him.
So to speak. Yeah,
So it's a lot easier to make those fights.
Yeah, that's what he meant by easy route.
He took the words out of my mouth.
And again, if you look at the totality of the situation, what happened? What fight was the toughest for him to make? You ain't never seen a fight take that long for Errol Spence to make until he got there. And I'm not blaming anybody, but he was right with his way of thinking. Look, these are in-house fights. I know my people are going to get me these fights because I'm their guy. And look, 1, 2, 3, they no problem. They was giving it to him, man. Yeah. And deservingly so. And then, you know, when he got the Crawford, he probably figured this would be the most difficult to make. And it was.
So you feel like he said that negotiation-wise, right? Because I believe Crawford took it like he said that he was just going for the easier route first. And that's why Crawford was like, you're smart. You know, he was saying like, yeah, you know who's the toughest fighter out of all of them, you know? So like, yes, I mean, but like I said, what I'm just saying is that when you have multiple belts, there just becomes multiple paths for you to be a champion without facing like the top contender. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's also difficult to say too, because stylistically, different fights play out different ways. Like who in 1,000 years, like let's keep it on Bud and EJ, who in 1,000 years would have thought that the Mean Machine fight would have looked more competitive, you know, aesthetically than the fight with Errol Spence, a guy who's unified 3 belts.
True.
So you never know how shit is gonna play out, man. Like,
so I'm not denying that, but here's the thing, though, right? So let's say you have one belt, you have one world championship belt in 147, right? Welterweight division. All those fighters to reach that top will have to have fought each other or fought somebody that beat that person, you know, versus now where you can sort of skip over certain fighters because there's different paths to different titles. You see what I'm saying? It's sort of like you look at it like an Olympic gold medal, right? For you to get to the Olympic gold medal, you have to either beat like one of the people or one of the people that were lost to somebody else. You know, like it's just one path to become a champion. Whoever's on top is just a person on top. But when you have so many titles, then it's like people don't have to like. You know, some people don't care about unifying. You know, some people don't care about becoming undisputed. You know, because there's so many and everybody's considered champion. When they call my name, they're gonna say welterweight champion, just like they're gonna call your name and say welterweight champion. You know. So that's the problem with all the titles, you know.
I agree with you in principle, but it's difficult, bro. It's very difficult to say that one fight is going to be more difficult than the other because of a path or so on and so forth.
So I'm not saying the path. So I'm not saying that like, I'm just saying like, certain fights, certain paths are going to have difficult fighters, but just having one path means that everybody has to fight everybody if everybody goes to become champion or fight somebody that beat that person that you were going to fight.
Yeah, but what happens if that person who would have gave this other person more difficulty got knocked off in the process? Because again, stylistically, these guys just don't. I don't think it's a one size fits all type of situation. Like let's look historically, right? Like at Shane Mosley and Vernon Forrest. Shane Mosley couldn't beat Vernon Forrest for his life. But then Mayorga beats Vernon Forrest, and then Shane Mosley beats fucking Mayorga quite easily.
That's a great point, and you ain't got to go back that far. Somebody already brought up the Kambosos and Haney situation.
What about the Kambosos and Haney situation?
Well, Kambosos beat goddamn, my memory is failing me.
He beat
Loma,
Teo.
right?
Beat Teo.
Teo, my fault. I think the Teo fight would have been much tougher. But he got the belts off of Kambosos. And I think I feel what you're saying, Boxing Hacker. It's almost like with so many belts, it's like making the honor roll versus being valedictorian. It can only be one valedictorian. So
it's like being Highlander. You know, you're like the Highlander. There can be only one.
They looking to make money though. You know, that's unfortunate, but that's what it be.
Yeah, the belts are just there. The multiple belts are there to make money.
If all the sanctioning bodies stay on one accord, man, people identify, look, it's 4 major sanctioning bodies, bro. And those, you know, I don't have because it's so many fighters too. And I think so, even with as many belts as it is, think about how many people just don't get themselves an opportunity to call themselves a champion and they damn near deserve it. Get what I'm saying? So I get it. The 4 belt era, I'm cool with that. I just know it's a lot of other titles that make things confusing, but that's how I make it simple for myself. I try to pay attention to the ones.
We got the 4 belt era. We got franchise titles over here. We got secondary titles over there. We got all sorts of titles going on, man.
Yeah, but a lot of those things are more so distinctions and commemorative belts, though, Boxing Hacker. And yo, Just, what you just said, it reminded me of the conversation that we were having yesterday, right? About Joe Cordina. Right. And for example, there were 1,880 active fighters at 130. So, like, let's say if there's 4 sanctioning bodies, for you to even be one of the top 40 in the world or the top 10 in any of these sanctioning bodies, that's still out of 1,880 active fighters just in that weight class.
Right.
So I think that's still quite the feat. You know, even with all the belts that are floating around, just to be in contention for one of them, when you consider how many active boxers there are.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you, but like the multiple belts just watered down things. You know, it's like just think about when people were amateurs. You know.
Box Hacker, let me help you out, not to interrupt you. Just simplify and say you want to follow the UFC train of thought when it comes to championships.
Exactly.
That's the easiest way for your analogy, bro. I'm just trying to help you.
I like A1. I like that. And guess what? In the UFC, it's hard for people to just stay champions. Like you'll see one guy who's a great champion today get knocked out tomorrow because they all have to face each other, you know?
Yep. And what's good, CJ and Just? My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I figured to simplify it, bro. I'm hearing the analogy. I'm like, dude, just use the UFC as the analogy, and you'll get straight to the point.
A1, even that's tough though.
Definitely.
To be fair, they do got interim belts. Not to cut you off, Jeff. Too. I'm gonna land right here, and I got to get off quick. They do got interim belts even in the UFC, but yeah, that is that's a good analogy. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I don't think so though, and here's why. Because I understand where you're going with it, but the UFC, that's just one league in MMA. It's not the whole in total of MMA. Because the best fighters at UFC, they don't fight the best fighters from the PFL. They don't fight the best fighters from Bellator or Ryzen or you know, you got all these other ones out there in Victor and all these other ones in Japan, Shogun and all this.
Right. That's like saying WWE versus WCW, right? Like those are two different organizations at that point.
But that's what I'm saying. Even within MMA, but UFC may be the premier brand, but it's not the whole of MMA as a sport.
Right. But it could be. So like what I'm saying is, I wish that, and like this is just like idealistically speaking, like I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen. But if the reason why we have so many belts and so many sanction bodies is because of money. Like the promotional companies want their person to be a champion, and they want to keep them champion as long as they can, you know. And then the sanction bodies want to have people pay sanction fees, so they have all these belts. But honestly speaking, if we had just one belt per division, like you'll see fighters that wouldn't have necessarily fight each other because everybody would want to be the top person. Versus now, where it's like there's so many belts that you can take like different paths and be like, okay, I'm gonna just sit here. Like Brian Norman and Boots. Brian Norman's the champion, Boots is the champion.
One belt would incentivize, I guess, people to really fight each other because it's only one way to get the belt through that one guy.
Exactly.
I get that.
It's like amateurs, right? When you go to the Golden Gloves, it's not like a Golden Gloves East champion, Golden Gloves West champion, or nothing. There's only one champion per that division, you know.
Pride fighting and UFC used to collide back in the day, and Bellator collided with Glory Kickboxing. Shout out to my guy R. Stokes. Shout out to my guy, man. But look, like I said, for me, I don't have a problem with those titles because I know some of them dudes work hard as hell and they never even get an opportunity. So I don't, the belts give people something else to fight for. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know what I mean? So, but and when it comes to boots, it kind of make you rethink belts sometimes. Like, damn it, you need the fights more so than the belts, man. You need these fights and the belt. If the belt ain't gonna be able to give you, put you in position to get the fights, then it's a headache. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a headache than anything. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to say you're a champion, but it's gonna suck to say you're only able to defend it against subpar guys, not other champions. You think a belt is supposed to give you an opportunity to get in there with other champions, and Boots is learning that that's not the case.
That's true. And
Hold on, just another point when you coming up with that point of it. Boots could utilize that belt to move up to 154 to fight another champion. Like he literally could be like, I'm not gonna defend it. I'm gonna go up, get it at one. Huh?
He got to become a super champion. Not to cut you off, champ, but he needs 3 defenses. As I understand it, he needs 3 defenses, and he only got 1. He become a super champion, and then he would become the automatic Mando for the WBO or IBF.
Damn, CJ, why you rain on my parade, man?
I got the game fucked up. No. That's why they was trying to tell him to take the WBO, the Norman fight, because if he get that one, then 3 defenses would make him the Mando at 154. So let me correct myself. But it ain't automatic. It ain't automatic.
You know what? Without it though, I think Boots. I don't think he need that though. Like I said, it's a headache than anything for him. I think he could just jump right up there. Being that he the talent that he is, it's only one place to go, and that's toward the top. You know what I'm saying? I know it's cool to be able to beat somebody, man. The hell with that, man. Go up there and start beating ass, bro.
Just that make it worse. Just that make it worse than what CJ just said, though. That make it way worse. That if that was the case of him being able to leverage it to that point, he should have absolutely push Eddie Hearn to be like, hey, make this normal fight. He ain't got to get an extra 500K. Offer him 250 or 300. I bet they take it. Like an extra 250, 300. They would have took it. He would have won in there. Let's just say he would have won. Bro, that would have gave him a whole different leveraging standpoint to be able to have the option to kind of do whatever he wants. And he could have used that to literally go up to 54. Let's say he snatch a belt at 54 and decide he want to keep his belts at 47. And because he's young enough to kind of, bounce back and forth if he so choose. But like he should have definitely pushed to get that Norman fight much more, bro. Especially if he'd have had that leverage for it. Like that's crazy.
Maybe not the money, because I don't think Eddie Hearn saw the money value in Norman. I would say he was pushed for the other thing where it's like either a venue or just say, hey, you know what? Since you guys feel like you're not going to get a fair shake in Philly, let's negotiate like how the refs and judges,
Well, they had to do Philly because that's where the money was going to come in, because that's where he'd have been able to sell another 14,000, if not more. So that's where the money would have been an important part.
Norman Senior's argument was this, right? He said that it was either you pay them X amount to fight in Philly, or he'll take the 1.7 for Vegas, because he said Philly, they're not going to get a fair shake. Like the only way they're going to beat Boots in Philly is to knock him out.
That sound like
I would have been like, did what Bill Haney did when they went to Australia and just be like, negotiate the refs and judges. Basically be like what refs and judges do not want to be there.
I think they ran out of time before they could get to some of them things, and obviously the biggest holdup was the money. So I think that's at the core of everything. If they'd have got that money, they'd have been in Philly. I don't think. I know a lot of people say if they'd have gave them the $2 million, they'd have just asked for more. I don't think that's the case.
And just the thing I think too, man, is like we not in there taking punches on their behalf. We not in the training camp. We not making the sacrifices they make, so we can't realistically speak on their behalf of what they should have did. But it's like, bruh, like, come on, man. Y'all had the opportunity of a lifetime, and you worried about getting robbed, but you got the utmost confidence that your son would be able to have a different outcome from what everybody was talking about, what happened in sparring. Which sparring, we don't know that. But if you get stopped in sparring, that's going to stick with you, bro. You're not going to forget that. That's like if I'm playing one-on-one with Ant or CJ every single day, you know what I'm saying, previous years, and then we go away from each other for about a few years and we come back to playing. If I was dusting them that whole time, bro, they gonna still be in the back of their mind like, all right, I think he gonna do this move. I'm gonna try to get there. I'm gonna try and beat him to that spot so he don't. And I do something different. Then they like, oh shit, like I don't know what to do. And I felt like that's kind of the situation, bro. Like if they was that confident, if it was like, I guess I can't say if it was me, but if they was that confident and understanding that it was gonna go in there and give Boots everything he could handle, and having a great confidence that they could potentially win that fight. It's like you kind of you look at the upside of you beat Boots, bro. You on cloud 10. Fuck cloud 9. You on cloud 10, and you got the doors is open unto a multitude of options for him. You know what I mean? Like they would have been able to kind of do a lot of different things because Boots is the man at 147, no doubt about it. And if he would have knocked him off, bro, that would have put Norman in a whole different stratosphere. Like he would have been able to go on that same type of publicity run that Bud did after he dusted up EJ. It would have been the same thing. He would have literally been on every kind of talking show. His brand would have got skyrocketed through the roof. Stanley Otis would have been coming out of nowhere calling for him. What's my other guy named Barrios would have been calling for him. Like a whole bunch of doors would have opened for him. But instead, you fighting on an undercard of a prospect. Like that's
contender.
That's a real talk, though.
God damn it, A1. That young man is a contender now.
My fault.
Haven't you seen the rankings?
It's just weird. Oh, is he? Is he? They moved him up.
Yeah, he's a contender.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a contender.
Okay, my fault. Let me correct my last little part. He fighting on the undercard. Yeah, he fighting on the undercard of a contender.
Hold on, man. Yeah.
It's like, bro.
You know what I'm saying? DB3 making their debut. You know what I'm saying? November 8th. Look at them Davis brothers, man. Look at them Davis boys. Man. You know what I mean? Look at them Davis boys, man. Shout out to them, man. I think they opening up a gym. Keyshawn had a kid. Congrats to him. I think he got some couple properties, man. DB3 could be a good thing in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Could be a big thing in boxing. I like to shout out to them boys, man. The youngster is going to be making his pro debut too. And that's
it's just like
asking him when I ran into him.
His two brothers are on the card too. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they
all. Oh yeah,
they all.
That's Triple K.
And that's hometown.
And the fourth brother is Brian.
Don't say that.
Brian Norman's the fourth brother.
No, that's why I said you got to say Triple K. You can't say KKK. You got to say Triple K.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
K3. There we go. We go K3. We give him K3 as the nickname, bro.
As long as they stay away from that Dula Mason, they would be just fine. Dula Mason got up again too. Matter of fact, he on that card. He on that card.
Oh, that's gonna be some fireworks, man.
But he in his developmental stage. Obviously, he passed all the all the eye tests. But I just can't wait to see him finally step it up. I know it's early, but I can't wait for it because the guy putting him in there with Johan, he gonna smoke him, man. I think that dude listed at 130 super featherweight or something like that. He gonna get smoked. He ain't gonna be able to do nothing with him. No small guys gonna be able to do nothing with that. He gonna punch on him. He really is. I can't wait till he step it up and really start being able to be in position and start really making some noise.
Yeah, I can't wait until he smokes Kid Austin. That's what I want.
I want to be Kid Austin.
That's what I wait for.
Like, so bad, bro. Man, I wait
for that. That's why I wait for.
H2O is a bad man. I don't give a damn about that knockout loss. You know how bad I want to see him again ASAP. I can't wait to see him get back in the ring, bro. And he was trying to rematch the guy, Lucas Body. I knew he wasn't gonna give him that rematch because I don't like to call it luck. You waited it out and you just threw a perfect shot, perfect kill shot. You know what I mean? But other than that, the ass whooping that was commencing in that ring was something special. That boy, I didn't know. Like I seen highlights and I didn't see it. I didn't see much of Ashton Seal, but highlights and stuff. Seeing him like that from start to finish, he was whooping Buddy ass, man. Fast hands, combinations, good reflexes. He was having fun in there. Just got a little too lax, a little too comfortable when he paid for it. And that's something anybody could, that could happen to anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's one of those fights where it's like, all right, that shit happened. Just get better, learn from it. But man, he is talented. That dude is talented, yo. I wish he would have got his rematch or even Kid Austin fighting Lucas Body, but I think they about to milk it. About to milk that win, man. I don't think they want to put him in a position to lose right now. Tim Layton, guy, body card. Man, he did my guy Ashton Seal bad. I tried to get him on here, man. Tim Layton was good with it, bro. Keyshawn, he got more fights than Keyshawn, but you said what people overlook, if you see how they being matched up, it's totally different.
Hey, well, do you see?
I know Mason looked like that brand new Lambo or Ferrari, something right up off the showroom floor. I get it. And he gonna continue to look like that, but Keyshawn being matched up much different.
Hey, well, do
you see? Make the comparisons with them, just with the power thing. Well, he would have knocked this guy out. Keyshawn fought. Who gives a damn? Keyshawn was phenomenal in that fight, and he's not fighting a guy like that. Pay attention. Like I ain't saying he can't fight him, but
They moving them a certain way, and I ain't saying it's a bad thing, but they taking their time, man. All fighters look like that at first, bro. I'm telling you, I've seen enough boxing to know. Everybody looked like that at first. Like people ain't even got to see dude in the 7th, 8th round of a fight, and they already talking about he'd beat multi-division champions. That's how crazy people go. I'm like, man, y'all just really missing it. Y'all ain't learned. Y'all ain't seen enough boxing to know yet. And I ain't saying nothing. I think he's gonna be a bad man, but the way people rush it, if they were to do that, what do you think? He wouldn't be able to reach his potential. That'd stun his growth. It's a reason he didn't put him in there with no multi-division world champion. I've seen somebody type on Twitter, the court need to get a young Abdullah Mason a shot. I said, man, he's supposed to fight a prospect, bro. The contender space. He supposed to reach back and fight a prospect. Like, damn. Yeah, y'all want to see him lose that bad?
How about Kid Austin calling him out?
That'd be a great fight.
I'd like to see that too. I'd like to see that too. You look at Keyshawn's resume right now. He hasn't fought a guy with a losing record.
Talk to him. They always talk about top ranking and matchmaking.
Abdullah has, and I mean no disrespect to Abdullah, but Abdullah doesn't have the amateur background that Keyshawn has. Keyshawn is a silver medalist, so of course he's gonna get moved differently. And he's been fighting 10 rounders now for over a year. Despite only having 12 fights or something like that. So he's on the accelerated path right now.
Yeah, they putting him in there with different people. Like, it's no knock on Abdullah. They developing him, and that's how you do it. But some of the guys they fighting ranked 200 something, 300 something. Like I said, this dude about to fight, I don't even think is a lightweight. I gotta do more homework, but I think he was listed as super feather. And that's no knock. They keeping him active. It's good. I want to see more of him. That kid is special. I think he got it. But people hate the rush conversations. Like, damn, Kid Austin, when you say something like that, I get it. Because think about it. Him and Ashton Sills was about to run it. And then they said Kid Austin had an injury or something like that. That's where Lucas' body came in at. So I'm just like, damn. Out of all the times they get injured Kid Austin, I wanted to see that fight bad, man. I just truly don't know how it would have played out.
Let's be clear.
You feel like Kid Austin is the goods?
Say it again.
Do you feel like Kid Austin is the goods?
I think anybody that works that hard is going to be okay. He's talented. He got skills. Of course, he do some things that higher level guys would be able to take advantage of. But right now, so far so good. And I'm probably going to see him lose for a while.
Let's be clear. I want to address this question to the entire panel. In terms of where you see Kid Austin, you think a better matchup would be Kid Austin and Abdullah Mason, or Kid Austin and oh boy, goddamn, y'all was just talking about him and
Keyshawn.
So Keyshawn.
Keyshawn. My fault.
I think both of them will wash Kid Austin. I'm not too high on Kid Austin, really. You know, I think I'm not saying he's bad. You know, I just feel like Keyshawn and Abdullah got it, and they're sort of just capping along with it, you know.
Shout out to Kirk Douglas. He said, just like everyone rushed Core, now we see he not who he say he is.
Who is it? What is he not? Is he not a 3-division champion already?
I mean, Shakur is nice.
Tough,
I don't know
man. Y'all tough crowd, bro.
Right. I don't know what we.
I don't know what people be seeing. Shakur is super nice.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in 22 fights.
Hey, don't mistake tough with ignorant or complacent or just don't know shit about boxing.
Just think about it, right? I mean, is he the guy that they constantly keep comparing him to? That it seems like people supposed to, think he's supposed to be. Is he Tank? Nah.
I think anybody who gets lined up with Tank, you just naturally hate them.
He's at a high level, man. I don't know, man. Could you name 2 other fighters with his accomplishments right now at his age? It's tough. Like, you got really, when you start putting that stuff in perspective. And again, I think if he was, would it make it better if he was a knockout artist and he was being avoided like this? Would people pay attention to it more, or do they ignore it because they feel like he ain't scary? So there's no way that people don't want to fight him. Some people rather go in there and get slept than get embarrassed. Like, he has a great point when he say that. Like, I don't think he's just talking. Some people would rather think about it. You know what I'm saying? What would you rather? You get caught with a shot, or somebody beat your ass for 12 rounds? Or just outbox you and embarrass you and just prove that you're not on a level. That shit, I think it affects the psyche a bit different as opposed to somebody maybe getting caught with a shot. And that's just knockouts in general. I'm not saying Tank, but anybody. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think it take a great deal of skill to do what he do at the level he do. I just don't think people got an appreciation for it, maybe because it ain't quote unquote entertaining. It's become popular thing to say he's not entertaining. I think that's horseshit. Like I'm not rocking with that ever. And again, it's like because he said something about a knockout in his last fight, all of a sudden we expect him to get knockouts. And it almost sounds like people expect him to be a knockout artist when they want him to be, right? You don't hear nobody tell Tank to go in there and don't lose no rounds. Outbox the guy, win damn near every round, then get the knockout. Nobody asks him to do that. You come to people totally fine with what he brings to the table. With Shakur, not so much. It's like they rather pick at straws and he runs. Still to this day, they've been saying that for about some years now. I still been trying to find a fight. So I don't know, man.
You gotta ask him right. You gotta ask him right out the gate. Are they a fan of a boxer or a fan of boxing? Once they answer that question, that tell you if you should even waste your time having a conversation with them.
Yeah, nah, Kurt, you good, bro. But I just try to make sense of it because when you say he's not who he say he is, like what are we basing that off? Who he say he is? He say he a bad muck, right? And all the time, and it's like, has anybody proven that he's not? You don't have to be a knockout artist to be a bad, you know what I mean, MF, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you can outthink these guys from round to round to round. Like I think it's extreme difficulty that comes with that, especially when your fights
do you know something?
With a decision. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with your opinion, bro. You ain't hear me tell you wrong or nothing, but again, I just be wanting to know what people base it off. Is it more emotional kind of opinion, or is it because again, what is hype? Are we calling a 3-division champion hype at this point? You say you don't see what the hype is about. I don't understand the hype. It's tough. And Boots is a KO guy, and they call him hype as well. Shakur ain't fought a guy with a losing record, and he still question his height. I don't know. That's tough. Name a fighter that you got definitively beating him in his weight class. It's tough, man. I don't know. So ain't nothing wrong with your opinion. You know, I don't disagree with anybody. I just wanted to know what you was basing it on when you say that, because I was right. He's not who he say he is. I don't know, man. That's tough.
But you know what's funny? Historically speaking, this whole notion of being runners or track stars or whatever, it's only really been applied to like black fighters, you know, and not to just use a race card. Because when you look back in like boxing history, let's look at like somebody like Willie Pep, right? Who's known for winning a round, whose popularity came because he won a round without throwing a single punch. Mm-hmm. And people worship this fighter, you know, but fast forward to today's fighters, you see like Guillermo Rigondeaux or Floyd Mayweather or Shakur Stevenson, or even at one point Devin Haney, you know, they'll be like, oh, because they move, they box and move, they're runners, you know, and to me it's just been a way to like disgrace like certain fighters, you know. Shakur doesn't run though, you know, like he positions himself. This whole thing's about distance and positioning, you know, but people will just call it winning. Yeah, go ahead.
Boxing, you can't bring up Floyd because you're gonna have some Floyd fans that's gonna say, well, Pretty Boy was knocking shit out. So even what all that tells me is that at one point in time, Pretty Boy got knockouts at some point. Dev got some knockouts on his record. Shakur got knockouts on his record. So all these people that they call runners, they got knockouts. And they gonna move the goalposts and say, well, who was the people that was knocking out? It's like, bro, did he have knockouts or not? Like that's all that matters. He capable of doing it. Amir Khan had knockouts, and we know Amir Khan couldn't crack a 1-year-old's jaw. Like if they didn't call him a runner, they just said he was fast. It's like, bro, that goalpost is forever on wheels. It's on wheels. It ain't gonna never be planted into the ground. It's forever on wheels, man.
I think Amir Khan's a little bit different though, because with him, his speed was more so his hands than it was his feet. And Amir Khan was letting his hands go like crazy. And also, I don't think it's just a black fighter thing, because look at what happened with Karen. After Boots.
That's a really good point.
Have I ever heard of a boring, unpopular hype fighter? I'm really trying to wrap my head around it. You boring. You're not entertaining. Don't nobody watch you, but yet some kind of way you're hyped. Those
you can say Bernard Hopkins justice, so he used to headbutt the hell out of people.
You can't have it. Like I don't think it's been a world where all of those things, you know, coexist with one another. Like name me a fighter.
You know what? It happens when that fighter.
don't get knockouts, pillow fisted. All they do is run. Nobody watches them. They don't sell tickets, but some type of way they still looked at as hype, and they're by far one of the most accomplished fighters in their division. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know I don't know what we judge things off. I don't know what we feel like is. I don't know, because you look at the body of work. I think it speaks for itself. I don't know, and I say that for a lot of fighters, not just him. So I don't know, man. I don't think it's hype. I just think it's real. Like, the biggest compliments come from people that's in the sport within them. The biggest criticism, the most negative things are coming from people that just don't box. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know if to say everybody that's within boxing is lying right now at this point. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just interesting. Curious.
I think there needs to be a separation, man, between him and the fights as a whole. You know, like, it's the other guy's responsibility to hold up to their end of the bargain. Like, most notably, Edward De Los Santos, right? Like, that fight in particular.
Right.
It's on this guy to bring the fight. It's not enough to just stand in the middle of the ring and posture and act like you want the guy to fight you, when clearly the guy, he wants to fight on his terms.
Right.
With that being the case, and you got to press him and make the fight. You can't just stand there and posture like you want to fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's remarkable in itself when you go back and you look at the punch stats for that fight. And this guy, who I think in his fight with Joseph Adorno, he landed over 50% of his power punches. So for Shakur to hold this guy, who's typically pretty dynamic offensively, to a 13% connect rate and make history in doing so in the lowest amount of punches landed in a championship fight, that in itself is pretty fucking remarkable. Pardon my language, but when you really think about that, in the CompuBox era, since they've been tracking it, that's the lowest amount of punches landed in a championship fight, regardless of how you feel about his method. You think he should have stayed in the pocket a little bit more, utilized more head movement, whatever the case. That in itself is remarkable, especially for a guy that was coming off of the two performances that he was coming off of, with Adorno, where he was whooping this guy from pillar to post, and then with him also being in a firefight with Rayo in the fight prior to that, and that's an all-action fight. So for a guy to be able to manipulate another fighter and take them completely out of their game plan, what they want to do, and do it with his feet, and do it with feints, and do it with range and distance, like, that is remarkable in itself, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's definitely
That's
amazing.
not right. It's on court and make that fight. Y'all say he the guy, right? Yeah, but no matter how much you say one guy is the guy, it takes two. To say only one guy is supposed to make the fight is like crazy. That's just you totally disregarding the responsibility of the other fighter. Who it doesn't matter who the guy is. When you step into the ring, you got two men in there, and y'all both supposed to try to win and make the fight. And if you some guy that on record, like, we hold on to what everything Shakur say, specifically him, he can't say shit, right? Everything he say, if he don't do it, see, he capping it. And then Santos said that man was pillow fisted, right? And he's coming off a big knockout. He goes right up in there and proceeds to fight the most cautious fight you've ever seen him fight. But instead of people highlighting that, it's like Ant pointed, the fewest punches landed, but the only thing they was worried about was, Shakur, how bad it looked. That wasn't the headline. It was like, how many punches did he land or throw? It was something else. So I know we missing it when it's him. I just know it. It don't look like what your favorite fighter do, so you miss it.
Yeah, you know what? Well, we should know what time it is when we saw the Pacquiao versus Floyd fight and the response that people gave after that fight. When Floyd beat Pacquiao, everybody was like, "That was the worst fight I ever seen in my life." Floyd was so boring, even though Floyd landed way more than Pacquiao. Floyd had the highest connect percentage.
You'll never hear me tell you wrong, Kurt. Like, you ain't wrong. It's just a conversation. Ain't no, you know what I mean? You're not wrong. I just be, sometimes I ask questions because I really be wanting to understand. You know what I mean? Where's somebody coming from? Especially somebody like me. You would never hear me saying, "Yo, you wrong, man. You wrong about him." But sometimes I ask a little bit just to see where you coming from with it. But again, I can't see. I don't see hype. And again, I think, I don't know. I know this ain't the amateur game, but it's obvious that what he's done so far is just not enough. It's not impressive. So I think if people really, and that's where my journey with him started, was before, you know, what people are seeing now. Like, this dude was known for literally winning like every tournament that you could win.
Yeah.
I mean, talking about traveling where you don't have no clue who you're gonna fight. Like, the shit that he did, the work that he put in, it one day needs to be highlighted. Maybe people will have it, because you know they always highlight Lomachenko in his run, right? But this dude was a top amateur. You just got to hear from the fighters, and I think I appreciate their honesty when they say that. They're like, that dude used to win everything, everything, and talking about dominating from the time he turned about 15, 16. That should start getting different, man. Dude was winning every single
at the international level. At that,
turns into a pro, and you see him winning everything. And again, might not be the most entertaining, jumping out your seat type of style, but show me when he got in there and just didn't handle the business. He always does, bro. He always do. You see so many people saying no, making excuses, high risk, low reward. Dude, champion, they still trying to pull his bullshit, even though dudes is looking to make good money if they fight him and still don't want to do it. So I don't know, man. I'll tell you this, though. This is something I will vouch for. He take a L. I think when it's all said and done, if they mix it up with enough of each other, they all susceptible to losses. But I take this to the bank. He take a L. It's not gonna be no bullshit fighter. It's gonna be somebody that's special. That's what I believe. Is anything less than special, you getting beat. That's what I believe. You know what I'm saying? But
I agree.
I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I come here. I told you, I come here and cry with y'all a little bit. I come here and cry.
Hey, dude.
Their gloves. Shout out to
I got a question,
man. Always a good build, bro. You ain't wrong about nothing you said. I just want you to know that. I
dude,
want to hear all opinions, bro.
I got a question for you and Ant. Hey, what was the narrative, or what was the word on the street when he fucked up Shishino?
They skipped over it and they said he was supposed to do that.
He said that Shishino was a Uber driver, some crap like that.
It was like, oh, he was supposed to do that. I was like, based on what? Based on what? He's an undefeated fighter. He ain't been knocked out, so why was he supposed to do it? He's not a knockout artist. So even when he do it, there's still something. I think the last time I heard people give him credit, nah, I'm lying.
There you go. That's why the whole reason.
Fight without no criticism.
That's the whole point of why I wanted to. Hey, did you see this setup?
He only beat Jamel Herring because he was sparring with him. That's why he was fighting his bro.
Hey, hold on, Judge. Did you see the setup for him for me to get Do Mine rolling, for him to go down there? When the last time I heard him get crit? That was the whole point why it was a setup, bro. I wanted to know whether or not there's one fight you can name that the people, whomever you want to categorize him as, when have they ever given this man any sort of credit for any work he's done?
I can't recall, man. Only Shakur fans. That's it.
Who's the most hated? Shakur,
the fights where he was running, holding, and spoiling. You please show me the fights. I've seen them all. I just want to know. Refresh my memory. Watch how quick this is to prove to be a narrative. Watch what he said. Go ahead. Come with it. Please tell me the fights that he ran in. I hate that. We got to do better, man. We just be saying anything. I don't know, man. I just don't think you can get to where he at if you ain't special. I don't know what y'all definition of special is, but if you don't think what he's doing right now with 22 fights is special, and you got all these quote unquote monsters pussyfooting when it's time to fight them, is crazy. Like I don't know, man. I think the amateur record, then the transition to a pro and be at the top of your game in 3 divisions. I say that's pretty special. And like I said, you name me 2-3 fighters that did the same thing. Right now, 27. Keep that in mind. 22 fights in. Big Dog Willie, my guy, back in the super chat, said Bill Haney said on Twitter that he turned down the MLB, NFL, NBA, you stupid, NHL, and 1988 Olympic as a 100-meter sprinter to work on prison reform and the drug war. Yeah, I don't know where you be getting this stuff from, bro. You I swear you could put a newspaper, like a whole tabloid together.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these, but now it's time for you to get your just
Valdez, yeah, with Valdez, they said he was too small. They said Shakur is really a welterweight or some bullshit like that. So he was supposed to beat up Valdez. I swear, I'm not lying. Name the fights. I'm gonna tell you, and it's every single time. It's every single time.
Yeah.
Tank has that in common too. That's something that they kind of share. Damn near every time he fights somebody, damn near every time somebody says something. Almost every single time.
I feel like he got full credit with Frank Martin though.
The Frank Martin fight, I think got full no matter who he beat up, it's not that guy. He ain't this one. It's like, but he ain't ducking shit. You know what I'm saying? He'd have a better resume if dudes was getting in the ring. Think about that. So I don't know, man. It's tough, man. Y'all a tough crowd.
And like I always say, you got to look at what these guys look like against each other.
Yeah.
You got to look at what these guys look like against each other.
No, that's got to be the question
right there.
I mean, man, fast forward Shakur versus Tank. I can't wait to see that.
No, I'm not even just talking about Shakur versus Tank, and I'm talking about their respective opponents.
Yeah.
Like Hector Luis Garcia, you'd be like, oh, well, Tank dragged this little dude up to 135, but Hector was looking pretty damn good at 130.
Yeah.
Like he was looking same thing with Valdez. A couple years ago, remember, what's his name was the damn boogeyman. Burchelt was knocking everything out that wasn't nailed to the damn floor.
Right.
Valdez slept him.
He was. He said with Valdez, the PD guy beforehand. Yeah, he surely was.
That was the T. That was the T, goddammit.
Yeah, I think it's the talk for people. I think it's they don't, you know, they feel like the way he talk, he gotta be a KO artist to be a killer. I think it's other ways to do it. You know what I'm saying? And I think he at the top of his game, man. I think he could get a bit better, to be honest. So it's just time to tell, but it's gonna take a special fighter to beat him. I don't think no regular guys getting in there doing no shit like that with him. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to be able to fight.
So who's gonna be the last one standing at 135? There can be only one.
Him or Tank?
Pick one.
It ain't even no discussion for me. It's him or Tank.
Which one though?
And
gun to your head, you had to choose one guy.
Yeah, man. If I really don't, I don't know, yo. I don't know. I think when if and when that time come, I'm gonna just say when, not if. I'm gonna say when that time come, I'm gonna really be as thorough with my assessment as I possibly could be. Because it's probably not. It's not. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, it ain't gonna be what people expect. I know what people expect, but it ain't gonna be what you expect. I'm a real one over here. It ain't gonna be what you expect. It's some of it might leave people still wondering who I'm picking. You know what I'm saying? By the time I'm done, but that's how I'm gonna get. That's how I'm gonna wait for that one.
Ant-Man, who's your pick, Ant-Man?
I'm gonna wait for that. I know they hometown guy. Nah. I'm gonna have to, you know. Going to
as of right now, I lean towards Tank. A couple of years ago, I thought it was all Shakur. I thought it was all Shakur a couple of years ago, but then going back and looking at not even the Frank Martin thing. It's just going back and looking at all of their fights, and I was looking at the things that Shakur was exceptional in, because that's the one thing with Shakur is like the areas where he shines. He really shines. And I just feel like all the way around, I think that Tank is more complete. I just think he's just more complete.
That's fair.
And I don't know if it's because of matchmaking or what have you, but just some of the guys that he's faced, he's had to do different things. Like, for example, in the Pedraza fight, I love that little stretch around the 52-second mark when he was fighting on the inside. It was like some damn near like some James Toney shit. I'm not saying that Shakur can't do it, but I don't feel like he's been in there with guys that have been able to put him in those type of positions to where he's had to showcase those things. And then also we've seen Tank fighting backwards. We've seen him fighting going forwards. We've seen him be a little bit more defensive, like in the pit bull fight. I just feel like with Shakur, he hasn't had guys that have pushed him to the point to where he had to showcase different things. And then also, I just think the dimensions. With Tank, you look at the different fights, like he's been in there with a guy that was smaller than him, like Pitbull. Then he's been in there with a guy like Barrios, who's got the length. I just think just the various looks that he's got, it made him showcase different aspects of his game. So I'm not going to say that Shakur can't do certain things. I just think that with the matchmaking, more often than not, he's either the same height as somebody, or there might be like a slight little difference, a slight disparity in terms of the dimension going either way. Nothing really too drastic. So yeah, it's like that's what makes me lean towards saying that Tank is just a tad bit more complete, because it's like when you really, really go back and look at all his fights, just the guys presenting different things. But Shakur is just so damn good that it's difficult to really say. I feel the same way about Dmitry Bivol. It's like it's very difficult to say what else he has in his toolbox, because his main point of emphasis, he's so fucking strong at that it's hard for guys to breach that. You know what I mean? Like Bivol with the jab and with the distance, and he's just so damn sound from range, from the outside. And I feel the same way about Shakur. But I have noticed that there were certain things, and this is what I do like about Shakur, because this is something I had peeped a little minute ago. When he shoots his left hand, he drops his right hand. He drops his lead hand when he shoots his left. But now you've seen the clip with Bud. He's working on that. But I feel like you had other guys that weren't able to take advantage of it. Artem caught him with a nice little shot on the inside in the 9th round. It was around like the 40-something mark, and Shakur had that lead hand down. Artem came over the top with the left.
Get out of his mouth.
Right? So, no. I wouldn't say that. And here's the thing, GQ. Being complete is not just always simply, yo, stop. What are you doing, Mozzie? It's not just always just about the results. It's about having various approaches. So if one thing isn't working, I can pivot to this. If one thing isn't working, I can pivot to this for whatever reason, whether it be a particular attribute, a particular punch that a guy is able to land, this, that, and the third. I've seen this guy operate from range using lead hand control. If you go back and watch that Barrios fight, Barrios didn't really land a solid punch until maybe about the 3rd or 4th round. And there was a lot of lead hand control going out there. Him pawing at the lead hand with his lead hand. He did the same shit with Ryan Garcia. That's how he was able to time him and catch him with that left that put him down in the second. It's just having multiple ways to go about things. With Shakur, one thing we always say about him is his distance and his management of range. But if you really, really go look at Tank fights, it's just like a myriad of ways. He knocked what's his name out coming forward. What's my guy's name?
Rolly Romero.
Nah, he was going backwards when he knocked Rolly Romero out. He was on
you
the
said
back
coming
foot.
forward.
Yeah, coming forward.
You talking about Frank Martin?
Nah, it's not always the same type of styles, though, GQ. It's not. It's not the same type of styles. It's not the same type of styles, man. It's really not.
Well, they wild, man.
You know, it's funny. I lean towards Shakur. You know, I slightly lean towards Shakur. Like I know Tank is, and not to say Tank's a dangerous fighter, dangerous knockout artist. That he always has the equalizer. But the reason is, I feel like Shakur's distance and timing is sort of underrated, and Shakur is taller than Tank. So, like, in my opinion, for sure, Shakur to win this fight, he has to make it even more boring than the De Los Santos fight. You know, he has to, like, what people perceive as boring. You know, keep taking a distance and keep it a boxing match. So not like the Artem fight where you try to fight in the pocket, but in De Los Santos where you try to keep Del Santos at the end of his jab and keep it at a distance. I think if you can do that, I feel like that might be a good path to victory for Shakur. Because Shakur has, you know, we see Tank, he's knocked out a lot of fighters. You know, he's knocked out some tremendous fighters, but none of them have had the defense like Shakur, nor have they had like the timing. So I think Shakur has like a really good chance. You know,
but here's where it gets tricky, boxing hacker. For me, it's not just a matter of the defense. Like the great Bernard Hopkins says, it's one of my favorite quotes. Everybody is vulnerable when they punch it. And like I said, that would be the key, is to catch him while he's punching. If you can bait a left hand out of him, especially, and that's the thing, it's going to be imperative for him to continue working on keeping that lead hand up and just building that habit of doing so. If you watch that clip where he's working with Bud and just go rewatch it, every time Bud asked him for a left hand, Bud was pushing underneath his elbow, trying to remind him to keep that lead hand up. So like Tank is one of them guys. Go ahead, Just.
Nah, I was about to say, it seemed like they was working on cutting the ring too.
That too. Yeah, they was working on cutting the ring off. They were working on not allowing yourself to be clinched when you don't want to. When he was saying, yo, if the guy tries to clinch you when he falls in, shoot the uppercut, then put this punch behind it, put the left behind it. So they're working on a myriad of things. But the main thing is this. We know that Shakur's defense is phenomenal. It's fantastic. I mean, the guy is at the top of the plus minus. He's the least hit fighter in the sport according to CompuBox. So that's not the issue. The thing is with a guy like Tank, who is good at timing things, can bait a left hand out of you, then boom. That's what it's about. It's not about attacking you when you're ready to defend. It's catching when you're not ready to defend. Like I love that clip of Tank working with Coach Kenny, where Coach Kenny was throwing the left hand and he had Tank coming underneath and having him counter to the body with the left hand. And then you rewatch the fight with Frank. He actually utilized that shit in the fourth. The 15 second mark of the fourth round. He did that exactly, and that changed the complexion of the fight. Because after that, Frank, his legs slowed down tremendously. So I agree with you 1000%. Shakur's defense is phenomenal, but that's the thing. Again, if you can bait a left hand out of him, and he has that habit of dropping his right hand, you know, that could be all she wrote, because his right hand is what? His right hand, with it being a close stance matchup, it lines up with Tank's left hand. So that's the shot that you don't want to give that guy.
Yeah,
if he can set his feet, get you to throw a shot, then boom, time that, throw that. One thing that I think I would like to see Shakur do, and this is one of my favorite things that he has in his offense, is when he's coming forward and a guy is on that in that high guard. I love when he does the frame up top and the stab to the body. If Tank is coming forward in that high guard, I think that's something that Shakur should look to utilize. Don't just try to move around and move around and move around. Like, nah, that shit ain't gonna work. Yo, when he's coming forward, he's stepping to you. Frame him up.
Rude know about that high guard.
You know what I'm saying?
Rude know about that high guard.
That high guard worked really well against Frank. I'm not gonna lie. That was an interesting strategy right there. No, I see what you're saying, right? I had no doubt. Yeah.
Boxer Hacker talking about height. You gotta remember, Tank been used to fighting bigger people than him his entire life, bro. Like that height don't matter. He fought Barrios is like 6 foot.
Yeah, but Barrios isn't Shakur.
That's something that I think he found a way to not to be a handicap. For most fighters at his size, it would be a handicap. He's found a way to damn near neutralize that shit. Might take him a while, but he figures it out. Like that's what I think makes him special too. People don't acknowledge that he'd be smaller than these dudes, and he had to look up to Barrios, bro. He really had to look up this big ass dude, and he chopped him down, man. That shit is impressive. I don't care.
And then dude, he'll eat some to give some too. Like that, he got a chin on him. We know he got a sturdy chin, so he'll come in there giving Shakur the same thing, almost like a De Los Santos, or not De Los Santos, like Leo Santa Cruz, where it didn't give him false hope, but he was still allowing like certain punches to be thrown just to set up the timing of it. If Shakur ain't got nothing on the end of that thing that's gonna gain Tank respect, he gonna do the same thing he did with Frank Martin, which is just start walking him down, and he gonna apply pressure, like smart pressure that's not exuding a lot of energy from him. He gonna try and make Shakur like burn through his energy. I ain't never seen Shakur get tired before, but like conditioning and definitely like that jab, he gonna have to take a page out of Bud playbook, which is having a stiff ass power jab. Like he gonna have to put something on it where it's gonna swell up Tank shit.
That'd be rich.
But you know, Shakur and Frank are two different fighters, you know.
Don't give him no 3-4 rounds, because now you really put yourself behind the 8 ball.
I ain't talking about the 3 or 4. I'm talking about walking him down. Just walking down.
But that walking down makes you lose rounds too.
Let me put this in perspective. Frank got too many muscles for that game plan. Got too many muscles, man, for that game plan, bro. And what he was making, he was getting caught while moving, right? Shakur got better feet than Frank Martin. I think he's smarter too. Again, distance and range control in all his fights is key. And I think it will be against somebody that could turn your lights out too. Because again, you got to be in your sweet spots, certain spots that get off. And like I said, when Frank Martin was moving, that's when he was having the success. The only issue was within that movement, he was getting clipped to the body here or there, where it was
helping siphon that gas tank, and he was doing too much moving. It was cool, but obviously it wasn't something he could keep up with. Just think about if he ain't run out of gas and sit right there in the corner. I know for a fact, at least I see it that way. I don't see Shakur making that kind of mistake, backing himself into a corner and just like, going right. Like he gave you a couple times and you did it. And you lined yourself up and he lined you. He finished it off. Like you gave him the right kind of look, and you can't do that. You definitely can't do that. And I tell you, when them feet are set and he start to rip them shots, you can't take those. It ain't about having no good chin at that point. It's about getting the hell out the way and not letting him hit you. I'm telling you, and he's very accurate. So it's a nerve-wracking fight for me to sit there and watch it. But
you said one thing right there, Jeff.
That distance and range that he controls so well, it's going to be a very difficult fight. If he can maintain that, I think that's what's key. All the other shit aside, that's it. That's key.
That's the key. Yeah,
that typically works in every other fight. You need it for that one. You definitely need it for 10.
Yeah.
You can't. He get in his range and his spots where he like to work. And look, you ain't blocking all of them. You ain't gonna slip all of them. You know what I'm saying? You're just not gonna slip and block.
Maintaining distance is really important in this fight. And one thing people have to remember is that for Tank to get all these power shots, his feet have to get a little bit planted.
That's
so Shakur can keep him moving.
Those kills are when it's planted, but he can still hit you hard without
hit you hard. But it won't be like those knockout, because the way he knocked you out is based on his leverage.
It's like picking poison with him though. You know what I mean? But you definitely, when the feet set and he's intentional about look on his face when he ripped Frank Martin, like he punched through the target too.
Exactly. And he puts a lot of weight on his back foot before he throws the shot.
And you can't take the brunt of that man punches. If you catching you with the brunt of his punches, bro, hey man, it ain't about your chin. It's about survival, and you might not make it. So
if a little bit slower, people will say he's loading up.
More balance, bro. You gotta bring something maybe that somebody else wasn't able to bring to him. And I don't think it's all physical and about punching power as it is about mental and how you approach the game, doing little things that frustrate people. It's a lot of little shit people ignoring, but I'm gonna wait till it get to that point for me to point out everything. I'm talking about on both sides, everything. Like I said, I didn't got a chance to hear somebody point out a weakness, and it's a lot. So
it's gonna be interesting. That fight's gonna be.
I love watching them dudes fight. I love watching.
I'm gonna fall back in the chat, bro.
You already know.
I'm gonna fall back in the chat. Appreciate you, dude. All right, Boxing Hacker. I am a queen.
Shout out to y'all bringing my property value up. We're gonna cook for a couple more minutes. What's that? What Oscar say? Oscar, what you say?
Ring IQ like none other that I've seen.
No, he got a ring IQ like none other than I've ever seen. Damn, that came right from Oscar. The dude, he said, he ain't running. He's right there, and he can't hit him.
Man, some eyes, man. He's got great vision, man.
Bro,
that's my favorite thing about Shakur is his vision, man. I like his vision.
People will say Shakur sucks. I'm like, dude, what are y'all? Do you guys not watch boxing?
Shout out to GQ. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I don't care if y'all don't like the way he fighting. Y'all go in. Like we love boxing. Hey, y'all opinions are all welcome. It's all good over here. Fresh Baker would it do? Know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with it. Everybody don't see the same things. That's what make boxing fun, bro.
That's true. That's true.
But I again, a lot of where my confidence or I guess the confidence in him, it comes from just seeing him put the work in at an very early stage, bro. So like I said, I think it's one of those. He also one of them fighters that you had a chance to see him work, you probably change your mind. And like I said, I had my bro. He's a prime example. If he popped through here, I would have shouted him out. He had an experience, and he had his reservations. He was like, I think he's a good kid, like nice looking kid. He's talented. And he was like, he got invited to the gym, and that shit changed from, having to see him work. And then the way it happened, and it just came together. He wasn't even supposed to be there. That's some shit that somebody tell you, like a story in a movie where guy's told to take the day off and pop up in there and proceed to spar down middleweight. A guy that, undefeated champions are turning down don't want to work with him, but yet this lightweight get up in there and go 8-10 rounds strong, and then go 2-3 rounds with 3 more guys and go out there and hit the bat. Like sometimes you gotta see people putting in that work to know that there's just a little bit different. And I get it when you constantly hearing
the praises. And you look, you're like, well, I don't see the names on the resume. Like, I get it. There's questions there and it's fair, but I also go a bit deeper and I say, damn, what is it that all of these guys are saying? Where could I draw from all of this criticism, whether it's good or bad, that's consistent? And when I hear from fighters that either shared the ring, whether, obviously spar or even a fight, you heard what Oscar Valdez said, he's going to be one of the greats, man. His defense, his IQ is just on a whole nother level. It's like something I ain't really seen before. So I think that's what my confidence is. I think he's very, very smart. And because he don't do it the way you like to see him do it, it gets overlooked a little bit. And then there's some things where he leaves something to be desired, but that's part of just continuing to work, right? That's why you got a Bud Crawford in there pushing you like that. That's what you need. So it's some things you got to get better at. And I feel like defense is going to always be great, but with Tank, you also need your offense in place, intact. It has to be intact. You have to be able to provide some type of consistent, resistance for him. And how you do it is up on you. It's just not all about hurting them. People keep saying that, keeping them off you. Bro, you hitting a person with the right kind of jab in their nose and they face over and over. Nobody want to keep getting hit with that. Stop letting people fool you and think you got to be knockout artists to do damage. You don't. Some people will get you drunk. You get hit you over and over again in the same spot. You don't want to keep getting hit. I just haven't seen anybody walk through them. You know what I'm saying? But I think Tank is the exception because he ain't got it all. He got it all. Bro, make up his mind and it's like it's gonna be what it's gonna be. He got that switch, and that's what makes him dangerous. That switch, that once that's intact, once that's initiated, activated in the fight, it's like, all right, man. It's like you on the clock, bro. So it's always fun talking about that, man. Them dudes is at the highest level for a reason, man. I see it both. I see why both of them are deemed as special. And like I said, when you keep hearing it from people that share the ring with them, they can't all be lying and saying the wrong thing. You get what I'm saying? It's got to be some consistency there. And I just think that, just being smart, it's constantly being able to be smarter than somebody, right? I think he's a really smart dude, right? So where he might lack physically, you know what I mean? Whatever, if you want to call it that, I think he make up for it with IQ for real. Because like I said, that shit Valdez said, he's not the only one. There's a number of fighters that said fight, whether it's sparring or fighting him, is one of the most frustrating things they ever had to do. And people will say, well, it's because he run. Yeah, just heard Oscar Valdez. Nah, ain't like he run. He be right here, and your punches is missing by that much. It's like, all right. So again, man, I see what makes both of them specials. I definitely do. Clay Moraine, what it do, my guy? What it do, man?
Salute, Clay Moraine.
Man, but man, shout out to the fan, man. Always a dope build, man. Look, hold on. Who is that? Carmel Moten? What are you talking about?
I like to see how Shakur does against that style, Loma style. It's real hard to deal with. He got him and Madrimov is kind of similar with the footwork and stuff. So I like to see how Shakur does with it. But I feel like Shakur will take it. Unanimous decision.
There was like a report last week that both him and Tank said was cap, like them fighting in November. If they do fight, how do you see that one going?
Yeah, I heard the rumors that they wasn't true. I had spoke to Shakur, but I don't know. That's also a 50-50 fight. That could really go either way. We never seen Shakur's chin tested, so we don't really know if he has a chin to take Tank's shots. But because he don't get hit. But maybe he does have a chin. He takes Tank's shot, and then he just keeps landing, winning them rounds because Tank give away rounds. Maybe he wins unanimous decision, or maybe he doesn't have a chin, and Tank does what he does. So I don't really know. I'm gonna lean towards Shakur though.
Just a couple more, then I'm done. We've also got Beterbiev Bivol coming up October 12th. How do you think that's going to go?
I really don't know. These are all hard ones to predict. I feel like, I don't know if Beterbiev could bounce back from his injury. It's with his legs, right? Yeah, he might be a little slow on his feet. And Bivol, he might just box him up for.
That's possible. Shout out to Kermel. Now, I wish I'd have had the other clip that I was looking for, because I think I've heard him on record going back and forth with that. I just played that beat, picking fun, because he obviously leaned to a core right there. But I'm more than sure I've heard him go the other way too. that's one of them fights. That's why I really played that. He really able to give both their credit. It's a difficult fight to pick. I don't know. As much as I like both of them, I really don't know. I know how it would go. And like I said, when it's all said and done, that shit could either be a really, really good competitive fight and people get their money's worth, or it could end up being really bad for one guy or the other, right? For example, somebody said something that I thought was kind of interesting. It was like, yo, that's an 80-20 fight. Either way. And the brief explanation behind it, right? Because if you look at the difficulty of Shakur's style, if he's on, he got a really good chance of making you look bad in there. Tank Davis is on, which 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10 he is, right? He got a really good chance of making it look bad for you. So I thought that was just interesting to hear that. You know what I'm saying? If any guy was to have their way, but that shit is a pick'em fight. I don't really care about the win or the loss as much as I do them giving us that fight so everybody can shut up. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what they say. I just want to see it, you know. So
that's a hell of a what's the name, man. That's a hell of an assessment. I don't know, Knight Rider. It's difficult to say that, man. It's difficult to say that he got to be just perfect for a moment, because what if that moment don't come? We've seen guys in the past, and I'm not saying this about Tank Davis because I believe that he's a far superior boxer than the guy I'm about to name in Jeff Lacey. But remember, Jeff Lacey once upon a time, Jeff Left Hook Lacey was knocking everything out. He fought when he fought Kawasaki.
Yeah,
that moment never came.
It definitely didn't. That Kawasaki kid was punching, man. Oh my god.
CJ, what it do? My guy's burning at midnight. Oh, it's time to get your just through the boxing source. My guy, how you feeling, bro? Good to see you in the building. Yeah, man, them dudes are special, man. That's why I don't have no problem with
special fighters, man. I don't even know how it's gonna really go. But
you'll be racking your brain. I'll be lying to y'all if I told you I felt like 100% Cole was winning this fight. I go, man, I'd be like, man.
One benefit I will give Tank really is that he's good under the lights right now. Like
Tank is great under the lights.
Yeah, those big lights.
That's the thing. He relishes the moment. But you know what? I think those two are at a level where I don't think no stage will be too big for either guy. I don't think that'll be a factor in the fight with them two. I just think they're both that aware. You know what I'm saying? But Tank ring presence is scary because the dude be talking to people, looking for his mom, talking shit to the trainer. Remember, he told oh boy, to shut that bullet, shut up. Like in mid-fight, yo, dude's awareness in the ring is otherworldly. That shit, it makes him very dangerous, bro. And again, comfortability in the ring for me is something that's second to none. You just don't really see him. Like, now you've seen him have moments of obviously uncomfortability, but it takes some doing for that to happen. And it's not consistent enough where it can really put him in a bad situation per se, right? It's a fight, so guys gonna have moments, right? But that shit is not enough for him. And it's time and time showed me you gotta bring something different to the table. I believe something, and it has to be something consistent. It has to. It can't be spotty. That's not enough. You need it. Whatever it is that you're doing that's successful, you need to be able to do that consistently. It need to be a number of things that you're able to do, and it has to be a level of consistency with it. That's what I believe. I don't have no game in beating that dude, but everybody beat, but you again, a game is that's the best way I could put it. You have to be able to match what he bringing and go a bit further if possible. You have to. You got to be sharper. You gonna have to be smarter. That's just what it is. You ain't got no choice. It's either that or good night, Irene.
Yeah, the worst thing Shakur could do for himself right now is to listen to fans. I think he should not listen to fans talking about he should like gain more power. He should like try sticking the power. I think he needs to maximize what he does best and just remember who he is as a fighter, you know?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of, like fight fans will be like, oh, you need to learn. He needs to learn to engage. And we look at people like Devin Haney who changed their whole style up just to like please the fans. You know?
Dev didn't change his style though, boxing hacker. He didn't change his style. He fought the way he always fights.
Nah, Devin.
Yes, he does. Go rewatch them other fights. He fought the same damn way. And some he got counted.
Yeah, man.
Them guys just didn't have the power that Ryan Garcia did.
I don't agree with that. So the reason why I said right, Devin normally circles. You know, like he's a fighter that like he'll work, but he works and he doesn't like push effort. He like he circles to the left or right. He always keeps you at an angle. You know, he's been changing up as of recent. You know, I think the Lomachenko fight he sort of was like more structured.
Salute.
And then like the Ryan fight looked like he was trying to push like he was trying to either beat Ryan up or knock him out. Like that seemed to be
we had this conversation and always bring me back to the realization. And I trust this. He might have tweaked some things. Maybe the approach was slightly off, but he didn't change his style per se. Ant made me revisit that and kind of rethink about it. It's not the style that changed. The approach may have not been the best one, obviously, right? Especially when you hear what his father said, why they did it. But yeah, man, exchanging with shout out to Knight Rider. Exchanging with Tank is not smart. It's not smart. You know, I don't expect him to try to exchange with him as far as keeping his hands in his pocket. It all depends, right? Because the first time I heard that he kept his hands in his pockets, it was against Nakatila. And I remember this dude I know, man, pulled up the casual corner, put the joint on the screen, broke the whole fight down. I couldn't see the running that people was talking about. And I seen knockdowns that happened in the fight, but then somehow they still said he kept his hands in his pockets. Then you look at the scorecards was like 120 to 108 or 107 across the board. I'm like, who the hell was scoring all them punches? So I was confused, and I'm like, that was a knockout artist. He fought another one he couldn't knock out. He called him a bitch because he couldn't knock him out. I forgot, who was it? Clary? Toka Khan? One of them. Another guy with some heavy hands. But again, the name recognition don't line up with people, so it don't resonate. So they tend to dismiss it as a power puncher. But I'm telling you, I've watched these fights close, and people make me watch the fights close because they have all this criticism. I'm not a defender of his. As soon as somebody critique, I'm on your back. I want to go look and see if I see what you're talking about, so I can understand exactly where you're coming from. I'm all about information to try to understand where somebody coming from instead of telling you you're wrong. So when I hear the running shit, I just think that's where they was wrong at. The running, hands in your pockets is subjective. Is he more cautious? Obviously, yeah, maybe don't hire, maybe not as high as a punch output, but that's for good reason though. I think that people don't, you got many different ways to do it. I think that's just his way. He feels like that gives you less chances. The less he open up, gives you obviously less chances to catch him. So he's more selective when picking his shots against a power puncher. I think that's smart. People hate it, but I feel like some people are trying to hope that they can bait him into not doing what he do best. I'm telling you.
Exactly. And that's why I'm scared of.
From coaches and everything that make you think, bro. Like this shit ain't no easy, ain't no easy trick for nobody. So the shit that he do well, he got to do that well against the best fighters in the world.
And he got to let people call him boring with a smile on his face. You know what I'm saying? Like he needs to make that Tank fight boring as hell. Like they should be booing, and Shakur is winning. Like he should not be Shakur trying to be like the tough guy in the ring or out tough Tank. Because even if you're practicing for that, Tank has been doing this his entire career. Like you're only gonna be yourself. So you need to focus on that.
Scary. You that's not gonna work. And I ain't saying he gonna do that, but that's not gonna work with him. He far too experienced for that shit. You do that dude, and he's very good at picking up on like what's going on. He's very aware of the situation at hand. Think about it. He hit Ryan to the body. That brief moment, he knew he had him. Like he just know. He knows. So he know when he got you. I feel like he knew when he had Frank. He know. Like that's what he spent those couple rounds, and it allows you winning, but it's like false sense of confidence because he's able to kind of pull the plug on that shit right when he start going back at you. So that's what I seen him do with Frank. But again, you gotta approach fights differently. I don't think that game plan would work for Shakur. That's not you ain't gonna just walk him until you get tired. I think that'll be a big mistake. That'll be a big mistake. That's why I say he's smart though, because I know he won't approach that fight that way. For one, that's not even the same fighter, and his approach is going to be based on the guy he's getting in there with. That's what another thing that makes him dangerous. Recognizing what's in front of him and knowing how to break it down and get to it. I give the man all the credit. That's why I say, man, he's fun to watch. Can't wait to, see him fight again. And I hope we get some information as to who it exactly is instead of all this guessing. You know what I mean? Lamont Roach, I ain't about to kill it. It's not a bad fight. You know what I mean? I know we make it seem like guys coming up a weight class is some type of like that shit ain't part of boxing, bro. That's another challenge, bro. Like that's what boxing is. So if that's who he has to fight, because Loma said no, I ain't tripping. Go be, shout out to Lamont Roach if it is him. Shit, but I doubt it. I doubt it.
I doubt
They'll try to sell that one.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Loma fight actually even happens still,
I told you I did get a little word, but I always say things are subject to change, but I heard that was something that was still a potential focal point for them.
Yeah. I'm sure if they come with a better offer, Loma might take it,
Right.
But that would mean the fight won't be in November, though. I don't see that because that'll be too close in promotion.
That's what I'm saying. That's why all these guys, these matchups are intriguing, but a lot of them they won't fit the timetable, and I think that's the biggest factor. And was the two biggest factors, obviously, plan A, pulling the plug from the fight, and then you being left with a certain amount of time, especially if you're trying to salvage a specific date and time, and you a pay-per-view guy, you need to make that shit make sense. Like, you get what I'm saying? Need to be, I think, some thought that goes into this. You don't want to just that's who I'm fighting. Like, so I get it. I get the lack of information or whatever the case, because I feel like when they do come out, it's gonna be for sure. So
how dangerous do you think Lomachenko is to Tank right now? Like, do you give him a chance? Do you feel like it can really upset the apple cart? How are y'all feeling about that?
You said it again?
Do you get how dangerous is Lomachenko to Tank right now?
It's a real threat. It's a real threat. It's a real threat. Even it's a different challenge. You can't say he fought somebody that is a Lomachenko. And if I think, despite what people think of him right now, I think it'd be a real good argument that'd be the best fighter he fought to date if he fought him right now.
True.
So it's an incredible fighter, a real fight, real challenger. Nobody just packed Loma up and sent him. Nobody's done that to him. So this would be an opportunity to see what Tank can do differently. Could he be the one to stop him like nobody else could? Could he outbox him and stop him how he do people, right? So it's a real challenge. It's a real threat for Tank. But I just think at this point, he ready. I don't think there's no more seasoning he needs for any one fight at this point. I just think it is what it is with him. He's seen enough of it. He's seen it enough times. He's been on that stage to the point where he is the stage. He's the big fight. He's the money. He is the opportunity. And he full well understands it. And he basks and relishes in the moment. That shit plays into how he fight. He's very comfortable in there. So it's a lot, man. Being on that stage, commanding the stage. You see how comfortable he was with Frank talking. When that man did that backflip, I said, dang. I really did. I said, dang. That shit just reminded me of a little ass bad kid. Like, I was like, I know he in shape. This man volunteered to do a backflip for no reason. That's true. You've been working on that backflip. Yeah, you want to see like a little badass kid? I said,
little bad kid. Yeah, I got that vibe too.
Tank over there trying to find his seat and shit, put his clothes back on. Tank over there doing flips and shit. Flips, you know what I mean? Perfect flips. His color in his face, he chilling. I was like, yeah.
But now Tank we find somebody else who can do a backflip too, because Loma likes doing those backflips. So at the end of that fight, one of them will be doing a backflip. We just don't know who it will be.
Right. I said that's gonna be a problem, sir.
Yeah.
Man, out here doing flips at the weigh-in. You out here looking like you got cotton mouth and don't smoke. Just look at all boy got locked. I said,
I'm gonna show y'all tomorrow night what I'm all about. My guy Frank was like real tight in the jaw, man.
He was sick, man.
He's like,
ready for this opportunity. Yeah, ready. I'm like, and then he was trying to get out the way. Jordan Plant was like, but hold on.
Funny, man.
Stiff arming him. Nah, you ain't getting off that quick. Shout out to my you ain't getting off that quick.
Yeah, I just got my concerns about Loma, man. I just got my concerns.
Yeah,
I just got my concerns.
Put up a good fight, we know, but it's sustaining it. And again, you're gonna take punishment back, and that dude really wear you down. It's like, you remember those? It's like a video game. I'm not trying to say boxing is a video game, but when fighting Tank, it just remind me. It's like boxing. Certain fighters, they get your health bar red pretty fast. You don't gotta hit them a whole lot of times. It just be the right kind of shot.
Like punch out. Remember when you get to Mike Tyson?
You get what I'm saying,
once
bro?
or twice, your shit depleted.
It's very similar, and I've seen it a lot. It's very efficient, bro. So pick your poison with them. Have a game plan. That's all, and be confident. If you lack confidence, it's gonna be like a dog smelling fear on a person. I'm really serious about that. That can exist. That if he feels that, I don't think you have a fucking shot at beating him at all. Can't do that. You fear? Nah. You can be nervous. That's cool. Good. Nervous is cool. It just means you understand what's in front of you. But if you scared, nah.
And just to give merit to what you're saying, you can tell by the way that he approaches these damn face-offs with these guys, push him off the stage. Hector Garcia, he's grabbing him up by the shoulders. He got my guy Frank flinching at the damn at the press conference. And it's just like
the 4-hour mark.
But yeah, you can tell that it's
can't do
very
that Loma.
intentional.
Remember what Devin tried to do Loma, and Devin got fined,
Calculate. That's one of my concerns, bro. Loma getting reset. Because one thing about Loma is when Loma gets reset, he likes to regain the ground that he just conceded.
Right.
If you go rewatch when he got dropped, the one time he got dropped in his career against Linares had pushed him back. Loma tried to jump right back into the, get back in front of him, put that pressure on him, walk straight into a right hand.
Sat his ass down. And
that's true.
His guard kind of high, elbows high, his body's exposed.
His body. Yo.
Tank digs to the body extremely well.
40 seconds into that fight with Kambosos.
Right.
Loma's whole side was red. His flanks, like right by his obliques.
Like, bro,
shit was beat red. I took a screenshot of it.
Shots to somebody like Tank. Yeah, you're gonna siphon your gas right out the tank. Don't give him free shots at your body. Because his shot is top notch. You don't need that from him. Like I'm telling you. That's why I say you need a game plan and you need to be able to execute it, bro. And you need your confidence with you. Don't go in there half stepping with him because he's not going to be half stepping. And that's something that I haven't really seen somebody make him do. And maybe I had my questions with the Barrios fight, but Calvin Ford, coach, he confirmed it with me when he said what he said. Like Tank could have got him out of it sooner, but he was kind of doubting it. So, and doubt for the right reason. You uncharted territories. You in there with this tall ass dude. You get what I'm saying? You hearing about him, he got some pop, people trying to dismiss him as like he ain't shit, but you taking them shots. And I think he said if he realized that it wasn't what he thought in his mind, he would have pressed probably a little sooner, probably got him out of there. But nah, I love the way that fight played out. That's some fun. I could watch that fight as soon as I get off here and enjoy it. And my girl would be coming in here talking about you watching that like you never seen it before. Well, as we junkies, damn it, I'll be in it all over again, rooting like I don't know what the outcome going to be.
Just ever send you the casualized version?
Nah.
I did a casualized version of that fight where all of the exchanges, like whenever they was throwing punches and feinting at each other and shit, I had it slow down just momentarily. And then it picks right back up into real time. I'm gonna send you the link so you can check it out.
Hell yeah, send it to me. But yeah, man, over here, everybody could dig just do. I don't give a damn, man. You putting on. Tank is a bad man. That's why we always talking about him and wondering who we gonna fight. Shout out to him for not being part of the circus, like I always say. Just keeping shit quiet on his end. Less is more with him. When he do pop out, he gonna show ninjas, right? You know what I mean? He gonna pop out and show y'all. Know what I mean? So until then, we just gonna, we gonna keep building on this boxing. And as far as Boots, man, I can't wait to see him in a new weight class, man. 147 has not been kind to you, good brother. You know what I'm saying? There are greener pastures for you. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So hopefully he do it and it's his plans and not Eddie's. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to see no fighters getting played, but there's a lot of money that's at stake. So I at least consider that before I think the conspiracy stuff, right? Dudes ain't trying to sabotage careers. Like that shit is I'm trying to see what would the benefit be. That's a lot of money you playing with just to sabotage some shit. So I really just try to put thought into that. I hear where people be coming from and I get it, because sometimes the way some of these situations unravel would make you think like, damn, are you really doing this on purpose? But nah, I just think that's the business playing out. You know what I'm saying? I don't think.
Wait, what do you mean by sabotage? People think that
sabotaging careers, like bringing Boots over there, knowing that you're gonna intentionally try to set somebody else up and not put him in this ideal situation, or not saying that you're gonna put him in a bad situation, but the moves you're making are more so things that you want to see as opposed to what he wants. Which
because
is why
having the big baby, I'm guessing.
Situation where they didn't bid enough So now you would not want to travel. So you would want to drop the belt, go up there to 154. You seen after his fight with Avanesian, who was that on the phone? That was Turkey talking about an opportunity at what? 154. Who the hell was shaking hands with Turkey, with fighters ringside, talking to him and all that? You get what I'm saying? Eddie damn Hearn. So when you start to factor in certain things and fill in little blanks, you have an argument that it seemed like that could be in their plans, that they want him up more than he wants to go. Right?
No,
I don't think that's some.
I can't see it. I think Eddie Hearns is a good
Tunnel vision. What up, my guy? Right. I hope not tunnel vision.
Yeah.
I hope not, bro.
I can't see it. You know, the thing is, like, fighters look at Boots and they see, like, one thing. Boots is probably the only fighter I know that hasn't lost a round in the pros up to today. I don't think he's lost one round. So, like,
maybe one or so.
I don't think he's lost one. What?
And now they couldn't find it when it was talking about it was asking, and it was like, it can't, you really have to really check, but and that's what I'm saying. Something small like that, and I get it. Now the name recognition and the levels ain't been crazy, right? But that dude really don't lose rounds like that. There's another.
He
don't lose rounds like that at all.
I don't remember one round.
I can't find a fight where I felt like he lost 2 rounds. I can't. I'm dead.
I can't remember a fight when he lost 1 round. Even the Karen,
like 2 rounds.
Whatever his last name or first name is.
I don't know. He be beating the hell out of these people, bro. Like he be smashing these dudes.
It'd be like one-sided all the time with that.
Yeah, one-sided beatdowns, bro. Even Karen, and with not a knockout, still just one-sided.
Even Karen, full 12 rounds.
That dude be beating the hell out of people, bro. That's why I say, man, I know some people just complain for the sake of complaining, because he is more of he's the opposite of what people say Shakur is, and he went out there, produced the knockout, and the first thing they said was what? He got hit too much, when only in reality he got hit 5 more times than Bud did, but was forcing the fight. He was making, you get what I mean? He was in his chest taking chances, and not at one point did he take a shot that I looked like was going to bother him. Boots was comfortable. He was in his bag having fun. And when you on offense that much, bro, I ain't making no excuses. You're going to get hit. You're going because you're taking chances. But how I judge it is not just what you're getting hit with, the quality of the shots. Like, are you the type to get hit with something too good and keep making that mistake and you end up putting yourself in a situation? Or is this dude just getting a couple casual oohs and ahs from the crowd because it's a fight and he landing shots because he fighting back? That's what I be seeing with Boots. That shit ain't enough to do nothing with him. Like, hurt him. And then I want to see you hurt him. Then if that's the case,
but nobody's got that offense for him,
bro. Keep beating ass. That shit is fun. Keep doing and 1 mixtape moves, slowing yourself down, doing matrix moves and all that. I love it, bro. I want to see. I'm here for it.
But you know what, Justin? Where I've heard that theory before was the Big Baby versus Bakali fight, right? Where people were like, "Oh, Eddie Hearns and Turkey are setting these fights up. Look how they made Big Baby lose." I'm like, Big Baby was literally the favorite. He was the favorite. He was ranked higher.
You remember me losing rounds against Villa?
No, he lose rounds against Villa.
Damn, I'm trying to think. Did he lose?
He won every single round.
He won every single round that fight.
I thought he won every round up until the knockout. He was completely outworking him. I don't know. Like, I'm gonna go watch it again. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
No, I think it's like a known thing that Boots hasn't lost a round yet.
Matter of fact, I think it's up. Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, I think it's actually known that he hasn't lost a round.
Because look, before I try to tell you, like, see, that's how I am. The average person will want to argue. I don't. I'm like, okay, you think he lost some round? Let me go back and look.
I'm looking at box score. Not box score. I'm looking at the scorecards on BoxRec. One.
Oh, the scorecards be the scorecards, tunnel vision. Like, to us, to our eye, like, did he?
No, but I'm saying, like, even looking at the what's the name, Jess, I'm looking at the scorecards. Mm-hmm. 2 judges, they had him losing the 5th round.
Okay,
and that was it. He won every other round, and then 1 judge had him losing the 3rd and the 5th.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna watch
2 judges only had him losing that 1 round.
I got it pulled up right here. I'm gonna watch it again. I should download it so I can make sure I can watch it again.
Yeah, I need to watch it again too.
I'm always going to go look because I'm not an argumentative person. Like, I want to hear. I'm like, you say you lost. Let me go back and look. Just like we was talking one day about the Regis and it was Regis and Josh Taylor fight so much. I really went back and watched it, and I really got the notepad out and was scoring it. Call me what you want. I thought Regis edged it. I really did. I see the argument though. It's not, I get it because I felt like the one key factor that offsets some things that Regis typically able to do very well is fighting the inside. Josh Taylor was big enough, strong enough, and physical enough to move Regis off his square, where guys up until that point was not able to do that with him. When he get to start playing bully, like he on your ass and he making it physical, Josh Taylor had an answer for that. That's what I thought made the fight different. And he threw, he picked his shots well in those spots where he controlled some of that action where Regis likes to be more physical. But I thought they, the announcers talked over Regis' work, screamed for Josh Taylor, something I kept like seeing consistently. I'm like, they doing this a lot. I hate when I see a combination or a couple punches be landed in succession, and then it's like they still talking about some other shit. I'm like, I don't like that. It throws the people off at home.
It does.
Fights that's that close. Does. You don't want to hear you fantasizing about the shit you seen some years ago, bro. Call this damn fight, bro. The people need it. Some people, unlike us, because we junkies, we use our own eyes. Some people rely on the commentators to really tell them what's going on. You know what I'm saying? We don't. We wish we could just mute their asses and just hear the punches. You know what I'm saying? I like when they go to the corners and just let the coaches talk. You get what I'm saying? I love it, but I don't know, man. Boots put up,
and then the people be mad at the judges at the end of the fight because the announcers were talking up one guy, and the judges were like, "Well, we didn't see that."
He beat this dude ass though, but that was a fun fight to watch, man. Boots don't really lose rounds, is what we saying, right? And even them definitively, like they can't even point it out. And I'm pretty sure it's probably happened, but he's so active that it's rare that he will lose a round because he's active and accurate at the same time. So that's why it's easy to judge his fights because he's so busy. He doing so much. He outworking you every round. Shit crazy. Dude come right out and don't got no fill out round. He wow. The Boots get right in there and start acting a fool on you. Telling you so. I don't know, man, but I think that's what makes him special. And I said it before, maybe the names aren't the biggest, but it's how cleanly and easy he's making the fights look to the point where people are dismissing and saying he's landing illegal shots. That's how bad it was getting. The Castillo Clayton, Thomas Delorme, I get it, but I don't think he's intentionally aiming, nah. So he putting dudes. That's why I was like, when Brian Norman Pops was like, I ain't see him sleep nobody. I'm like, nah, he did some people bad. He did some of these dudes filthy, B, on the way up. Filthy. What was dude name, man? It was like a Russian cat. He did him real bad, bro. Man, he did him bad. Now I have to go back and look at his record. I remember the name when I see it. His name is slipping me, but he almost looked like a damn Karen Chekadazzi. I swear. Matter of fact, I'm gonna remember when I see the name. He beat the hell out of this dude. I was like, man, like he be punishing, he be punching the fight out these fighters. I be saying it like he drained Villa, like he took everything Villa had out of him. I mean, drained him, beat him down. They had to catch him on the ropes. Like, yo, he just beat this dude into submission. Punishing him. What was this dude name, man? Wasn't Lippin yet. It's not him. Ubov. Yeah, this guy that he knocked down 4 rounds. My guy, he did him bad. Beat the hell out of Ubov. He beat him up bad. Man, he styled on him. Made that shit look easy. 4 rounds, smashing. Like, he didn't lose a single round. Second of the round. That shit just crazy, man. Boots be on another level in there. I don't think people know how hard that is. Like, it don't matter who you fight. It could be a guy that's not that good. Guys can win rounds. You just don't see it with him. He be on your ass from the word go. He did Lippin, yes, filthy too. He got one gear overdrive. Yeah, he get right up in there. That I think only it hurts him against a guy like Crawford. You need versus.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a problem for it. Yeah, Crawford's gonna be a stop sign. I think.
Standpoint. Oh man, we're gonna get to the 4-hour mark. Yeah, we're gonna get to the 4-hour mark before we get out of there. Shout out to the fan. Oh, Claymore, what's good with it, bro? I see you.
What's good, family?
What's up, Rain?
Say what up,
man. All good, all good.
What's good, Hacker? What's good with you?
What's good, Claymore?
Yeah, man, I thought I'd just stop and say what up to y'all before y'all leave. I know y'all on your way out. You're talking about Shakur. You're talking about Jaron. You're talking about everything. I've been watching.
Talk to me, man.
We need to be talking about Edward Vasquez, but you know what?
I'm right with you, man. I feel like, listen, it's clout chasing. You know what I mean? At one point, you want to call it out and be like, it's pitiful, but at the same time, look, man, all publicity is good publicity in this game. Get your name out there, do what you do. I think you might be burning some bridges a little bit with somebody who you had a good relationship in Bozy a little bit. I think you're putting a lot on the line, you know, but look, there's no friends in this game. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to it, you're going to do what works for you and your team. Yeah, but Brian needs to be focused with Cuevas, with who he has in front of him. I think he has a game opponent in front of him. I think an unfocused Brian Norman could mess around and find out that things ain't as sweet as he thinks he is. This kid is not a you know, when he coming from those countries. A shout out to Jared Anderson and Martin Bacoli. You know what I mean? Those type of fights where you just meet that guy where you over here dancing on the stage and he's thinking about villages and his family and he's thinking about those kind of things. And his motivation is just a little different than you who thinks you got it made already. So I hope Brian Norman isn't drinking the Kool-Aid. I hope that he's still focused on who he is and recognizing where he is. In my opinion, I think he was coming off of a very he was looking real average, real human in his last 4 fights. Not count Santillan, you know what I'm saying? Unanimous decisions, decent fights, you know what I'm saying? And then that no contest that he had where a lot of people thought he was behind in that fight, right? So he shined with Santillan. I hope I'm saying his name right. He shined with
we know what you're talking about.
Close in, right? He shined in that fight, and that was a great look for him. And we all wanted to see him with Boots, right? We all found the guy who we wanted to see with Boots Ennis, but you know the negotiations didn't go the way we wanted to see it go. And good luck to him. As far as Boots is concerned, it's going to be interesting, man. I don't know, man. I'm up in the air. Some days I feel like go and defend that IBF title. Go defend it. You know what I'm saying? Keep the IBF title. Other days I'm like, don't waste your time, bro. Why are you going to go over to Germany and play with that guy? You had to chase him around the ring for 12 rounds. You shut him out, 12 zip. What do you have to prove? I don't know. Because when you go to 154, something in the back of my mind says I want him to have something.
Let's play more rain, hardcore. Yeah, he's well spoken, man. Him and Ant, man.
Ant's one of my favorite dudes in this space right now. I don't know. I don't see you. I'm serious, bro. Like super articulate, bro. Well thought out. That's my guy. You know what I'm saying?
Step your game up. That's why I tell y'all bring my property value up over here. You know?
No doubt. Cut the grass. Keep the fence clean.
Hey, I got a drop, actually.
No, that's all good.
Man, salute to you guys, man. Claymore, where did you ever get your name from? I never ever asked you that.
Claymore Rain is my name from Call of Duty from years ago, bro. I've had that name forever, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know, it's just always been on my email. I don't even play Call of Duty no more. Like, I don't even play.
Killed me in Call of Duty. Now I remember.
I've always had that name. So I just kept it. I don't know, man. It's just me.
He put out content as well, y'all. He got
well. Yo, did you guys talk about the Keyshawn Davis press conference?
No, I didn't catch it, man. So you can use these minutes, fill me in, bro.
It wasn't nothing. It's just he's home. It's his home field advantage. They celebrated him like you think they would and should do. They celebrated him. I think this is a big fight for Keyshawn. This fight with Gustavo Lemos is a huge fight. This kind of certifies and cements Keyshawn, right? Gives him the opportunity to kind of cement his identity. The Miguel Meduenos fight, I thought was a great fight for him. I thought he looked good in it. I thought he stole the show that night. I mean, shout out to Shakur and Artem, but right? Keyshawn stole the show that night. So
it was just so action filled. The fight, man. It was like a war of attrition. He kept dishing it, bro. He kept dishing
it. And he could have fought different, right? He could have got all
every round.
I don't know if he could have fought differently though, because Medueno made the fight, man. He made the fight,
but I think he could have been more evasive. He could have been more not engaging. He could have kept moving around. He chose to stay mid range. He chose to stay in the paint. And even when dude lifted him up in the air, he was like, "You gonna have to lift me up in the air." Like I'm not.
Performance because he was willing to mix it up. That's why he liked to mix it in.
But he had to though. He had to show these other elements of his game because Medueno was very game. Right, but we've seen other fights. We've seen other fights though, Claymore, where the other guy, we were just talking about this earlier, De Los Santos. De Los Santos is just standing there posturing, come fight, and so on and so forth, but he's not willing to cross that line.
Right.
Medueno stayed in his face. Pitbull and Tank. Pitbull stayed in his face.
Yes, sir.
I don't give a shit. Great examples. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight.
Those are
And
great
Keyshawn
examples.
showed
My guy,
that,
yeah.
hey, I'm willing to fight, and then he's also got these other dimensions of his game.
Right.
I feel like it started with the Pedraza fight. That to me is when I was like, okay, Keyshawn, he's adding other elements. Now he's utilizing frames, he's posting, he's pinning, he's peeling the guard down, using guard manipulations, placing his shots, and all this other stuff.
100%.
Operating in the pocket, in mid range, just mixing it up. And I feel like Limo, to your point, because I agree with you, I'm excited about this fight. We saw what he just did with Africa. He didn't give a damn about Africa's jab.
No.
Africa
That's
could not keep that guy at bay.
Not at all. A lot of people it's debatable that he won that fight, that he didn't lose that fight, right? Right, Ant? Yeah. I mean, and I like all the points that you hit on. Those points were like so real about it. Would you guys? How do you guys feel about comeback of the year, Keyshawn Davis? Right, and why would I say that? He came off of that no contest fight where he won that fight. He kind of was rebellious. He almost went left on us, guys. He almost went left. He started like, I'm gonna keep smoking weed, and this ain't fair. And he tried to make his fight. All of a sudden, he became revolutionary Keyshawn Davis, right? And then all of a sudden, you gotta say that the people around him, the Terence Crawfords and Shakurs and Andre Wards, must have gotten his ear, brought him back to reality. He did his suspension like a G, stayed quiet, and then came back.
His girl, he said having a girlfriend and shit.
Yeah, and he just had a son.
Yeah, staying around family and stuff. So it's good to hear. And he been on the good path, purchasing properties. I think they opened up a gym. DB3 is debuting on the 8th. They got a homecoming. They all about to show out. Shout out to the youngest brother, Keon, too. I had ran into him, got to take a picture with him.
Debut Keon, man.
That's an interesting take, though, man.
What do you think?
That's an interesting take.
He's about to be going for the WBO title, bro. He's about to go for a title. He's about to come back. He's coming back from the depths of hell, and he's about to challenge for a title, brother. I like that.
Claymore, I'm feeling your what's the name? I'm feeling your logic. But if it wasn't for one guy,
okay,
and that one guy being Rayo. Yo, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Rayo, to me, that fight was low-key inspiring. It was like some Rocky shit. Because remember,
I agree with you. Yeah,
remember him getting clipped in that fight with De Los Santos.
With De Los Santos, right?
Out. He came back.
Redemption with Chris Colbert. Redemption.
Yep. And then with Pitbull, he showed more layers. He showed more depth. I had no idea that guy could box so efficiently off the back foot, and he wasn't just playing keep away either.
Wow.
He was talking about how he locked in. You know, he got back with Robert Garcia. And the game plan was tremendous. He followed it all the way through. It probably got turbulent maybe later on in the fight, but throughout the fight, he just boxed magnificently.
Yeah,
that was something I did not expect from him.
If he
were to beat Pitbull, I thought it was going to be a more of a rough and tumble affair, similar to the De Los Santos fight. But then maybe he just managed to clip Pitbull with something. But that dude was boxing on the back foot, and he was letting his hands go, man. I was like, yo, that was tremendous. Oh, and I got to give a lot of credit to Daniel Dubois as well, because after that, the
Usyk
orbital before Usyk, remember he got his orbital bone broken. Joe Joyce.
Joe Joyce, right?
Right. Then people felt like he quit in that fight.
What about Anthony though?
He's making a good comeback too.
Come on, man. He started from the bottom. He went from like the bottom. He went through how many trainers? Right, had a subpar performance against what is it, Jermaine Franklin? I'm sorry,
Jermaine Franklin.
Right? Jermaine Franklin, right? And then he goes in and he's taking subpar fights, cutting his money down. He's not doing the big pay-per-views no more. He goes and he takes on Hellenius, right? He goes on, he takes on Otto Wallen. I mean, everybody's sleeping on him. You remember he was food for Deontay. He was food, right? Nah, he ain't gonna be able to do it. And then to be where he's at right now, and then the opponents haven't been there. Now he's going to get an opportunity to show what the work is all about with Daniel Dubois. We get to see if he's really who he is, but he came back from like, yo, this guy was a hype train from the beginning to like maybe getting a chance to challenge to be undisputed.
That's an excellent point, but here's the one thing though. While I agree with you, I gotta slightly disagree with one thing.
Okay.
I can't necessarily say that the opponents haven't been there, because if you look at the Otto Wallin fight, remember, the only loss that Wallin took was to Tyson Fury. And some people felt like that was controversial because he had this guy leaking damn near a liter of blood from that cut. Most people felt like that fight should have been stopped, and Valeen should have won by TKO. So I'm with you 1000%, but I got to say, like, Valeen is no slouch, and you go rewatch that fight with Tyson.
He got a certified fight on it. He got a certified fight.
Guy. Helenius is kind of shaky. Helenius
shit was cracked. He was broken. Deontay broke him.
Deontay broke that, but even before that, remember what's the name was highly touted. My guy, Adam Kaunaki.
Okay.
At one point, they're looking at him like, yo, he might be something in the heavyweight division.
Right.
And then Helenius beat him twice. He beat him back to back.
100%.
Stopped him both times, if I'm not mistaken. And this guy went from a highly touted prospect to now he's a journeyman.
Who he is? Who is he right now? Right? Like, where is he anyway?
So
no, I feel you.
AJ's a damn good pick, bro. Like, it's difficult, but I feel you on the Keyshawn thing because I wouldn't have looked at it like that. Because when you think about, again, like, adversity comes in multiple forms. It's not just always in the form of a loss.
Right.
But also, you know, things getting a little bit turbulent outside of the ring and how you respond to that, because that's something that can derail a lot of fighters' careers. Fighters get deflated quite easily.
100%.
I was just reading about Davey Moore, bro. I was just reading about Davey Moore recently.
Right.
Davey Moore. If you want to go way, way back in the day, a guy like Johnny Saxton, but that's going back to like the 30s.
Right.
You look at that whole camp that Don King had with all of those heavyweights, like a guy like Tony Tubbs. They say this guy was very talented, but he liked to drink. He liked to party.
His outside shit,
extracurricular, outside, like you were saying with Keyshawn, it's like that outside. So for him to be like, "Yo, I'm gonna just get my stuff together. I'm gonna lock in at the gym," and not only that, but we've just been seeing layers. We've been seeing layers for him to just box and move like he did in the Olympics. We knew he could do that, but when I saw the way he operated against Pedraza, to me, he looked more like the vet than Pedraza did.
Pedraza
was a guy with 10
on
fights.
his way out the door too, but you still got to give him the respect for it. He was on his way out, because that's what people are going to try to say, right? Like that Pedraza was on his way out the door. He wasn't really the Pedraza that fought a Tank Davis. But regardless, you know what I'm saying? He still had to step it up. That was his comeback fight after coming off a suspension. So I think Keyshawn has just been doing it. That's why when he calls out Tank, people feel like, who is he? It's not that I feel like he should be able to, that he should fight Tank, but I like it. Call Tank out. Know what I'm saying? Say, now I want that dude. I'm ready for that dude. And is he gonna get the fight? Probably not. But I like the spirit. I like the energy. I think it's a good way to be in this game right now. It's like, I want to fight the top dude. I'm ready to fight the top guy. He handpicked this guy, Gustavo Lemos. He handpicked him. So he's wanting to prove something, bro. He's believing like, I need to prove to you guys. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
He got that element to his game that Richardson Hitchens, is still working on developing. I believe he get mean in there. He go through the gears properly. He can be physical when he need to be. Like, that's the thing. He show versatility. He can box. His defense is solid, but he like to fight, and I like it. Make the fights entertaining, man. And he's sharp, man. And I like that. I like what Omac is doing. Yo, man.
Hell yeah.
That team is producing, isn't it? That whole little circle, and that team is part of the reason why you can't play with Shakur's name, bro. He's got too much talent. He got too many people around him. You can't sleep on that man, bro. I know everybody likes to make fun of the boxing. Don't get hit, and all that energy, but brother, he's got too much real with him.
Bro.
When I seen him doing the mitt work with Terence, I said, there it is. That's what's happening over there that you guys ain't factoring in to your decision on how you look at him. You're not forget the opponents that he's fighting against. The matchmaking's been horrible for him over at Top Rank. He just hasn't given you what he can give you because he hasn't had the proper matchmaking. But what you got to look at is the intangibles around him. And you got to give them more weight than y'all giving to him. You got to give Bomac the weight. You got to give Moses the weight. You got to give Terence Crawford the weight. You got to give Andre Ward the weight. You got to give Floyd Mayweather the weight. You got to give his experience. He's an Olympian. We'll see what happens, though. You know what I mean? Good luck to both those guys. But you definitely can't sleep on them.
And himself, too, Claymore, his willingness to soak these things up to get better. We just talked about Chris Colbert a moment ago, right? We saw what happened to him when he didn't want to listen, when he didn't want to listen to his coaches. He didn't want to adhere to the things that they were telling him. They were giving him good instruction.
In that round,
right?
Really went out and got clipped like this dude.
He paid.
That's exactly what his coach did too. He threw his hands up like.
I'm glad you said that because he ain't listened to his coach, right? Because I know people Shakur wasn't even listening to his coach in his last fight.
Right.
I ain't about to get into it and argue or explain it. I understand the dynamic a little bit from having it explained to me. Everybody ain't privy to that information, so I'll leave it there. But I can see if he wasn't listening and going out there getting his ass beat and then kept coming back here talking. Yeah, he was still fucking kicking his ass. Like, bro, I hear you, but this is what I say. I hear this dialogue because, again, if the person that is being said to is not deeming it as disrespect, then who am I to just make a fit out of it? Like, we got a tendency to do that. If it didn't affect the person that they're cool with what they're doing, he didn't make a big deal out of it, and I think for obvious reasons. No, so I know what dialogue is, and that little dynamic of like I asked somebody that box.
Mm-hmm.
When you see two people spar, what do you typically see in the ring? When you there, he like, yo, his people.
Both guys got their coaches with them.
I said exactly. So when you telling me the guy is that's a regular occurrence, they typically had that. This dude is show up and being there by his damn self, with nobody.
Right.
Like this, I got my bro watching him do this shit. He like, yo, dude, sitting over there, the whole coach and trainer. This dude is boxing. Go get a shot of water, walk back over to the other side of the ring, and antagonize the other dude while he catching his breath, getting instruction from his coach. Like that's the type of dude he is with nobody in there with him, and then talk shit the entire time he doing it. Talking shit the whole time. Dude, three weight classes higher than him. And he in there with him. That's why I'm telling you the stories, and I know this, truth ain't just some gym shit, but that's a real dude, man. You don't carry yourself like that. You don't move that way if you ain't really about that. You don't do it. You don't get in there and be willingly jumping in there with people 3 damn near 4 weight classes higher than you when you got undefeated world-class champions turning down smoke with dudes, and you like, I do it. You get what I'm saying? And then going in there and kicking ass, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're going to have to put some respect on Juries, man. He putting on. It's going to take a special person to beat him. I'm going to keep saying it, bro. So they all have flaws. They all can be beat. But you're going to have to show me with him. He's a smart-ass dude. That's a smart dude. He understand the game, bro. He get it.
And I think anybody who's trying to get in the ring with him knows it, too. They understand what it is.
I love Oscar Valdez for his transparency and honesty. Like, man, because when you first do it, you like, man, that dude was running. You get a chance to calm down. You like, man, he was whooping my ass. He was right there. That's why I say, notice when dude said something about running, I asked him, he ain't even comment nothing else. It's a narrative, bro. I've seen the fights. I watched him. He don't run. That De Los Santos shit. That's an off night. Do you know how crazy it feels as a content creator to know what's going on with a fighter, but you got to just sit up here, do your live like you don't know what's going on?
I definitely know what you mean with that.
I did not want to tell everybody shit that he probably
because you making excuses, right? Are you making excuses for him? Ain't no excuses. You making it like, all right, bro.
You hear a person sick for a week or two in training camp, a week last week of their training camp throwing up between rounds, and they trying to pull the fight off and stop it, and you like, hell no, I gotta get this money. Don't tell me that's a bitch. Don't tell me that's somebody that's scared to get hit. I don't want to hear none of these weird ass narratives to try to tear him down. That's a dude that's about his shit. He know. He text his cousin like, yo, watch me show you how to get a win on an off night.
Right.
Man, that shit is real. And that shit has got a timestamp and all that. Nah, put some respect on his name. He knew he wasn't. He texted his girl, hey, man, I ain't feeling good. And then people there make the jokes. Oh, yeah, your tummy was hurt. Nah, he legit caught some type of bug or something. Was sick for like a week. So I was wondering, now I ain't saying I know him inside and out, but I'm telling you, the first thing that popped in my head when they read his weight on the scale, I was like, I expected 134 and change for sure. Very close to 130. When I heard 133, that was before I got the information. After I got it, I'm like, sick, throw up. You're a little lighter than what
you're a little dehydrated.
They like, bro, they sending them this special. No shit. I don't be wanting to come up here and do this. They sending
you shouldn't. No, you gotta do what you did.
They like, bro, pull out. Bob Arum thought he was pulling out. He was like, no way. I'm getting this money. What you talking about?
And that belt, man. He made
the
sacrifice.
Punch you, if you'd have clipped him like he clipped Ryo, he went there with that. So I'm like, I don't think people understand the mentality of a person that understands he's compromised. In there with somebody that's slug, that's punching, and then go win and know he ain't good. Like, man, I just have a hard time calling that guy out his name.
I have a hard time. I got a lot of respect for that. That's a different mentality. Like, yeah, I know I'm gonna be compromised. I make the wrong kind of mistake. That's it. And to be that sharp defensively, like, man, that was a special night defensively for him. You know what I mean? I just appreciate it. And it's like watching it, I gotta call the fight like I don't know what's going on.
Right.
I gotta see it.
Especially when if you're doing it with a live, you're watching you watching it come down and you're watching everybody just taking the shots, and you're like, bro, y'all don't even know. But they'll throw you away in 2 seconds, won't they? Just do at the end of the day. He'll be up here one day and have a performance like that, and it's just like, he's a hype train. But
I'm gonna get him back up here. I'm gonna get him back up here. I just don't be pressing it. Like the first time we connected, it was very simple, smooth exchange. He ain't get Hollywood on me and none of that. You know what I mean? I think he understood my why. So you know what I mean. But we already, I already texted him to set it up again. But I don't be pressing. Like I try to do it when it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I even wait till he fight. Who knows? And then reach back out. I don't know.
Not to make your live 5 hours long, but what's your opinion on how he's been maneuvering his career as of late?
I mean, I think he went like to Matchroom for similar reasons with Boots, like activity, things like that. Trying to change it up, like going with somebody else that wanted to show interest in him the way Top Rank did him on the way out. It's business as usual. So I think he ended up going with somebody that presented him with an opportunity that he seen fit for him. So 2 fights, it's like a test run. All right, let's see what you're able to do for me in these 2 fights. Everybody kept yelling PBC. Only thing I can say that makes sense. How do we know they had anything that was an offer for him? How do we know they was interested? Like everybody else know what it is. You actively seek these people out. How do we know that's, what I'm saying? And if that's not the case, don't tell me he got to go seek. If I got to seek you out, you probably don't really, probably don't really need me. Well, you got an Eddie. Like, yo, come over here and let's get some money. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't mad at
Eddie was definitely motivated. It's something about having a motivated promoter who has a vision for you, who wants to really, like, he's like, nah, bro, I see you in a certain way, like almost like a fan, right? You got to be a fan of your fighter, and Eddie brings that element to the game while everybody else is just like doing Shakur favors, right? I'm doing you a favor letting you over here.
He was, sitting course ringside, but from my seat, I was able to see a direct line to him, seeing him, and it seemed like him and Eddie was having a good little conversation over there, chopping it up. And I'll leave with this for all the people that say like there ain't nobody watching them, they don't like them, boring this, bro. The man was sitting ringside. He got called where Gilly and Wallow was probably like 10, 15 feet maybe away from his seat. Man, you just see how long it took that man to get his seat back again, bro. All the pictures and people hugging him and giving them their phones to take pictures. I was like, bro, that shit like that need to be recorded, because the internet is not the reflection of when they boots to ground and they somewhere. I don't care if all the love ain't gonna be love. Some of it's probably gonna be fake, but nah, that's a lot of energy to fake not liking some boring ass fighter. All types of pictures. I'm like, damn, they showing bro mad love. Like you would have thought he was from Philly. I'm dead serious. I'm like, I like that. I like to see that. I like to see it get that man his flowers, man.
Yeah, we do. We gotta sit back patiently and watch him, man. Just watch him and let him work, man.
Shout out to the family. I appreciate y'all. My guy, Aunt McQueen. That's my guy right there. Thomas Hill, another one in the family. Claymore, you always welcome up, bro.
Thank you, man. Shoot, Thomas.
Get out here. My girl came in here and looked at me twice. I think she might swing.
That's why I said I didn't want to drag it out. I knew I did you dirty by asking that question.
Yeah, he said I ain't trying to drag you to the 5 hour mark.
I want to do it, but I know that you know me. I know you got a special place.
I learned a thing or two from Core. Know what I'm saying? I know how to get out the way.
Yeah. Yo, salute Aunt McQueen, man. Great building you guys, man.
Claymore, man. Appreciate everybody that hit the Super Chat Cash App that keeps supporting the grind. We gonna 4 hour live in the books, almost 4.5 hours. Don't nobody do it how we do it, man. So I hope y'all enjoyed the conversation, the build. It's Thursday, and thank y'all. I almost ain't even make it here. So I made sure when I got here, I gave y'all a good build, man. So I appreciate y'all. Much love to everybody, man. Just gonna keep rocking. I make sure y'all enjoy the rest of this good Thursday. And I'll be right back with y'all tomorrow to close the week out strong, building on this great sport of boxing. So with that, much love to everybody. We up out of here, man.
Peace to the fam.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see him jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah.
Kiss. Rap. Say peace, family. Much love to y'all, man. Y'all see what I'm on, man. Much love to everybody, and we